You join us up north for the penultimate round of the 2026 Rotax Match Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship season. We're here at Three Sisters. It's myself, Zach Sweeney, and Kev Harris alongside me for all of the racing action over the course of today. Now, Kev, off the back of the monumental heatwave that we've just had in the UK, as we can see there, this circuit just outside of Wigan is pretty damp.
It is pretty damp. So, yeah, good morning to you, Zach, and good morning to you wherever you're all watching us around the world right now. I think this is the first time in 2026 where we're going to have what has been a wet weekend of racing. We've been spoiled, haven't we, with the heat wave. So yesterday in the heats 1 and 2, the drivers that were doing well were those who got the measure of their wet tyres, and there was a few of them.
Yeah, exactly that. Of course, today a little bit of a different story. The sun is coming out. It is a warm day, albeit slightly muggy, but the track is drying. I've just spoken to a couple of people down at DHR, and well, they've said that the track is still very much half and half. So not quite dry enough for slicks yet, but I presume that will probably be the end goal by the end of today. Of course, here at Three Sisters, it's a fantastic circuit nestled just outside of Wigan. 1.1 kilometres in length, 14 turns, 33 feet of elevation, and has been open for what has been the last 56 years, back in 1970. But yeah, like we said, the talk of the town will be whether or not you can get your, well, the tyres hooked up. Of course, choosing the right compound at the right time is going to be critical over the course of today. And looking at the weather forecast as well, apparently it's meant to rain later on at 1 o'clock. We'll see how true that tends to be.
Probably just in time for those super finals.
Indeed.
This afternoon around 1 o'clock. We'll have the lunch break. We'll get the schedule to you in a moment or two, but we normally have a lunch break around then, so then we're kicking off probably at about 1 or half 1. So yeah, it could be a wet afternoon and a dry morning, but drivers that were doing well yesterday in the wet, I just had a chat to a couple of them. Ellis Bell in Junior Rotax won both Heat 1 and Heat 2 for Ultimate R. I was chatting to him this morning, and he said that his technique in the wet and how he's learnt to drive and manage the car is something that, you know, he's really sort of worked on and done well at, and it's probably why he won Heats 1 and 2. And then another youngster to look out for in Mini Inter, Otis Cleary, won both of his heats as well for Dan Holland Racing. Again, another youngster who enjoyed the wet conditions for both of those heats yesterday. So, you know, it's often said, isn't it, and you'll know this, Zach, as drivers go through the world of motorsport and they get up to the likes of Formula One, it's often the British drivers that seem to do well at the top level, and it's because they've spent their junior years running around in conditions like this.
Yeah, we've not had a very British last couple of months, to be honest.
No.
So particularly for the minis and the micros, which is where they learn the foundations of driving in the wet, they've not necessarily had that experience. So for a lot of the drivers, particularly in micro, this weekend probably is one of their first experiences of wet weather driving. Now, of course, the wet tyres are fantastic on the karts. However, they're not miracle workers, and the conditions still are very treacherous, especially around a circuit like Three Sisters, where they do a lot of drifting as well around this circuit, and track days and stuff. So the rubber that gets laid down tends to be very, very slippery, particularly in the mid part of the circuit where you've got those change of direction. The last place you want to be is on that slippery rubber line. And again, with no rain over the last couple of months, that hasn't been washed away. So it's just been built up, as well as all the oils and stuff on the circuit. And that's all come straight to the top of the circuit over the course of this weekend. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, we are just moments away from getting the first race underway. It's time for Junior Max. Charlie Wolfett is the one that comes into the penultimate round of the season at the top of the championship. After drop scores have been accounted for, he sits 20 points clear of Blake Southern and Sebastian Clark, who sits, well, some 59 points off the back of the top two in the championship. But all eyes, of course, there for Charlie Wolfett. Gold chain Charlie, because I do remember back at Warden Law, I was like, does he ever take that off?
I don't think he has.
Evidently not, no.
No. That's the first time I've seen that little sticker on his front panel there. It looks quite cool. So, yeah, he might even be wearing it right now under there. Who knows?
He could be. Let's hope it brings him some good luck. He was a driver who did get disastrously, I say unlucky as if it kind of wasn't something of his own volition, a 10-race win streak that he took from race 2 of the season back at Whilton Mill all the way up to the pre-final of Warden Law. He then missed the gate back at round number 3. Since, in the last 6 races, has only taken one single heat win, and that came yesterday. So he'll be looking to return to top form. As you can see, he's towards the top end of the field. He'll be alongside Kian Bernard on the front row. We'll run you through the full grid in a moment's time. But yeah, for Charlie Wolfett, this is a very critical weekend, and also critically as well, what I am seeing, is that the majority of the field, if not all of them, are on slicks.
Yeah, they are this morning. So we were chatting about the wet tyres just a moment or two ago, but as we look at it, the sun is coming out, so it will be drying the surface out there for them this morning. But as you said, Zach, there are still some wet pouches out there. But look, it is very warm as well. I was just running around the paddock just now doing a few little kind of social media interviews, and it's definitely warming up. So if it stays like this morning, those sort of like wetter areas of tarmac should burn off, I would think, and we will have a dry race this morning.
Exactly that. Did again speak to Louis Westover down at DHR. He's a driver for them. He's also one of their main driver coaches, a very fantastic driver in of himself, actually, and said that there's not really much warm-up that you can do around the circuit. There's also, like I say, it's still very half and half. There are some dry patches coming in, but again, the curbs will be slippery. The painted white lines will be very, very slippery. And again, anything off the racing line will also be very, very slippery. A good way to tell how wet the circuit is how much glare you get back into the camera. And, well, you can see as well, there's quite a lot of it out there. The drivers as well launching themselves over the curb. And this is a critical point for them because they've not done any running today in these conditions. And, of course, they're on slick tyres. So this is for them. This one formation lap is a golden opportunity for them and the only opportunity for them to assess what the grip is like. Yeah,
exactly. It's quite rare actually in the UKC that we're not waking up on a Sunday and having a mandatory 3-minute warm-up for each class, but with the way it is here at Three Sisters, we can only start racing at 10 a.m. And so we're going straight into it. So yeah, so for their first kind of opening few moments this morning, it's under race conditions, bar this formation lap, as you say. So they're going to try and get as much feel out of the car as they can in these first few turns, but obviously not at race speed, and they're on those slick tyres, whereas most of them probably would have spent all of yesterday on the wets.
Well, they'll roll their way up to the starting grid. Charlie Wolfett alongside Cian Bernard. That's your front row. Behind that comes Thomas Jackson and Braith Murdoch, Louis Radcliffe and Riley Morrow, the front three rows of the grid. 10 minutes plus the lap for the first Junior Max heat of the day. The penultimate round of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. Foot to the floor, and we go racing in some very sketchy conditions. In towards turn number one for the opening time, and there you can see straight away off the road. I think that could have been Leighton Kelly potentially starting this race just in front of Riley Morrow going off. Also going off there is someone else, the 215, I think that was, that we just saw. But nonetheless, it was a good start for Charlie Wolfett. He looks to extend the gap as they negotiate their way down past the paddock. Yeah, and great start for Charlie Wolfett there. Cian Bernard just drops a place, but does well to stay out of trouble, because in that opening corner, as we saw a kart just running off into the escape road up there, and other karts just sort of zigzagging and left and right. So yeah, well done if you came through the first turn unscathed. 291 is Aidan Clark there from Down Holland Racing in the mix at the front right now. And number 6 is the kart that we're talking about, Gold Chain Charlie Wolfett then. So they'll come by the first time through the start-finish line, and the time ladder will adjust itself. So Louis Radcliffe up to second, Cian Bernard third, Thomas Jackson in fourth, and Riley Morrow up a couple of places then to fifth. Yeah, Riley Morrow, of course, taking a step up into juniors this year off the back of some very successful campaigns in Minimax. He is one of the punchiest Junior Max drivers out there, but again, a difficult learning curve for him so far this weekend. He's done well over in Europe. He's doing fantastically well over here in the UK, but again, a big, steep learning curve for him this weekend. Still nice to see him running up there in P5. Charlie Wolfett leads Louis Radcliffe, leads Cian Bernard. Louis Radcliffe, by the way, up 3 places on the opening lap. 8.5 minutes plus the lap still to run here at Three Sisters. We are just seeing there the 291 of Arden Clark being chased down by the 238. He's just tipped his way through on Riley Morrow as they negotiate their way out of the boot section and back onto the start-finish straight. Yeah, it's a great section, that down there at the boot, and then they flow all the way around up to the top end. And chatting to the drivers this morning, as I've done, they all say how much they like driving this circuit. It's a fast-flowing circuit. The drivers like it. Oh, as we see a big moment there for the 214, clipping the curb. And that is, of course, that's Murdoch there. So Mr. Murdoch, Braith Murdoch, clipping the curb and sending himself off and away into the grass. Yeah, indeed. So, and also we saw towards the front end of the field, that's the 291. That's Arden Clark, who we saw have a huge off down the hill. I think potentially the bump over the grass has caused something. He's definitely hurt his lower back, I think. Yeah. Potentially has knocked the chain off as well. Suboptimal, to say the least there, but that's the treachery of going side by side in these conditions. The minute you are knocked even slightly off the ideal racing line, you might as well be a passenger in that single-seater go-kart. Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you know, if you're watching this for the first time, you've got to realise that these drivers are sitting just an inch or two off the floor. There's not much in the way in the
padding at the bottom of the seat there, so every little bump and jolt, you feel it through the kart. But it is what gives karting its kind of its edge, because the drivers just love the feel that you get from what is the purest form of motorsport. And this is what you get as well, just karts running bumper to bumper, just following each other through the lines, just waiting for the kart in front of you to make a slight error, and then maybe you can monopolise and get an overtake done. Really is great to watch, so thanks to your company wherever you are around the world right now.
Yeah, let us know who you're cheering on for, where you're watching from as well in the YouTube chat. Keeping an eye on it over the course of the day. Kian Bernard has found his way through on Louis Radcliffe and up into second position, within a second of the race leader of Charlie Wolfett as well. So far this season, there we can see actually the battle for the lead. Charlie Wolfett on the outside of the number 6, the 240. If Kian Bernard gets it stopped just about, but up and underneath through the opening sweeping corners, Charlie Wolfett will hang on to the race lead, but under a world of pressure now as we tip our way closer to the halfway point of this race.
That was a bold move from Kian Bernard there. I like that, coming in quite hot on Charlie. Managed to get the anchors on so he didn't go off. He's kind of just, he didn't get the overtake done and stick. As he has a look up the inside there, and he does through the centre section of the infield there. Nice little move from Kian. And what I was going to say was, he's basically laying down a marker, telling Charlie that he's there and he's got, he's under pressure. But in the very next couple of corners, he gets the overtake done and now starts to stretch a slight lead down at the boot section. But Charlie won't let him get away with that, that's for sure.
Yeah, Kian Bernard, the last time he won a race full stop, by the way, in the UKC, was all the way back the very first race of the season, Heat 1 at Whilton Mill. Since then, he's taken a number of top 3 finishes, but yet to get himself back to the top step. He'll be looking to remedy that over the course of today. Charlie Wolfett, though, now that he's back onto the tail of the Sam Pollock racing machine, will be looking to get himself back in front of it. And again, that's the wet weather conditions. We saw in the previous lap Charlie Wolfett go around the outside of that long right-hand corner at Paddock Bend. This time, though, because he just got, well, truthfully mugged by Kian Bernard down the inside, he's going to go, okay, maybe the grip is actually on the inside and I'll follow him this time. And that's the criticality of these conditions, is sometimes you actually want to be the cut behind the race leader as to assess what the conditions and the grip levels are like before you get to the corner.
Yeah, I'd always want to be the hunter rather than the hunted, that's for sure. And that's exactly what's going on right now. Charlie Wolfett then not letting Kian Bernard get away with this, and now Kian is the one under pressure. Charlie has a look up the inside, all over his rear bumper. Now Kian feeling the heat from Charlie behind him. With, 5 minutes to go in this one, Kian has a long way to go to fight off the young driver that's had, 10 race wins in a row, something like that, leading the championship right now. So Kian very much under pressure, but look at this. Bumper to bumper stuff, kicking us off in grand style here at Three Sisters this morning, and this the first super heat of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Charlie Wolfett on the rear end of Kian Bernard has taken back the fastest lap of the race. Now also with Three Sisters, we've got that run through the boot section and then you're flat out all the way towards T1. This is a very high-speed circuit with a very technical infield, so you've got to have the best of both worlds, but the slipstream definitely is going to be powering these drivers down. Here comes Charlie Wolfett, a look to the inside of the opening corner, but Kian Bernard just about gets it stopped. They draw alongside for a brief moment. Kian Bernard running wide, not once, not twice, but thrice, and Charlie Wolfett reads it perfectly and will retake the race lead as they make their way to the bottom of the hill. Yeah,
there was a moment there just before that overtake happened that I felt Charlie definitely had the faster kart and Kian was defending, but not a lot he could do. So Charlie makes his way through, keeping a cool, clear head with a lovely overtake manoeuvre. This battle is going to play out. 4 minutes to go on this one then, and this battle is going to stay with us, I think, right till the end, unless Charlie starts to run away with it, as he does extend a little bit of a gap as we rejoin them back again in the boot section here, with the sun glistening off a drying surface.
Yeah, exactly. We are starting to see the tarmac drying up, particularly on the racing line. Off it, though, still fairly sketchy, and again, those curbs as well might become a bit of a problem over the rest of the day. The painted lines as well, the grip will still be changing, and again, we have got rain forecasted for later on in the day as well. Charlie Wolfett, a bit of a snap of oversteer, though, and that brief lead that he was able to build, straight back to absolutely nothing. Kian Bernard still hammering him here with what will be probably about 5 laps left to go when they cross the start-finish line.
Yeah, this is the great thing about karting. It's really not over till the checkered flag, and you can have a situation like this where you've got 2 young drivers who are just both brilliant at what they do, and they can entertain you lap after lap. And although Charlie is in the lead right now, there's every chance that Kian could make a move in the closing stages. It really is, it's not over till that checkered flag flies, and we're going to see some more action from this pair, I'm sure. Back down the order, though, Louis Radcliffe has managed to maintain 3rd, and Thomas Jackson is in 4th. Riley Murrow may be happy with 5th because he started on the grid much lower down the order than that.
Yeah, absolutely. Riley Morrow running P5 at the moment, just out of shot. Our focus, of course, here at this lead battle for Charlie Wolfett, it would be his, 12th race win of the season for Kean Bernard, just his second and his first since, like I say, the very first race of the season back at Whilton Mill. So for Kean Bernard, a lot to play for this weekend. He'll be looking to become the 4th different final winner from the 5 rounds in Junior Max. We've had 3 so far. Charlie Wolfett took races 1 and 2. Kai Clark took 3, and Blake Southend took last time out at Rowrah. 2 minutes plus the lap still to go. Charlie Wolfett builds a little bit of a gap, and then, well, into the next braking zone. Kean Bernard closes that back up again. The ebb and the flow between these two is brilliant to watch, and hopefully we'll have more of it over the course of the day as well. Yeah,
I'm sure we will. This is a battle that's going to play out not just in this Super Heat, but probably in this afternoon's Super Final. And we mentioned Kean, or you did at the start of this, Zach, that he's been quick and he's done well. Hasn't won a race for a little while now. I feel like he's been quite unlucky. Had a few sort of penalties not fall in his favour. He's had a couple of mechanicals, so it's not been the easiest run for Kean, whereas the cards have all fallen into place for Charlie. So it's just the way it goes. Both great drivers, but 2 very different seasons.
Yeah, absolutely. Charlie Wolfett looking to become champion. Kean Bernard looking to overtake him for the race lead with 1.5 minutes left to go. Down the inside of turn number 1, Charlie Wolfett gives it to him. Bit of a snap of oversteer at the apex, but this time Kean Bernard will keep it under wraps and find his way through into the lead. Charlie Wolfett now the one being the hunter for probably the 6th different time so far this race. The lead is changing hands here, there and everywhere. Look over the shoulder from Charlie Wolfett, by the way. Even though they're battling this hard, they've still been able to pull a 3-second gap over the rest of the field. These two giving everyone else a demonstration of what it is to adapt to a circuit like this. It's
so good, and what a great race to start the morning here at Three Sisters, just outside of Wigan. Kicking off in style with the Junior Rotax Super Heat. 2 drivers just showing us why they are running at the top of this championship and why they've got a great future ahead of them in motorsport. And it's just so exciting to watch because we're not done yet, Zach. 40 seconds plus a lap on the clock, but Charlie Wolfett closes the gap through that section there of the S's, the left, the right, and then back out of it. Watch Charlie go here, Zach. We can see a move.
Potentially so. Through the sweepers at the bottom of the hill, not really much you can do there. Very single line unless you get it really wrong. This should be the penultimate lap of the race, and just keeping an eye on the lap times as well. The track exponentially, it seems, getting quicker with every passing lap. Those slicks are able to put more temperature into them, which means they can, well, get closer to their optimum running window, if you like, and able to generate more grip. And the track itself is drying, so in of itself is generating more grip. It's a very nice positive feedback loop for these drivers. Out of the final corner, the clock will strike 0. We'll head on to the final lap of this race. Kean Bernard will lead Charlie Wolfett. Let's see which way round the end the final lap.
Yeah, and Kean just keeps looking over his shoulder there. He's in the lead. He's got a kart length gap, but he's not comfortable. He's not happy. He just keeps having a little check. And really, all eyes should be just forwards, Kean, I think, at this point in time. But now that gap, a couple of kart lengths. Will Charlie go for it to get the overtake done in the closing stages? Or will he consolidate his position in second, knowing that we still have the super final to go? I think that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think he's happy with it. He's definitely thinking of the championship overall as Charlie Wolfett. And again, the gap points in the pre-final, it's 40 for a win, 36 for P2. He's very chuffed, I'm sure, with those 36 points. Out of the final corner, though, and for the first time since the very first time this season, we'll say this, Kean Bernard comes out through the final corner. We'll see the checkered flag first, and we'll take victory in Junior Max Super Heat A. Charlie Wolfett will be just behind him in P2, with Louis Radcliffe rounding out the top 3. Then behind that comes Thomas Jackson, Riley Morrow, and Braith Murdoch in 4th, 5th, and 6th in very quick succession. Less than a 10th between them as they cross the line. We'll run you through the full results in just a moment's time, but a very good morning, I guess, from the Junior Max to wish us well for the rest of the day. Yeah, absolutely, and an exciting race to kick us off, but psychologically for Kean Bernard, he takes the win. Charlie will know he had the measure of him, and so, you know, that battle will play out later on, but psychologically then, it's 1-0 Kean right now, so he can march back to the awning and just feel sort of good about his morning's work thus far. Absolutely. He'll be mightily chuffed, I'm sure, with that. He took P3 and P2 yesterday, and he's climbed his way up the podium, and he's taken his first win, like I say, since Whilton Mill, all the way back, round number 1 of the championship for Kean Bernard. Charlie Wolfett in P2 and Louis Radcliffe, of course, in 3rd position. Now, of course, this is the penultimate round of the championship, ladies and gentlemen. We are towards the business end of it. Just one more to go at Dunkeswell before we look forwards to the Rotax National Trophy at Silverstone to conclude the UKC season of 2026. Charlie Wolfett, like I say, 10 wins in a row for the number 6. He, after drop rounds, which of course includes his non-start in the final back at Warden Law, and then a P2 and a P8 at Rowrah as well in Heat 1 and Heat 2. So those are the scores that he's dropped, and after all of that's been worked out, he sat just 20 points clear of Blake Southern in the championship. So Charlie Wolfett, as much as he has been the man on form so far in 2026, the championship is far from won, and I think that's what we saw there, not taking as much risk as to prioritise the championship points heading into the final 2 rounds of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Perhaps a little bit of smart play from Charlie Wolfett in the closing stages of that one. He had a bit of fun playing it out with Kian Bernard there, a few overtakes, leading for a bit, in second for a bit, chasing for a bit, and then in the closing stages probably consolidated a second place in that super heat there. And this is the scene after the race then. We're just looking at the scrutineering bay, so they come in off the track. The top 4 will probably get weighed, or 3+1, and then for everybody else it's through. Come on, Dad, or Mum, or mechanic, help me get the cart back up on the trolley, and we go back to the awning and have a little regroup and a chat. We can work out what we did better, or what we can do better for next time, something like that.
Potentially the track's going to be a completely different profile later on in the day for these guys. For some of them, they'll be joining us in the Junior Max repechage. For others, they won't be back out until, well, the super final later on this afternoon. So they've got a long time to dwell on it, and for Kian Bernard, he's got a long time to ride this high, but also as well deal with those nerves and that pressure of the expectation of starting towards the front end of the final. So psychologically, it's going to be a very tough battle for these drivers in, well, effectively for the majority of them is what is only going to be 2 races today, pretty much very farly spaced apart, right? So psychologically, it's going to be quite a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, it is. So you've got to kind of keep your head now for the next sort of 3 hours or so for these drivers, because they won't be back out till later on this afternoon. And that, of course, obviously, as we said at the top of all of this, that's the first time they'll have been on slick tyres this weekend, probably. So they've done a few laps on those now. And the kart needs setting up differently. How they approached it and set themselves up going into each corner will be different. So they've sort of had those laps there to work it out, and now they'll be wondering, will it be this afternoon the same conditions, or will they find themselves in the wet? Who have we got there? Riley Murrow just making his way out of the scrutineering bay. But yeah, this is what goes on inside scrutineering, so you can see everything gets checked and double checked to make sure it's all within regulation, and if it is, then the result will stand.
And Charlie Wolfett will be hoping that is the case. Bit of a discussion going on. Finished P2. Still got the gold chain on. Of course he has. I think that's, well, just him, isn't it, really, to be honest? He's there'll be the boards they'll be looking to park in front of a bit later on this afternoon. Charlie Wolfett, like we say, gold chain Charlie, leading the championship to P2, a very important P2 today as well, and that gives him good stead for the super final later on. Again, changeable conditions. It might rain, it might not. The key thing, of course, will be small adjustments with the kart in terms of the stiffness versus the softness in terms of getting it right with the conditions, and also as well, probably more crucially, what tyre pressures to run. Now, as much as the paddock is a relatively small place, and motorsport is a relatively small world, the teams and drivers, they do talk amongst each other. A lot of them are friends, you know, from Strawberry to DHR to Car Sport. They all talk and mingle and get along. I think tyre pressures is probably going to be a secret everyone keeps very much under their nose heading into the super final a bit later on today. We've got the Super Heat A drivers making their way to the dummy grid ahead of their first race of the day. And crucially, we'll be looking out for the likes of Blake Southern, Sebastian Clark, Jensen Chalk as well, who will be looking to go very, very well. Well, potentially claw back some points. Of course, for Blake Southern, he needs to, at the very least, match what Charlie Wolfett was able to do, which was a P2 in this race. Of course, we've just had Super Heat B. We'll now be heading into Super Heat A. It'll be the same format for the seniors, B, then A, and then the micros, the minis, and the 177s to round out our pre-finals. And then, of course, to the repechages, well, the single repechage that we have for Junior Max, and then, of course, to our 5 super finals a bit later on today. The penultimate round of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. Thank you for your company. It's myself, Zach Sweeney, and Kev Harris alongside me in the commentary box, bringing you the action. And again, what is a very slick but damp Three Sisters circuit, and one that already has given us some pretty good racing so far today.
Yeah, it has, and we're just getting a nice shot of Harry Radcliffe's very ice white race suit there and white race gloves. They won't stay like that for long with his SPR Sam Pollitt Racing logo on the back there, but they look almost brand new, those race overalls.
They do, yeah.
And white is a bold choice for a wet, damp morning here in Wigan.
It absolutely is, especially with how many people we've seen go off the circuit so far this morning. But nonetheless, you know, it's nice to get it out of the well, out of its packaging, brand new, and then put it on. It'd be nice, and you look spick and span, and then you go out for a session, and very quickly it's
you get wet
worn.
mud and grass.
Yeah, exactly. It's not raining though, which is usually the main thing the drivers are worried about. That's when they put the transparent wetsuits on over the top. I don't think we're seeing anyone in that at the moment, no, because it's just extra weight. So if you don't need it on, don't have it on. And that is the margins that we're talking about at this level. I would like to say I'm incredibly impressed with the level of adaptability that we've got on this grid. And I mean, the Rotax Max Challenge, the UKC is probably one of the most competitive championships, I would argue, in the world, in Rotax karting generally. Here in the UK, we've got some of the best drivers and probably the closest range of talent on the grid as well, between the slowest driver and the fastest driver. And the level of adaptability that we've seen to just go onto a circuit that's pretty tricky in of itself, Three Sisters, with all of the variables and peripheral sort of challenges, if you like, the wet weather, the rubber being laid down, the fact you've not done any slick running so far this weekend, to go out there and still put on a very good show and be as incredibly competitive, I mean, as they usually would be, right?
Yeah.
It's basically just the status quo, even with everything else going on contextually. Again, I think it just speaks volumes as to the level of this championship.
Yeah, absolutely, and the talent that there is with these young drivers who are making their way. Junior Rotax, some of these now all have come through maybe cadets, micros and minis, or just come from micros straight to juniors. But yeah, been racing for a little while, but already becoming quite accomplished racing drivers, and it is all those sort of little changes and adaptions, like you said there, Zach, and being resilient to the change and just going with it. I mean, we're looking at Harry Radcliffe there, and he's obviously got an absolutely box fresh new set of slicks on. You can see those tyres, and they'll be the first time he's gone out on them in this weekend. So he's going to have to feel his way, starting lower down the order here. So, but yeah, they do a lot of learning at this level, and it's really good to see. And it's why I think as well, for anyone who's watching around the world right now, we know just how good karting is to watch, because it's great fun. It's exciting. There's overtakes, there's drama, there's action, there's karts go off, there's karts stay on, and it's not a foregone conclusion before the race starts. Just because you start on pole or on the front row doesn't mean that's where you're going to finish. Different to perhaps sort of, there's a lot more jeopardy in this than there is perhaps at the top end of the sport in Formula One.
Yeah, absolutely. Qualifying, yeah, a bit of a novelty more than anything. Of course, you want the track position, of course you do. It does help, but it's not a guarantee. Engine's getting fired up though, and we'll get ourselves ready for the second race today. It's time for Junior Max Super Heat A. Ellis Bell, the driver in form off the back of yesterday's heats, will start on pole position for Super Heat A for Junior Max. Blake Southern will be alongside him on the front row of the grid. Lucas Balak smashing chalk as well, just in behind that. Nathaniel Gray, Blair Smith, your front three rows. They're out there on their warm-up lap at the moment, and we can run you through the grid this time through. Behind the front three rows will be Connor Large alongside Jack Robinson, keeping each other company on the fourth row of the grid. Keep an eye out for Blake Southern, though, of course, he's the direct championship rival to Charlie Wolfett, who we just saw take P2 in Super Heat B. Barnaby Grubb alongside Finley Smith on row 5, with Jensen Chalk alongside Jake Graffiti on row 6. Ian Campbell and Joseph Berkery line up on row 7, with JJ Lowe and Max Douthwaite lining up in P16. Jensen Hookie alongside Harry Radcliffe, P17 and P18, the ninth and final row of the grid, ahead of more action in Junior Max. 10 minutes plus the lap once again, and a very different complexion of circuit that we saw just 20 minutes ago. The track exponentially drying. I think towards the back end of Super Heat B, we saw the drivers in the 43s. Let's see what the Super Heat A drivers can do on the opening lap. Rolling their way through towards the start-finish line. Slight kink, and then that run towards turn number 1. Not going all the way up the mountain, but through the squiggles. Look over the shoulder from Ellis Bell, a driver definitely on form, particularly here at Three Sisters for Ultimate Ara, alongside the DHR there on the right-hand side of your screen of Blake South and Luca Holmes-Ballack, and Sebastian Chalk as well, just in behind that. Foot to the floor, and we go racing for the second time today. Super Heat A, and a squeeze to the inside there from Blake Southern. Will look to go to the outside of the opening corner, as again they guess the conditions. A couple of drivers going 3 wide in the background, but so far so clean for the most part. Actually, no casualties claim on the opening lap.
No, but I think Ellis Bell has just dropped back there. He took the lead into the first corner, and then through the section where the camera just cut there, through the section of the left and the right, it looked like Ellis Bell has dropped back about 4 or 5 places to me. So out front, I think we're looking at Blake Southern right now leading this one. It was a clean start from Ellis, but then suddenly, I don't know what happened going into the next couple of corners.
Yeah, the momentum shifts, the change of direction, you'd barely think or blink twice about it. Cut off in the background as well. Not entirely sure as to who that is, but in the dry, you'd barely think twice about those direction changes. In the wet, though, if you get one wrong, it truly does hamper you for the rest of them. So potentially the case. Ellis Bell will round out the opening lap in P4. Blake Southern from Sebastian Clark, from Luca Holmes-Ballock, Ellis Bell and Blair Smith currently running as your top 5. 9 minutes plus laps still to go, though, as it stands. DHR, the ones on top, with Blake Southern looking to claw back some points in the championship. Of course, his rival, Charlie Wolfett, finished P2. If he can win, that's some points back in the championship. There's some jostling of places up and down the order.
Yeah, nice little move from a KR Sport machine there, making up a place or two in the mid-pack. But out front, though, we're looking at Sebastian Clark there and Blake Southern getting involved in a little bit of an early battle, which is great to see. And then behind them, Ellis Bell is the man who was on pole, but then he's further back at the moment behind Luca Holmes-Ballock. So this is our front 4 then out front. Here we go. Ellis Bell then running in 4th right now, off that pole position. Disappointed with his opening few moments of this race, I'm sure. Now got to keep his head and get himself back up and through the field as the front 4 start to feel their way. Dan Holland Racing then just overtaking KR Sport from 3rd to 2nd.
Yeah, nicely done there from Luca Holmes-Ballock to spot the move and find his way back through and up into 2nd, just in front of the KR Sport machine of Sebastian Clark. Behind that comes the pole sitter of Ellis Bell, who has been looking remarkably good so far this weekend. Took his 2nd and 3rd race wins of the season. Before that one back at Warden Law in heat number 2 of the weekend. Since has only actually been in the top 3 on one occasion. That was the final back at Warden Law. So nice to see a return to form, if you like, from Ellis Bell, who now looks to go to the inside to find their way back into the top 3, close to contact, but finds their way through the KR Sport machine. And like I say, up to P3 as we tick our way, well, towards the end of the first quarter of this race.
Yeah, nice little move from Ellis Bell there on Seb Clark, just putting it up the inside, finding a nice line, getting the run of it and getting on the brakes early so he didn't lose any of that positioning as he carried some speed through those 2 turns. He's now got eyes on Luca Holmes-Ballock and Blake Southern then out in front. So this is going to be a great race, and all eyes then on Ellis Bell to see if he can push himself back up to where he started the race, and that was in 1st place.
It's getting very busy just outside of the top 10 in the lower fringes of the top 10. Connor Large, the 211 Tony Kart that we can see there, leading a very long train, a very large train, if you like, side by side towards the sharp end of the field. Ellis Bell trying to recover some ground, very argy-bargy side by side with Luca Holmes-Ballock towards the opening corner. Ellis Bell, the pole sitter, back into 2nd off the back of what was a suboptimal start to this race. But of course now looking to claw back some speed, some ground, and still within a 2nd of the race leader Blake Southern. This race not over yet for Ellis Bell.
No, not at all. And you know what's gone on there. He's obviously he's disappointed at himself in his helmet there, and his headspace is now, come on, mate, get back up there. Come on, go, go, go. Look at this. As the move goes, he has a little look up the inside, heading down into the boot, and it makes them all bunch up now. Look at this. He's got the long way round to go, and he's opened the door there for the 226 or the 228, which is Luca Holmes-Ballock. Look at this battle. They're 4 wide. They're jostling. This isn't even a final. This is a super heat this morning.
Yeah, and you can see there, problem for Blake Southern, the rear left of his bumper hanging off, and that's causing it to drag along the circuit. He's going to have that mechanical flag, of course, in his mind. He's going to have to box and fix that. Now, they can repair it and get him back out again, but the damage at that point had already been done. He's defends to the inside of Sebastian Clark, and this is a huge hit in the championship battle for Blake Southern. Ellis Bell very aggressively found a way through into the lead. Luca Holmes-Ballock was the one to capitalise, so it is still DHR fighting at the top. But we'll see as to whether or not this time Luca Holmes-Ballock is going to be able to hang on. We tick our way over towards the halfway mark, 5.5 minutes plus the lap still to go. It's Holmes-Ballock from Ellis Bell, from Sebastian Clark and Blake Southern dropping down the order, and will have to find his way back into pit lane to sort that bumper out.
Yeah, so there he goes off the 250 that is Blake Southern, going to get that rear bumper sorted out in that moment of sort of madness between those 4, or moment of excitement, if you will. There was all sorts of coming together, wasn't there? And Ellis Bell now finds himself chasing down Luca Holmes-Ballock out in front, and Seb Clark then, 257. stays in third. So a little bit of breathing space at the moment for Holmes Ballot, but you can bet your bottom dollar that next time Ellis Bell finds himself in that infield section with the left and then the right, or either the right then the left, that's where he's done his overtaking. That's the area that he likes to get the overtakes done in this race, it seems. So Holmes Ballock is going to be under pressure this time by. Look, the move up to the inside then. Here it is from Ellis Bell. It's the right and it's the left, and he knows the line and he knows how he did it last time by, and he makes it stick once again.
Yeah, nicely done there from Ellis Bell. I mean, slipstream aside, the straight line speed of that Ultimate R machine was incredible. Tucked up, and even when he pulled out and was hit with a wave of air, slightly uphill as well towards turn and 1, still had the legs to pull dramatically alongside the DHR machine and up into the race lead fairly comfortably through the opening corner. 4 and a bit minutes plus laps still to go in Superheat A4 Junior Max. And for the 264 of Ellis Bell from pole position, he dropped back just to make it a little bit interesting for us in the commentary box, as he's now been able to find his way back through and into the race lead. The fight not over yet, though, because the slipstream is still there. Luke Holmes Ballock still in the slipstream and still in contention on what is a very drying surface here at Three Sisters, practically pushing the 264 through the opening sweeping section is the DHR of Luke Holmes Ballock. Look over the shoulder as well. They've got Sebastian Clark for company, so Holmes Ballock has really got to play this cleverly. Of course, he wants to win, but he also wants to keep it as a 1v1.
Yeah, he does, but I think what will happen is as he starts the battle with Ellis Bell here, we'll see that gap back to third close up a little bit. But for the moment, he's matching every move that Ellis Bell does. Line by line, corner by corner, just putting himself exactly where he needs to be at the moment. What we got here, contact warning. And that's Luca Holmes Ballock, then 228 with the contact warning flashing up on our screen right now.
I always love it when the Clark's name comes up as well, so the driver knows exactly who to blame for their contact warnings. They
Themselves.
Need to, yeah, exactly. Well, that's true. That is true. But sometimes the stewards might need a security detail to leave the circuit in the evenings. 3 minutes plus the lap still to go. Ellis Bell leading Luke Holmes Ballock, Sebastian Clark, Blair Smith with the fastest lap of the race, actually clawing back some ground onto the top 3. And if they continue to battle, Blair Smith could be one to rear up this train and get to Ultimate R karts inside the top 3. That is not too far into the distant future, to be honest, especially with the pace that Blair Smith has got, consistently about a tenth or two quicker than the 3 in front of him, and the gap teetering on the edge of less than a second. If he can get himself into slipstream, we could very easily have 4 karts involved for this lead fight. Nonetheless, though, the advantage still goes the way of Ellis Bell, who's just able to tip the lap times in his favour. Last time through, about a tenth quicker than Luke Holmes Ballock.
Yeah, so the lap times are interesting if you're watching us on the live timing right now, as we say there. Well, actually, now we look lower down the order. It's Jensen Chalk, who's just clocked a 43.4, running down in 11th at the moment. So the fastest lap time now is with the driver who is in 11th. So well done, Mr. Chalk. But out front, though, this battle is great. Look at Ellis Bell now, got them backed up behind him here. Holmes Ballock and Seb Clark then chasing him down. Oh, look at Holmes Ballock having a little look. Since he's got himself out in the lead here, Ellis Bell hasn't really been able to stretch his legs and get away from these other 2 drivers.
No, not at all. And with less than 2 minutes to go, the slipstream keeping the DHR car in place. Squeeze to the inside. There's about a kart length there, but he's been able to back out of that one. Ellis Bell, very aggressive to the inside, was always going to be closing that gap. And nice to see Luca Holmes Ballock pull out of that one. Now, he's a driver that is very privy to a very extensive defensive measure. We saw that back at Warden Law from the DHR machine. Nice to see that he's got the racecraft just to lift out of that one and live to fight another day. Warning already for the 264 of Ellis Bell. I would imagine that's for overly aggressive defending. Nonetheless, he's basically having to park it on the white line because he's got Holmes Ballock, Clark, and soon to be Blair Smith just in behind him.
Yeah, it's a strong drive from Ellis Bell for me. I like that. He was aggressive through that infield section there, closing the door on Holmes Ballock. But what else are you going to do when you've got a driver of that standing breathing down your neck? Look, this is where it was last time. Holmes Ballock has a little look, flicks it wide, and then just comes back in and slots back in through that midsection there. The right, then the left, then the right. So that's where Ellis Bell has been doing his overtaking in this race, and now it's where he's having to do his defending. This is really, really good stuff. Another great superheat this morning, Zach, kicking us off in style.
Yeah, down the inside, Luca Holmes Ballock trying to call the bluff there of Ellis Bell as he looks to send one to the inside of paddock bend. No way through, as now they're going quick enough to lift up the inside rear tyre. Luke Holmes Ballock, very Macaulay Bishop-esque driving style there, very relaxed and almost limp, it seems, in the seat. Ellis Bell sat up straight, nice and tight, really. in his stature. Out through the final corner to start what will be the penultimate lap of this race. Look over the shoulder once again from Ellis Bell, puts it straight to the white line, not messing around at all. Will defend turn number 1, and again the single line nature of these sweeping S's mean that he's able to keep the lead of the race. We've got 4 karts though, all involved in the lead fight, sandwiched between the 2 ultimate R's at the front and rear end of this train, Ellis Bell and Blair Smith. It's Holmes, Bannock and Clark that make up the meat of the sandwich, and into towards Paddock Bend once more. Ellis Bell just driving this fantastically well. Now again, he probably is the quickest driver on pace, but the slipstream keeping everyone else in play, and that means Ellis Bell really has to have his wits about him in this defence. 1 more lap left to lead though here at Three Sisters. This is where it counts.
Yeah, it really does count, and just a reminder, this is the second of our 2 junior Rotax Super Heats this morning. We saw that other one just before this, so it sets us up nicely for a real barnstorm of a super final in junior Rotax this afternoon, with the top 4 or 5 in each of these heats going to be championing that super final this afternoon. It's going to be a great race when we come to it later on.
Half a lap left to go. Ellis Bell able to defend the opening corner once again. Luke Holmes-Ballock still searching for a way through, but look at that driving there from Ellis Bell.
Good.
Just aiming the cut at the apex to, you know, sort of just point the cut in early, but Luke Holmes-Ballock will try and find a gap. Contact between the 2 of them, and that was as close as you'd like. That's going to bring in Blair Smith to put some pressure on Sebastian Clark, because the checkup was still there through the boot section for the final time, and Ellis Bell, well, take a bow after that defensive drive. A poor start, made up for it, and hung on all the way to the end. The checker flag will fly. Ellis Bell will take victory in Super Heat A. Luke Holmes-Ballock and Sebastian Clark, your top 3. Blair Smith just outside inside the top 4. And once more, a very close and very competitive Junior Max Super Heat. Of course, for Blake Southern, who was running at the front of that for so long, he can only boast a P18 to his name, and that is a huge hit in the championship narrative with, well, less than a round and a half to go.
Yeah, super exciting stuff. As we see Ellis Bell there, his picture there on the screen. He should have more of a smile than that, hasn't he? He's playing it cool. That photo's probably taken, you know, 3 months ago.
Yeah.
And now we need to see more of a smile there, Ellis.
I think so. Of course, he'll be chuffed as ever. Luke Holmes-Ballock, Sebastian Clark, your top 3 in Super A. Blair Smith, Jack Robinson, your top 5. Joseph Burkery, Nathaniel Great, Harry Radcliffe, who clawed his way up from the back row of the grid, actually, all the way up to P8. Jensen Short and Finley Smith, your top 10 after what was 15 laps of racing here at Three Sisters, nestled just outside of Wigan. Thank you for your company, joining us here for the penultimate round of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Kev Harris alongside me in the commentary box. There's a look all the way down to the rest of our finishers, all the way down to Jake Grafferty. Blake Southern did not manage to get it back out onto circuit. A rear bumper falling off gave him a mechanical flag, the meatball flag if you like, and that brought an end to his super heat. And again, a big hit to the championship directly in this race, but also indirectly, because it means that he'll be fighting, if he makes it to the super final, which I'm sure Blake Southern will, but he will be starting at a lower position than he potentially would have hoped for.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a great start for Blake there. Not what he really wanted at all. But once again, bringing the pictures here from the scrutineering end of the paddock, top end, away to our right from where we're sat right now, geographically. So this is what happens. All the mechanics and mums and dads and parents and guardians get on up there with the trolleys and go and have a little debrief with their driver, get the cart back on the trolley, go and have a little chat and see what they can do next time. Maybe adjust the brake balance, sort out the tyre pressures. Look, he's got a tyre pressure gauge hanging around his neck there, that mechanic from Downhole Racing, because it's tyre pressures, it's brake balance, it's ride height, it's toe in, toe out, all these things that you can adjust on the car that hopefully will make the difference between you know, success and disappointment across all of the teams. Yeah,
of course, the karts, you know, largely all within the same technical spec, and there are going to be differences with chassis, whether you've got, you know, the Lando Norris, or you've got a Tony kart or a Cosmic or whatever you've got, right? But largely at this level, you could probably set up all of the karts to be fairly competitive. As much as the drivers would like to complain that always, you know, the Lando Norris is much quicker this weekend, that might be the case. But the main difference is going to be the setup, and that's 100%. Where teams like DHR and Chaos Sport really do set themselves apart, because they've got the experience. You know, for the drivers, maybe this is a new experience for them in terms of the changing conditions, but for DHR and the mechanics, they go, okay, yeah, this is what worked last time. These are the tyre pressures roughly we're going to run. This is the sort of suspension ideology. They're not going to have exact figures, but the ideology remains the same, and that's built on those years of experience fighting at this front level. And again, as a good of a driver as you might be, the equipment beneath you is just as important. That is mightily impressive, that sprint down the hill there.
The run down the hill.
That's going to be slippery as well, that grass. So good effort, whoever that is. We're going to see someone else attempt it. Let's have a look.
Go on, fella. in the green with the beige shorts.
God, and running up the hill as well.
The sprint up. It's good training. Just jog it down, drive it up. That's what you want. Sprint up. Good
absolutely
fitness.
awful though to do. Cardiovascularly, yeah, incredibly good for you.
Exactly.
Your quads will be on fire, but yeah, you'll be hating yourself and wishing you'd never done it again.
The thing is, Zach, you realise those fans up there on the balcony enjoying some sunshine, basking in the sunshine. I'm not sure they can hear us. I don't think they know we're talking about them right now.
No, they're completely it's like Big Brother all over again.
It is. It is.
We've got the eyes, and they're completely unknown to it. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we've wrapped up our Junior Max Super Heats for this morning. We'll see them back out for the Junior Max, and hopefully we'll see the racing just as good as the sprints down the hill. It's time for the Senior Max, and it's time for Super Heat B. Matty Hingley is the one that leads the top of the Senior Max standings, just what is 32 points clear of Macaulay Bishop after drop scores have been accounted for. Jack Lilly as well, still within a fighting chance, just what is 66 points off the championship lead. Matty Hingley, though, is a driver currently on a 10-race win streak over the course of the Senior Max field. But don't let that deter you, we've still had 8 different race winners, 3 different final winners as well. Matty Hingley, though, is the driver on form. He's taken the last 2 final victories over the course of Warden Law and last time out at Rowrah. So all to play for, particularly in this Senior Max field. All looking to etch themselves into history as, well, what would effectively be the first ever Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship champion, despite the fact that we've been running the championship since 2020. The first time that we've been labelled, of course, as part of the RMC. But, of course, all pressure is there and on for Matty Hingley. Look out for the number 5, who might be taking to Super Heat A. We'll have a look, of course, at the grid as soon as we can. But just taking a look there at some of our drivers out on the dummy grid. A couple of drivers that we can see. Well, there's one of the Ultimate R drivers who will be taken to pole position. That's Finley Buck. The 331, who is one of our race winners actually so far this season. He took that yesterday, P3 and P1. He's on top form so far this weekend at Three Sisters, despite the fact that since joining us in the 2026 championship, back at round 2 at Kimbolton, he didn't take into the top 3. His best result was a P4, and that came at Warden Law. So nice to see Finley Buck back to top form in Senior Max. He'll be alongside one of the KL Sport machines. That being the 378, of course, of Harry Freeman, who capitalised brilliantly back at Whilton Mill. For those that remember, Matty Hingley and Macaulay Bishop, they were fighting against each other tamely for all but one of the laps, and then it all come to blows on the final lap, and Harry Freeman just sort of said, "Oh, cheers, lads, in a bit," and took the win, the first win of the season. He currently racks up P4 in the championship. I say just 123 points off the championship lead, and with what was coming into this weekend, 242 points still to score. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's definitely improbable. There we can see the hype up there for Finley Buck for Ultimate R. Just last little bits of hugs and, well, getting the adrenaline pumping. Header starting on pole position for Super Heat B for Senior Max. And again, for the senior drivers, well, let's see if they can adapt to the challenge quite as well as the juniors did and give us some cracking racing.
Yeah, these Senior Max drivers, Senior Rotax, certainly going to, have been watching the Junior Rotax drivers just now. All going out on slicks, all realising that, there's some fun to be had out there this morning, and they all want to lay down a marker, because a reminder, this is the first time these drivers will have been out today. These guys haven't had a warm-up. We started right on 10 a.m, so the first sort of formation lap will be important for them. But, yeah, they're going to entertain us, aren't they? These are the most experienced and competitive drivers here, I suppose, notwithstanding Rotax 177. But when it comes to the sharp end of making your way through the world of karting, these are the young guns, or the not so young guns, who are really going to be laying it down for us. Yeah,
exactly that. Some of them, yeah, of course, 14, 15, 16, some of them slightly older. Some of them, of course, returning to karting as a method of keeping fit. One driver that springs to mind is Kean Geraghty, who's obviously got his exploits, did a couple of tests in GB4, now races in the Radical Cup UK, and again, comes back to karting. First of all, because he enjoys it so much. Second of all, because again, it is a brilliant way of just keeping fit. I mean, for those, of course, that watch the Slipstream podcast here on Alpha Live, Piers Pryor, Henry Burdett, and Andrew Mathers, of course, doing that. Piers Pryor is talking about just how fit you actually truly have to be. There's being like, fit and going to the gym and being strong and cardiovascularly capable to maybe run up the hill at Three Sisters. Then there's being physically fit enough to rag a go-kart around, and yeah, it is a different level. So nice to see the drivers making sure they stay in tip-top shape out there, whether that does include some hill climbs or sprint intervals. I'm not entirely sure on their specific training regimes. Nonetheless, the green flag waves at the end of the dummy grid, and the drivers will make their way out for their super heat. The pressure, of course, is on this weekend. Changeable conditions here at Three Sisters, and for our Senior Max drivers, the pressure again is on. Let's run you through the starting grid though for Superheat B. It'll be Finley Buck alongside Harry Freeman on the front row. Will Archer alongside his Chaos Sport teammate of Deacon Russell. 3 Chaos Sports, by the way, inside the top 4. They are looking on top form. James Kell alongside Louis Weaver on row 3 with Reece Bailey and Louis Merica on row number 4. Freddie Worlock, Harrison Whitcomb outside, well, just outside of the front 4 rows. He starts P10. Ollie Goodyear from Jacob Lee on row number 6. Then comes Jonas Janauskas, Ryan Carews, Marcus King, and Ethan Critchley alongside each other on row 8, with Mason Traverse lining up and rearing the field in P17. A very lonely row 9 for the TT Motorsport driver. 10 minutes once again plus the lap for Senior Max, and again all eyes going to be on that front row. Finley Buck starting on pole position, but he's got 3 Chaos Sport driver teammates directly behind him, lining up P2, P3 and P4.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Finley Buck there, your pressure's on, isn't it? You've got all of the eyes from your team there, Ultimate R on you, because then behind you, Chaos Sport in the form of Freeman, Archer and Russell, and then your next teammate is James Kell sitting back in 5th. So yeah, a lot of pressure on Finley Buck here, but I'm sure he can handle the pressure. But as we look at the conditions here as well, and if you are just joining us a little bit late, getting out of bed this morning here at 10:45 on a Sunday, you can see the sun now absolutely beaming down, and the damp patches at that bottom end of the circuit, Zach, they appear to be gone, really, don't they? We were seeing a lot more sort of wetness down there earlier.
For the most part, it's pretty dry. It'll be Finley Buck alongside Harry Freeman on the front row of the grid, foot to the floor for the 3rd time today, and we go racing in Senior Max. Nice start actually from Finley Buck. The green flag flies, albeit some hand signals being thrown up in the background. Not entirely sure we'll be going racing. We'll wait and see. The drivers will treat it as normal, particularly at the front end of the field. But I think we have gone for a false start, so they'll go for effectively what is it for the drivers, I'm sure, actually probably quite grateful for another formation lap. Yeah,
absolutely, and got a little chance there to get off the grid at race pace and then send it. And we are going around again, aren't we? The clock has stopped. Yeah, we are. Looked like some of those drivers in the mid-pack hadn't quite noticed, and they're still hammering it through. But yeah, a great opportunity to throttle the car in anger and learn a little bit about it in those opening few seconds, and then we get to go again. And for any drivers, of course, that didn't like their start and felt they were a little bit slow sort of reacting, it's take 2. We go again.
Yeah. It's one that you want to maximise, whether that's a case of, react to the driver in front of you a little bit better, or maybe keep the car in a higher rev band, or whatever it is, right? You get a second go again, which is something you never really get to do. Of course, the Junior Max, by the way, guys, managed to do it both attempts on the first attempt, so sort it out later on. For Senior Max, though, nonetheless, we'll get another go. Take 2, Finley Buck alongside Harry Freeman on the front row of the grid. And then, of course, the 2 Chaos Sports of Harry Freeman, of Will Archer, and, of course, of James Kell directly behind him. Foot to the floor. And hopefully we'll go green flag racing this time through. 10 minutes plus the lap, and a great start there on the outside for the 378 of Harry Freeman. He's sawn round the outside there of Finley Buck. Don't tell me we've gone for another false start, because that was too good to be true there for the Chaos Sport. There you can see the green and yellow chevron. Another false start flag for the Senior Max. Guys, come on.
Well, I mean, if that would have been quite some start for him if that was legit. I'll be honest, I had my eyes glance to the right-hand side where we've got our timing monitor, and then I look back at our screen, and I'm seeing the 378 just roaring ahead. I mean, maybe it just was a flyer. Maybe he just got a great start.
So, well, in terms of karting starts, it very much is a case of follow the leader. Of course, once the green flag flies and you've crossed the start-finish line, then it's fair game. But until then, you're basically going off the pace of the leader. You can't overtake them before, of course, the green flag, right? Otherwise, what's the point of getting pole position? But it did seem that he got a legitimately decent start.
It did on the replay.
It looked good. So he'll be looking to replicate that. Of course, he's in a difficult position because he's on the outside for turn 1, which leads you into, of course, a downhill sweeping section. So it is going to be challenging for Harry Freeman. Once again, Finley Buck, who has to nail the start for the 3rd time in a row now. He's getting his rear bumper pushed there by Will Archer, who's directly behind him on the second row of the grid. And getting the hurry on there, KR Sport will be looking to freight train their way through the Ultimate R Machine, who's all by himself on pole position. Bit of confusion there, and hands up in the air for Finley Buck, who will again put his foot down. We'll go green flag racing this time, side by side. Will Archer tries to get the jump on the inside second row. The good straight off there, wrong layout for one of the KR Sport machines on the opening lap. Side by side between Harry Freeman and Will Archer on the opening lap, but so far so good for Finley Buck as it's side by side in the fight for fourth. Down the hill, nicely done there as they make their way through at the bottom of the hill. It's all gone wrong for one of the drivers though, and in towards Paddock Bend for the first time. Finley Buck has been able to retain that pole position. Yeah,
well played Finley Buck, handled the pressure there, a couple of full starts, had to sort of run the whole grid around that formation lap and then keep your head and then just get a good start, and he did it. So fair play, well done Ultimate Art, well done Finley Buck. But behind him now, pressure on them from Harry Freeman and Will Archer, the 378 and the 361, both KR Sport machines absolutely flying right now. And it was one of our other KR Sport machines that sent himself off in the wrong direction. I saw the back of a kart heading up to the other part of the circuit there, Zach.
Yeah, it was Deacon Russell, I think, and also Rhys Bailey was the one that we saw taking a hop, skip and a jump over the SS section for Craft Motorsport on the opening lap as well. So Deacon Russell, yeah, we are doing the inner layout of the Three Sisters circuit this weekend. Just under 9 minutes left to go in this race. Finley Buck under pressure from Harry Freeman. KR Sport now are able to work together as a contingent with Harry Freeman and Will Archer hunting down the race leader. Behind that, you've got James Kell and Rhys Bailey in P5. Harrison Whitcomb, by the way, has been able to work up a good few places from what was P10 to P6. Harrison Whitcomb, of course, recently doing very, very well for Argenti in the Champions of the Future UK Series. Of course, recently winning that down the inside, though, for the race lead. Harry Freeman just about gets it stopped and skates his way through to overtake Finley Buck. Now is the meat in the sandwich with KR Sport Bred either side of him.
Yeah, lovely. KR Sport Bred either side. And we saw what happened there. Finley's mind was just diverted to his radiator, just flipping up the flap there, just lifting up the flap to get a bit more air through the machine. And while he was thinking about lifting up that radiator flap, well, behind him, Harry Freeman was like, I'm coming through here, pal. And it was a fraction of a second. It was a momentary lapse of concentration from hands off the steering wheel from Finley Buck, and then Mr. Freeman came through.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, that right hand is the hand he would have used to defend. You don't really want to push the steering wheel. You do really want to push it. Pull it. You want to use your lats as opposed to sort of your front delts, if you like, if you want to use the gym terminology, if you like. Point forward, though, from Finley Buck, just to say, even though you are Harry Freeman's teammate, don't battle me too much, and I'll drive you onto the back of him. Rhys Bailey as well, who didn't get the best of starts, is hammering the top three for some pressure, but Harry Freeman, it just seems, has got something else in terms of pace. As soon as he's through on Finley Buck, he's now looking to break clear of that all-important slipstream with 7 minutes and 18 seconds left to go.
Yeah, he's actually stretching a little bit of a lead there, isn't he, where Finley Buck now is under pressure with karts backing up behind him there. Got a little bit of a gap as we see two karts go off onto the grass. It's the 3-1-3. That's Freddie Wehrlock off onto the grass. Didn't see who he took with him. It's Whitcomb. Whitcomb has gone off. So, yeah, that's just a little bit of a moment there in the blink of an eye. Suddenly karts off on the grass, spinning, and their race is as good as over. And Deacon Russell, who was at the start, doesn't look like he's rejoined the race. Went on the wrong circuit. There he is there, 359.
Yeah, I think straight back into pit lane, actually. I mean, that is, of course, where pit lane entry is, I believe, just off of
maybe, yeah,
turn
it must
one.
have a kart issue then, perhaps.
Must have just come straight into pit lane and accelerated quite hard in order to not collect anyone else on that opening lap. So, nice avoidance there from Deacon Russell. As much as we did take the stamp, but you used the wrong layout. You actually did do the right thing in the end, so fair play. 6.5 minutes plus the lap still to go. It's Harry Freeman from Finley Buck, Will Archer following there, the orange, black and the white Ultimate R Machine of the 331 of Finley Buck, and then closely followed by the purple and white KR Sport, the 361 this time of Will Archer, who's looking to find his way through. Is there a move to the inside before the second set of sweepers? The right, the left, the right, down at the bottom of the hill. No way through as it stands for Archer, who's looking to maybe for the moment hold off this battle as a way of pushing away from the likes of Louis Weaver and of course Louis Merica just in behind, and also James Kell as well, 4th, 5th and 6th. I think Will Archer is more interested in working with Finley Buck, at least for the time being, before ultimately sort of staging the move.
Yeah, although on my timing screen here I am seeing CW flashing alongside Will Archer's name, so contact warning for the 361 of Will Archer, probably getting a little bit too aggressive over the rear of Finley Buck there as they go bumper to bumper, and he has a look up the inside. Will he make it stick on the dry terrain or on the dry track? He does, doesn't he? So the slick rubber holds the line for him there. So a strong drive from KR Sport in this one, taking the lead now. So it is Harry Freeman from Will Archer from Finley Buck out in front. That's your top three. So Finley Buck hasn't been able to hang on to that lead position, that pole position that he started the race with.
Yeah, very nice actually, to be fair, from Will Archer. That was a good move. Just aimed the kart at the apex very early, and as soon as he got his front wheel alongside, there wasn't really much that Finley Buck could do. Even though it was a very slow progression up the inside, it still was a brilliant display there from KR Sport. Now sit 1 and 2. Now Will Archer will be looking to play the team game, sit it on the white line, try and defend for P2. Finley Buck will go with him as to avoid being sent up the inside by his Ultimate R teammate, of course, of James Kell. So hopefully we'll be able to see Ultimate R work together as a contingent to get after the 2 KR Sport machines. Behind that comes Louis Weaver for GMS. Then comes Lewis Merica, Marcus King, Ryan Carews, Ollie Goodyear and Jonas Januskis down the inside into Paddock Bend. A look there from Finley Buck. A slight inkling of desperation, I fear, coming in for the Ultimate R machine.
Yeah, he's got himself back behind Will Archer there. But one thing that Will Archer's going to have to do, he's made that overtake on Finley Buck. But now, as you can see, karts are backing up behind him. So he's got to have the pace to get off and away down the road, else he's just going to have these 4 karts just sitting on his rear bumper for the whole of this race, and not one of those 4 drivers is going to want to stay there. So they're all going to be putting moves in on him. So all eyes on Will Archer now, as we see a 363 there. I'm not quite sure who that is, but in the pits.
That's Whitticombe. Yeah, he's out of race.
Yeah.
You can see him there in his Argenti overalls. Like I say, recently just won the Champs of the Future Academy Series here in the UK, and well, a brilliant driver in his own right. A driver that doesn't necessarily have the budget to go all the way, but showcases his talent on a number of occasions, is the 18-year-old. And again, today was another one of those occasions. Unfortunately, caught up in an incident. We didn't quite see the full cause of it, but nonetheless, he was caught up with himself and Freddie Worlock. 3.5 minutes left to go in this race. Harry Freeman running away with the race lead. Meanwhile, his teammate is doing the job here. Look to the inside. Finley Buck finds the gap in towards turn number 1 and is forced to give the space. Is Will Archer. Nice move there from Finley Buck, just to not back out. Call the bluff there of the KR Sport machine. It's caused a bit of turmoil in the background of this train, though, because, of course, Louis Weaver for GMS Kart Team is looking to get involved and also keep the 2 over his shoulder behind him as well. Yeah,
I felt for a few corners there for that last lap or so that Finley Buck was much quicker than Will Archer, so I feel that that overtake was coming. But, you know, the battle's not done, is it? Because look at this, like you say there, GMS Kart Team, Louis Weaver then leading the train now. That is James Kell and Louis Merica, and they've all got eyes on getting past both of these 2 drivers. But really, it's all about Finley Buck getting off and away from Will Archer now. He needs to break away from Will Archer so he can start looking further down the road. But Will Archer's not giving up. Look, having a look to the outside, then slots in. So they're both running quick, actually. They're both running quick. The 3.31 and the 3.61 of Buck and Archer, both fast in the mid stages of this race, or latter stages of this race.
Such a great sensation of speed around this circuit. Of course, Three Sisters, they host mini bikes, they host track days, they host drift days, and basically anything under the sun here at this circuit. A brilliant facility and a fantastic circuit. Again, nestled up here just outside of Wigan. 2 minutes 14 seconds plus the lap still to go. Harry Freeman leads, Finley Buck leads, Will Archer, Louis Weaver, Louis Merica, James Kell, Marcus King, I think also, no, just outside of that train. So we've got 2nd through to 6th involved in this train, and Harry Freeman, very much a free man up in front, 1.8 seconds clear of the pack, with just 4 laps left to go as they cross the line. Yeah, back of that train then is James Kell. It's a smattering of Ultimate R and KR Sport with a little bit of GMS Kart Team in the middle in the form of Louis Weaver. But look at this, really, they haven't been able, not one of these drivers in this pack has been able to sort of make a breakaway and carry the speed that Harry Freeman has out in front. Freeman, you just see zipping through your picture there in KR Sport. The gap back to him then last time by, it's almost 2 seconds. It's 1.787 seconds, so just under 1.8 seconds then the gap. But yeah, so not one of these drivers really as we look at the battle. Will Archer then up the inside having a look, but no, the door gets closed again by Finley Buck. Yeah, similar defence that we just saw from Ellis Bell in the Junior Max, in the sense that he's just putting it exactly where he needs to. The key points to sort of defend definitely are turn number 1. You're off the back of a very long run in the toe, in the slipstream. That's the main one you want to cover off. But also as well, we have seen some moves down at the bottom of the hill and also into that corner, that long right-hander at Paddock Bend. Again, if you can get your nose alongside, really much just carry the speed in, sort of really focus on the entry, deal with the exit once you're alongside the kart in front. That's then the other sort of focal point of the circuit to get done. Through the sort of the sweepers, through the S's, it's very much single line, and particularly now we're in these drying conditions. But now, like we see once again, Finley Buck looking over his shoulder as soon as he sees a threat, straight to the white line to defend it, and then there's not really much that Will Archer can do all the way down to the bottom of the hill.
Not at all. But Archer knows that he's quick, so he's going to have another little look next time by for sure. But then, you know, Finley Buck is also quick, and you know, just closing the gap there. Louis Weaver, full shout out to 348 from GMS. Look at him; he's just not letting either of those guys go by. You can just tell by his body language, the way he's sitting in the car. He's a driver, the 348 Louis Weaver, who knows that he's got the speed, the same speed as these karts in front of him. He's just biding his time. We might see a move from Weaver on Archer any moment now, I would think. Yeah, look, just a little wag. Look at this. Here we go then. It all opens up, does it? And closes. Weaver up the inside then. Archer runs wide. Now Archer goes back. How many places has he dropped? Wow. Will Archer drops 4 places in one corner, or 3 places in one corner. That's incredible. I said it. So there you go. So Mr. Louis Weaver then getting the overtake done, just putting the cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah, not the best of lines as well for Louis America, the 339 off the exit at the bottom of the hill, running a little bit wide, but for Harry Freeman, it's been a perfect display for him in that KR Sport Machine. His first win since he won the final back at Whilton Mill. It's a return to form for the KR Sport Machine. Out through the final corner, we'll see the checker flag fly first, and it'll be Harry Freeman that takes victory in Superheat B for Senior Max, closely, well, not so closely, followed by Finley Buck and Louis Weaver for GMS Kart Team. Will bring it home inside the top 3. A brilliant drive from him. Louis America as well. They were basically separated by just over a second across the line. It was 2.3 the gap, and then 3.3 the gap between Weaver and America. James Kell comes across the line in P5 as well. But for Harry Freeman, again, did the job exactly as he needed to, largely helped by his teammate of Will Archer parking the bus slightly once he got into P2, allowing Freeman to run away. But for Finley Buck, it was a nice run. Not what he exactly would have wanted from pole, but still takes home P2. Louis Weaver, Louis America, James Kell, your top 5 from Will Archer, Marcus King, Ryan K-Roos, Ethan Critchley and Ollie Goodyear, your top 10, with Yanis Yanissauskas from Freddie Worlock, Jacob Lee, Harrison Whitcomb, who we lost just halfway through that race, Reece Bailey, as well as Deacon Russell, who DNF didn't even get through the opening corner before finding his way back into pit lane. So a shame for KR Sport, who, well, locked out 3 of the top 4 spots on the grid, and, well, they, in the end, only took one of them, and that was the top one from Harry Freeman. Nicely done, of course, and, well, once again, the 3rd race of the day, and we've not yet had a boring one.
Not yet had a boring one. No, we haven't, mate. They've all been absolutely brilliant. Really exciting stuff as we look at a Craft Motorsport machine. A driver in the middle there. That would have been, is that Reece Bailey? Might well have been. Yeah, I think it's Reece Bailey, 343 perhaps. Craft Motorsport man. But yeah, exciting stuff. I mean, the talking point for me on that one there is the closing stages, the 361 of Will Archer. Don't forget he was running in what, 2nd/3rd, really. They were fighting for position, weren't they? And then in the space of that 1 or 2 corners, when Louis Weaver put the move in and had a go, suddenly Will Archer found himself running back down the order, and come the checkered flag, the best he could do was cross the line in 6th. So, yeah, that's the talking point for me. Will Archer right now would be pretty cross with himself, I would think. Yeah,
absolutely. Again, just a small mistake from Will Archer, and with some disastrous consequences. There we can see the Craft Motorsport 343 of Reece Bailey, who had a poor start. Again, the hop, skip and the jump, got some airtime at the bottom of the hill. Was able to recover, was running inside the top 5 brilliantly. Ultimately, though, a DNF for the 343. Maybe it was a problem that had sort of burdened him since the very start of the race and sort of materialised as it went through, but nonetheless, he'll be gutted with that one, and will be fighting a bit later on for, well, top honours if he is able to make it into the super final later on. Of course, the top 36 if they're able to make it. I think for Senior Max, the majority of the field might be able to make their way onto the super final grid. Nonetheless, we'll have to wait and see what can happen for Reece Bailey. It would be a shame, because, again, his pace absolutely is there this weekend, as they desperate to get that cut back into the paddock. That's the first Senior Max Superheat of the day done and dusted. We'll head into our 4th race of the day. It's time for Senior Max Superheat A. This race coming up for the Senior Max drivers, probably one of the most important ones they'll have of their season. In terms of the championship narrative, Matty Hingley leads Macaulay Bishop after drop scores by just 32 championship points, 600 to 568. Jack Lilly as well, looking very, very strong. There he is, the Strawberry Racing driver on the right-hand side of your screen. The 399 as well, 534, needs a very strong result this weekend in order to stay in championship contention. But for Matty Hingley, he's on the back of 10 races in a row. Did the clean sweep at Warden Law, did the clean sweep at Rowrah, and right now undefeated at Three Sisters. The Ultimate R driver, who as a contingent this weekend looking incredibly strong. Matty Hingley, absolutely no exception.
Yeah, he's been the cream of the crop this year, hasn't he? He's been the class act. And interestingly, when I was in the Ultimate R awning a little bit earlier on, his mechanic said, "Oh, don't shoot the car. It's looking a little bit scruffy. It's a bit old, this one now." And I said, "Mate, don't worry about the car. It's working perfectly for him, and it looks great. All the karts from Ultimate R do." He was only joking, really. But if it is an older car or an older chassis, well, it doesn't matter, does it? Because it's working for him. As you say there, clean sweep at round 3, clean sweep at round 4, and here we are at round 5, and he started with a clean sweep with a win in heats 1 and 2 yesterday. So it's just gold right across the board for him. Sitting in the championship at this point in time right now, just above Macaulay Bishop. 600 points is where he's at, and Macaulay's at 568. But and Jack Lilly, like you say, lining up alongside Matty Hingley for this one. He's in 3rd at the moment in the championship as it goes, and he had a 2nd and a 3rd yesterday. So Jack Lilly there of Strawberry is going to be looking to maximise this opportunity here. As we see behind them, Matteo Palazzo, another great young driver who's been with Ultimate Karting Championship for a little while. Did well at the end of last season, and enjoying some time with Guy Cunnington this year.
Yeah, Matteo Palazzo, very impressive with Cow Sport, I think it was last year. Yeah. Incredibly good. I remember distinctly Lark Hall last season. He was very good, and that was, again, a very similar weekend to this in the sense that we had the rain on and off over the course of Sunday. He rose to the challenge for the most part. I think in the end didn't quite get the result he wanted to, but he was definitely at the front end of the field. Of course, we're just moments away from getting this race underway, and of course for Matty Hingley, it'll be just rinse and repeat, really, for what he's done over the last 10 races, where he's not lost a race since. He's not been off of the top 3, by the way, since race 2 at round 2 at Kimbolton, and even that was a P5. His lowest finish this year came at the first final of the year back at Whilton Mill. That was a P6. But he was leading the majority of that race. It was only after contact with himself and Macaulay Bishop that he dropped down. So the season for Matty Hingley, in terms of driving standards and driving performance, I mean, has been near clinical, really, for the number 5.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get better. It's quite if you go onto the Alpha timing or go onto the Ultimate Karting Championship website and click on the thing where it says standings, and then look through and look at Senior Rotax, and you look at the leaderboard, the table as it is. It's quite a very visual representation of just how well he's done, seeing all that gold right across the top of the leaderboard there with those number 1s in first place. And Macaulay Bishop in 2nd right now. Brilliant driver, has won everything that there is to win in karting pretty much. And you look below him and he's got more of a smattering of gold, silver and bronze. So top of the table. I mean, it's really good to see from both of those drivers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then,
sorry.
No. And like I say, and then Jack Lilly and Harry Freeman behind them there, 2 drivers who we've already name-checked this morning, both looking to sort of, well, get themselves in the mix at that top end and snatch the championship podium place. Will they be 3rd? Will they be 2nd? Who knows?
Let's take a look at the grid then. Nonetheless, for Superheat A, Matty Hingley alongside Jack Lilly. Macaulay Bishop, reigning world champion, starts P3 alongside Matteo Palazzo for Guy Cunnington Racing. They lock out the front 2 rows of the grid, and that'll be a very interesting challenge towards turn number 1. Joshua Graham, who was very strong at Kart Masters in 2026, starts alongside Pearson Bullock Carter on row 3. Jamie Burt alongside Charles Green, once again for Guy Cunnington Racing, lines up on row number 4. Completing the top 10, Charlie King alongside Morgan Hudson-Brown with George Holm and Ollie Miller, your front 6 rows. Then comes Caitlin Seabrook. Jack West down in P14 with Archie Hogan and Taylor England on row 8. Sam Kelbrick, Charlie Holm, 17th and 18th position heading into this race. Now, one thing I did want to mention, there's a problem already there for the 3-2-1. That, of course, being...
Who is 3-2-1?
One of the drivers, anyway.
3-5-1? No, 3-2-1. Don't know.
It's one of the drivers.
It's Guy Cunnington Kart. Guy Cunnington Kart.
one of the Guy Cunnington oh, they wouldn't show up on the time screen because they've not gone, have they? So yeah, there we go. Let's have a look on the
quickly look.
championship, nonetheless. 3, 2, 1. I could control F this and it'd be a lot easier. It's Caitlin Seabrook, who hasn't been able to get off the grid. Should be starting P14 or somewhere in that vein, but very clearly won't be.
Caitlin Seabrook fact as well. I think this is her last season in the Ultimate Karting Championship. She's off to uni,
Oh,
so
really?
she doesn't want to finish on a low point like this, really.
Not at all.
No.
Not at all. Of course, nice to see prioritising education and, of course, going onwards and upwards in the world.
Stay in school, kids.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. She won't be taken to the start of this one, though, unfortunately. Ultimate R and Matty Hingley will lead them to start the 4th race of the day. Green flag waves at the back, and we go racing for Senior Max. Or do we even? Maybe it's another false start at the front end of the field. We'll wait and see. Nonetheless, they jostle for position and up over the curb. A very scrappy start at that, but we have gone green flag racing. So Matty Hingley, very aggressive off the jump, very much getting his elbows out in order to retain that pole position. They make their way through the bottom of the circuit. Already a spin for the 377. That's Ollie Miller for LMM Motorsport, who's gone round. Macaulay Bishop has found his way up to P2 and challenging now his championship rival of Matty Hingley directly in front of him.
Yeah, certainly amongst all the chaos of that start there with senior Rotax, it does look like Matty Hingley has got himself off and away down the road, and Macaulay Bishop has made up a place from 3rd to 2nd. It will all sort itself out when they come past the timing screens first time by, and we'll get the graphics up on. But at the moment, it's Hingley from Bishop, from Lilly, Palazzo, Matteo Palazzo for Guy Cunnington Racing, then the number 360 gets himself to 4th and stays there, and Josh Graham then of Chaos Sport in 5th right now. But a little bit of a scrappy start for some, but the key players then have done what they needed to do and get themselves out in front, and now the battle is on. Yeah,
Macaulay Bishop needs to score some points relative to Matty Hingley, needs to end the win streak ideally here this weekend. And, well, we'll be looking to do exactly that. He is on the rear end. Jack Lilly as well was fighting there, but it's Joshua Graham that now runs P3. The number 8 has been able to tip up a couple of places and now has sight of the top 2. Let's see if they can get after him. They have got a nice gap here. Now, the last time Matty Hingley and Macaulay Bishop worked together, it ended in tears back at Whilton Mill. Of course, a point forward there from Matteo Palazzo just to say to Graham, no, I'm not going to fight you. You're under no threat. Let's just go and get them. He's not interested in fighting for P3. Matteo Palazzo, even though it's a new team, it's the same mentality.
Yeah.
It's to get after the top 2 in this race.
Yeah, nice driver, really nice lad. Always chat to his granddad when he's here at the circuit as well, who supports him at each one of these rounds. So the battle is on. We're watching this now. He's just matching every move that Josh Graham has. It's Guy Cunnington chasing down KR Sport, then 360 chasing down the number 8. But the job for both of those drivers then is to get on the rear of Macaulay Bishop and Matty Hingley, because that's where the business end of this championship is going to be played out. So Palazzo now needs to just drive clean and drive smooth and bide his time to get up and past the driver that's in front of them. It's Josh Graham, and then hopefully the pair of them can put the hammer down and take the battle to Bishop and Hingley, who are a little bit further down the road already in the opening stages.
Yeah, Macaulay Bishop, of course, does everything there is to race in karting, with DHR representing them incredibly well. Down the inside as well for one of the Jacks Motorsports, that's the 319, straight down the inside at Paddock Bend. Beautifully done, nonetheless. And that battle will continue down in towards the next corner. That's 315 even. That's Pearson Bullock Carter getting very argy-bargy through the boot section. Also there is George Holm for TT Motorsport, the lower fringes of the top 10. And once again, a cracking battle on display with 7 minutes plus the lap left to go. It's all aboard the Pearson Bullock Carter Express, it seems, in the fight for P8.
Yeah, absolutely. The fight for P8 is great. Look at all these drivers bunching up. Doesn't matter where you are in the field. The excitement runs high, and we're just following that action right now with the on-screen cameras. There we go. Then you can see it. Pearson Bullock Carter, the number 315 there, down as a privateer on the timing screen as it is right now. I think he still is, but don't quote me on that. But behind him right now then, yeah, George Hume, Jamie Burr, Archie Hogan, Taylor England, Sam Kelbrook and Charlie Hume, all just battling away. Ollie Miller didn't have the best of starts, did he? Had a little bit of a spin in the opening lap. He's running down to 15th at 377. And Charles Cheesy Green, is he still running? Is he here? I think he is, maybe.
He's 4 laps down, regardless. Tucked behind the steering wheel there is the 312 of George Holm, but straight down the inside comes Jamie Burr. Well, completely drives past him in a straight line there, despite the human DRS efforts from the 312. 6 minutes plus the lap left to go in this race, and a cracking battle on our hands for P8. Of course, Matty Hingley and Macaulay Bishop still keep each other company at the front. Joshua Graham and Matteo Palazzo desperately trying to get into contention and get within the crucial slipstream range that they need around a very fast Three Sisters circuit, which I would definitely say is probably up there in terms of one of the best venues that we'll be taking to this season, purely in terms of its raceability and the overtaking opportunities that we've got at this circuit. New fastest lap of the race for Matty Hingley. It's virtually matched by Macaulay Bishop, side by side once again, though. That's the number 9, that's Jack West, fighting with Charlie King, and a move there for West up into what is P6 now in this race.
Yeah, great to see teammates racing like that, both from Strawberry there, Charlie King and Jack West, the 374 and the number 9, wheel to wheel, side by side, but just giving them, giving us the excitement and giving them the thrill of the race, which is what karting is all about. So exciting, so great driving to see there. Matty Hingley, like you say, with some clear air in front of him, has the fastest lap right now. Picking up in the mid-pack action here. Guy Cunnington fully in the mix as we pick up the pictures with Matteo Palazzo having a look up the inside then. Will he get the move done? He does. A nice little move on the number 8 of Josh Graham from KR Sport. We saw Ellis Bell, didn't we, do that earlier on? That seems to be the key overtaking spot here this weekend.
Yeah, straight down the inside of T1, off the back, use the slipstream, which is very important this weekend. The lone puddle there in the middle of the circuit, and I think that probably will stay there for the best part of the day. Yeah. Matteo Palazzo, though, I think, aware of the threat that is Jack Lilly, because he's now arrived on the scene at the rear end of these three, and now wants to be the one to lead the charge. He played, the bigger man, if you like. He was sat behind him, worked with Joshua Graham. Now he wants to be the one to try and lead the charge after Macaulay Bishop and Matty Hingley, who, to be fair, the favour swinging the way of Matty Hingley, who's just got about a 10th.5 measure over Macaulay Bishop every single lap. It looks to me that if all goes well for Matty Hingley, a 10-race win streak will soon become 11 in about 5 minutes' time. Yeah,
I think that could be what's going to happen out front, but all eyes now on Matteo Palazzo. Did a brilliant overtake just before on Josh Graham through that midfield there on that right-hander, then the left-hander. It was exactly that moment last time by, but now he's got to try and stretch his legs and extend a little bit of a gap, because now he's under pressure, and he'll be feeling the pressure from the KR kart that is Josh Graham, who hasn't let him go at all. Every time they come to a braking zone, the gap closes up. Then Matteo can pull away a little bit, but then that gap comes back. It's sort of concertinaing at every opportunity. And I'm loving your human DRS reference there, Zach, because they're all doing it, just dipping down behind the steering wheel. Yeah,
all of them do it. I don't know how much of an advantage they actually do get for it. I think it's more psychological than anything, but even if it is 0.05 of a kilometre, it's worth it, maybe. 3 minutes, 12 seconds plus the lap still to go, and just goes the measure that these drivers will go to extract all of the performance possible. Now, for a driver like Macaulay Bishop, who naturally sits quite low in the seat anyway, it's quite easy for him to do the human DRS. For a driver there we can see like Joshua Graham, who does sit quite high up in the car, maybe slightly more difficult. And that is something to play around with and to note as well, the stature in the car. Take a Riley Morrow in Junior Max, who barely pokes his head over the steering wheel. Naturally, is going to be a little bit more aerodynamic than, say, Joshua Graham, who very much is poking above his steering wheel. So, again, small, tiny differences like that are consequential in karting. Nonetheless, Matty Hingley leads now just under a second back to Macaulay Bishop. What a drive this has been, by the way, from Matty Hingley. His form near unbreakable. As soon as he gets into his rhythm, he's uncatchable, isn't he? Yeah, such a cool customer as well. So kind of measured and organised in what he's doing, and just no question in his mind that he isn't going to turn up and just deliver. And that's what he seems to have done once again. We haven't really seen anything of them on our race pictures, so we can only assume that Hingley and Bishop are so far off and away down the road, which they do seem to be from the other karts. As we look at the battle here up the inside, a move from the 339 on the number 8. So the 339, then Jack Lilly now going past Joshua Graham and has a little look over his shoulder to make sure he's got it done. This is great stuff. Josh Graham really needs to concentrate here, else his race is going not in the direction that he wants it to. No, not in the slightest. Like I say, he did very, very well at Kartmasters this year, did Joshua Graham. I think inside the top 5, if not on the podium, was the number 8 in what was a very frantic Senior Max Kartmasters. Macaulay Bishop still probably feeling a little bit hard done by a penalty that sparked a lot of controversy in the YouTube chat in Senior Max. He basically was 4 wheels alongside, tapped the driver on his outside, pushed them wide slightly, was given a 5-second time penalty as a result, and it cost him a chance of the win. In the end, Freddie Lloyd, who has been on top form in Senior Max so far this year, took the win back at Kimbolton as well, was able to take the Kartmasters GP plate, but nonetheless we're here for the UKC, and we're seeing a battle between Jack Lilly, Joshua Graham, and also getting reeled in maybe in the not too distant future is Jack West. There he is, the number 9, closing in onto the back of the number 8 with just a couple of laps left to go in this race.
Yeah, so Jack West then obviously capitalising on this battle then between Lilly and Graham. As Lilly and Graham start to battle out, West then closes the gap on the pair of them. Josh Graham, though, really he's dropped down, 2 or 3 places in these last sort of few moments of this race. He's going to be perhaps a little bit disappointed himself for KR Sport, but now just having a look around the outside on what is a very dry, sunny circuit here at Wigan this morning. Look at this, all over the back of him. The number 8 then chasing down Jack Lilly, the 399, but the gap has closed. Jack West now closes in on them, so we've now got a 3-kart train going into, the last 20 seconds plus a lap of this one.
Yeah. Nicely defended there from Jack Lilly. He's going to have to drop the anchors. There's not really any more that he can get out of this race. Matteo Palazzo has completely dropped them. Hasn't been able to catch Macaulay Bishop, and P1, P2 and P3, their pace is kind of equaled out slightly. But Macaulay Bishop's pace differential to Matteo Palazzo very similar to what Hingley's is to Bishop, so they've all just sort of settled into no man's land. However, a forensic battle going on here. Look to the inside, Joshua Graham putting 2 wheels onto the grass. That is still going to be very slippery and very damp off of the circuit. Closing him now, Jack West at the rear end of this train. Penultimate lap of the race, Jack Lilly driving over his shoulder to make sure he does not relinquish this 4th place.
Watch Jack West, number 9 now. He's all over the back of these two. He's the driver that's got nothing to lose at this point in time. Certainly in his helmet now, he's going to be thinking, come on, pal, I can do this. Let's do it. Let's do it. This is really exciting stuff as we are on the last lap for these drivers now then as they come by. That 3-kart train hasn't changed. Graham has a little look, and then we have Lilly closing the door and West behind them just watching it all go on, biding his time, waiting for the move. This is where the action's happening because Palazzo, Bishop and Hingley are all off and away down the road. Their race is done.
Yeah, absolutely. 1 lap left to go then. Look to the outside from, of course, Jack West. Doesn't quite manage to get it to work, but he gives himself, crucially, a bit of space to work with down the hill. He might be able to use that momentum to his favour. Jack Lilly, the 399, desperately trying to hang on to this one. Of course, Matty Hingley dominating this one. A look to the inside of Paddock Bend as well from Jack West. Couldn't quite find a way through. Just half a lap left to go for these drivers in Senior Max. Keeping an eager eye as to where our race leader is as well, Matty Hingley, who's now making his way through the boot section for the final time in this race. And for the 11th time in a row, Matty Hingley will take victory in the UKC. What a drive from the championship leader. Brings it home crucially just in front of his championship rival of Macaulay Bishop. And Matteo Palazzo completes the top 3 with Lilly, Graham and West staying exactly as they were heading on to the final lap. A very nice defensive drive from Lilly, but a dominant drive once more from Matty Hingley.
And for us, Zach, another great superheat this morning.
Absolutely.
Not one of these superheats has left us anything but excited at the prospect of this afternoon's super final. Great racing here in the Rotax RMC Ultimate Karting Championship. Just phenomenal stuff. The smile says it all there on Matty Hingley. That photo was taken at the start of the season, but it could have been taken just now.
Absolutely. He'll be chuffed over the moon with it, taking, again, what is his 13th total of the season, his 11th in a row. Matty Hingley, Macaulay Bishop, Matteo Palazzo, your top 3 from Jack Lilly, Joshua Graham and Jack West, the Triple J battle that we saw for 4th place. Charlie King, Pearson Bullock Carter, Archie Hogan and Jamie Burt, your top 10 after 16 laps of racing in the Senior Max Superheat A. Taylor England, Sam Kelbrick from George and Charlie Holm, Ollie Miller and Charles Green, who did not take to the start in P16. We also didn't see Caitlin Seabrick take to the circuit either. Unfortunate for her, again, in what is, well, her final couple of rounds with us in the UKC before Pastures New University. One thing that I did want to note as well, after scoring 40 points in this race, Matty Hingley has already surpassed the total of the 2025 champion of Keane Geraghty, who won the championship last year with 636 points. At the end of this race, Matty Hingley, still with a final and a round to go, will sit provisionally at 640.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff. Great maths there, Zach. But yeah, really, really good stat that. It just shows you just how well that Matty Hingley has done. And obviously points scoring lower down as well. Macaulay Bishop was 568, so he's going to end up on quite the tally as well come the end of round 6 down at Dunkeswell in Devon. So yeah, good stuff. Really, really exciting. And as we say, what have we seen now? How many races have we seen this morning already? 4?
4, yeah.
4. And all 4 of them have just been brilliant. Yeah. Really, really exciting. Good racing from all 4 of these super heats this morning.
We're halfway through the morning's action already. We've got the micros, the minis, the 177s, and then the junior repechage up. And, well, we've already, like I say, 8 races this morning. We're already halfway through them. They have absolutely flown through. Of course, the Senior Max drivers will, again, have an opportunity to review. And then they'll go again for their super final later on today. There is Jack West, the number 9, who, again, a champion in his own right, both in the UK and over in fighting at the front end in Europe as well, is Jack West. So a phenomenal driver in his own right now with Strawberry Racing. One driver that was incredibly impressive, the Jax Motorsport of Pearson Bullock Carty, who was making some moves over the course of that one, and then wheeling their car back to the pit lane is the 318 of Hudson Brown. And well, for the next race of the day, of course, we go from some of the most experienced drivers in the paddock in the form of the Senior Max. It's time now for the Mighty Micros. The top three in the Micromax Championship separated by just 21 points, with 242 points still for them to score in 2026. It is, well, the youngest lot of drivers in the paddock, but don't let that deter you in the slightest. They give us some of the most magnificent racing that we see, and one of the closest championship battles out there as well. Now fielding the GP plate as well this year, Jayan Prakash, the driver who comes into this round P2 in the championship, just 13 points off the championship lead. He'll be riding that wave of motivation, of confidence off the back of winning the international trophy at Le Mans and as well Kart Masters. I mean, it's all to play for now for Jayan Prakash.
Bragging rights is what that is. He's got to be, as a young driver there. We just got, what, 4 of them lining up, but there's 8 in total, I think, here this weekend. But yeah, absolute bragging rights for Jayan Prakash there. At that age, you must be standing at the front of the grid with that GP plate on your kart, just feeling really proud and pleased and a little bit maybe bullish and confident, knowing, you know, how well you're doing. And he's taken that confidence into this weekend, hasn't he? With yesterday getting himself a first place in Heat 1 and a first place in Heat 2, scoring a maximum 36 points for each of those victories yesterday in wet conditions. So, yeah, he'll be feeling like he's the main man, the big man on campus right now, and he is. But also as well, let's not forget, this is the first time that these guys will have gone out on slicks. Look, brand new slicks on their karts this morning. As we have Mr. Hanley there just coming on over. Caden Hanley giving him a little bit of a high five or a little bit of a handshake there. He got a second and a third yesterday. So they're lining up towards the front of this one. And Seb Crawford, our championship leader, the best he could do yesterday was 2 fourth places. We'll see where that puts him in the lineup for this one.
Yeah, hasn't taken a race victory since winning the final back at Warden Law, has Sebastian Crawford, and he really was on top form back in Sunderland. Those that joined us for that, definitely a brilliant battle in the Micromax Championship, and one, of course, that has continued all the way through to this weekend. We'll run you through, of course, the grid once they make their way out onto the circuit. Of course, Jayan Prakash would be looking to, again, claw back some points in the championship. Again, after drop scores have been accounted for, there is, like I say, just what is 21 points between Sebastian Crawford on 568, Jayan Prakash on 555, and Lenny Barton on 547. But, of course, all eyes on to the GP plate of Prakash, who, like I say, has been doing incredibly well. Now, joining us on the grid there, you can see the number 17, the Sam Pollock Racing of Kai Suri, off the back of a ban in the UK for getting quite heated with another driver. Let's not forget, but you know, has taken that lesson, has learned from it, and again, still very, very young is Kai and these Micromax drivers, so they are going to go through those lessons. He's been testing off in Dubai. He's not been out of the kart, let's say, because he has been able to stay busy and stay fit, as we have already alluded to, is incredibly important. It's also a new circuit for him here at Three Sisters, as it will be for a lot of these Micromax drivers, and a lot to sort of rise to the challenge of as well. But be interesting to see what Kai can do, quite clearly from the back row of the grid, but a driver we know is very punchy and very capable of coming back forwards in a race.
Yeah, absolutely. So see what he can do. And shout out and good morning to Oliver Woodall, kart number 40, and Lucas Seabright joining us for the first time this year in the UKC. Karts number 40 and 73 are those two. Got a 6th and a 7th, did Mr. Woodall yesterday, and an 8th and a 6th yesterday, did Lucas. So good luck to both of you guys. Thanks for joining us in this one, and hopefully we'll see you for the full season next next year. Kart number 69 then lining up alongside J.M. Prakash is that man, Caden Hanley. He's got the calibre. He's in round 4. Don't forget, won both of the heats in round 4 last time out. Best he could do in the final, though, was a 7th. And we just saw joining the grid last, but by no means least, your championship leader, Kart number 8. Just centre your picture right now there. That is Seb Crawford, the cool customer that is Mr. Crawford. Already a very marketable young driver, it has to be said, Zach.
Yeah, he's incredible, to say the least, is the number 8, and, well, has taken a final victory, well, 2 final victories, in fact, at Kimbolton and at Warden Law, respectively. Dropped a little bit last time out at Rowrah, but yeah, from what I saw, quite changeable conditions, quite similar actually to what we saw here in terms of adaptability having to come to the forefront. But Sebastian Crawford able to hang on to the championship lead, but with what is now just 6 point scoring opportunities left to go. Of course, the Superheat, the final today, and then, of course, all of Dunkeswell when we take to the final round of the 2026 season. Like I say, all to play for. 242 points still to score, and just 21 that separate the top 3 in the championship. The pressure absolutely is on, but of course, probably no more than anyone, of course, of that GP plate who comes in, like we say, with the bragging rights, but also, I guess, the expectation to continue the form that we've seen so far in this season.
Yep, that's exactly what he's going to be feeling right now. A little bit of pressure, and especially when behind him, he's got number 47 there, Lenny Barton, 3rd in the championship right now, and just behind him, shout out to Arlo Gamble, kart number 72, our winner last time out when we were at Rowrah in that final. Well done to Arlo. Can he recreate that again this weekend? So yeah, while J.M. Prakash will be feeling like, you know, he's on the top of the tree, there's some other drivers behind him right now who will be putting the pressure on him for sure.
Absolutely. He starts from pole position alongside Caden Hanley on the front row. Lenny Barton alongside Sebastian Crawford on row number 2. Then comes Arlo Campbell, Oliver Whittle, who keep each other company on the 3rd row of the grid, with Lucas Seabright joining us this weekend, and Kai Suri back from a ban lining up in P8 on the grid for Micromax. Let's see what he can do as he charges his way forward for the number 17. He has taken a P3 in a final. That was back at Kimbolton so far this season. And we'll be looking to get back to those sorts of ways. However, speak of it, he's had a spin on some cold tyres, not quite scrubbed in, still very, very cold, and gets his way going. Now, I did see yesterday that Kai basically had a chunk of his wheel taken out yesterday. The rim had like buckled in and collapsed. Similar thing happened to him in Dubai as well. For Kai, and weird that it's happened twice. It only, you know, if he got a 50p for every time it's happened, it'd only have 2 50p's, but it is very weird that it's happened twice. But yeah, no, so he'll be maybe a little bit shaken maybe by that.
Yeah,
of course, they're in a good outfit with Sam Pollock Racing. They're in good hands, let's say the least. But yeah, not the way you want to start your Superheat is by spinning on the formation lap.
No, not at all. But we've seen many drivers do it from all different age groups. So yeah, nothing to worry about there. Lots of people spin on that formation lap. But yeah, not the start he needs. They'll have to just sort of concertina up, and we'll see him link on the back of them. Just the 8 of them here this weekend, which is really rare because we've had, you know, grids of, you know, almost 30 in Micromax this season already, and one can only assume that as we come into the August bank holiday weekend, a few mums and dads have said, no, we're going on holiday, you're not going karting this weekend. But for these 8, they're in the mix for the championship, and it all counts. They've
got their priorities straight, let's put it that way. It'll be, of course, 8 minutes plus the lap for these young drivers, and well, we'll see who can take victory in the Micromax Superheat. Of course, way forwards there to Caden Hanley from J.M. Prakash, who will hold firm on the inside of turn number 1, and already contact there and spinning off into the other layout of the Three Sisters circuit. That's Kai Suri after spinning on the formation lap. There's contact on the opening lap, and the Sam Pollock Racing machine is facing backwards. We are green flag racing. J.M. Prakash very cheeky off of the race start there, but will hold firm and keep the lead of the race through into the second half of the opening lap.
Yeah, so we're in the second half of this opening lap then, and we have that man, J.M. Prakash, out in front on the GP plate, then leading them away. It was a very sort of muted start, it seemed. It was, didn't come around the corner flying, but they were off and away racing cleanly. But unfortunately for young Kai Suri, clipped the rear wheel of a kart ahead of him, I think, by the looks of it, and it just sent him up into the air, and then when he landed, he was pointing in the opposite direction. So, yeah, it's a sorry start for Mr. Suri, sadly, but he'll work his way back up. He got those lovely pink race gloves of Arlo Gamble, so we can spot him nice and easily. But already, look at this, J.M. Prakash under pressure then from, that's Caden Hanley, isn't it? I think who's putting the pressure on him right now.
Yeah, it is. And a point forward as well from Gamble, just to say, come on, lads, let's go forwards, please. Of course, Micromax, they've still got a lot to learn in the world of karting. Up and under from Arlo Gamble, actually the 72, trying to get onto the rear end of Sebastian Crawford, chasing after the 40 of Oliver Woodall. That's the sample at racing that's now made his way up into third. Just waiting for the timer screen to catch up on that one. 8.5 minutes still left to go, plus the lap, and the top two, Jayan Prakash and Caden Hanley, working together brilliantly to establish a very strong hold over this race in the early phase, because, well, for the meantime, it's a battle for third as Sebastian Crawford desperately tries to hang on to it.
Yeah, so Seb Crawford gets the move done on Arlo Gamble there and now stretches his legs a little bit behind him. It's all sort of like left and right between Gamble, Woodall and Barton there. And at the back then, Kai Suri now trying to make up that gap to get himself fully back into this race. Just the 8 of them out there this morning, then the youngest drivers here in Micromax, but definitely all feeling their way and finding their way and learning the lines here at Three Sisters at Wigan. Some of these drivers probably have never been here before. That's the other thing, Zach, as well. You know, we weren't here last year. I think we were here the year before. So some of these drivers, this might be their first outing at Three Sisters at Wigan.
Yeah, definitely is the case. I'd imagine for the majority of them, maybe they've done some testing here or the odd club meet before if they're local. But yeah, definitely at this level especially, it's their first time visiting this circuit. A brilliant circuit in of its own right, as we've mentioned, and definitely producing some of the best racing action that we've seen so far in 2026. 7.5 minutes plus the lap still to go. Jayan Prakash from Caden Hanley. New fastest lap of the race though for Sebastian Crawford. He's been able to completely run away from that chasing pack and establish himself in a bit of a no man's land to chase after the top two. Meanwhile, Oliver Woodall under a lot of pressure from Lenny Barton, who gets the up and under. Is there a move to the inside of the second part of the S's? Gets his nose chopped across there by the sample at Racing Machine, and well, Ollie Woodall had no intention of giving up his 5th place.
He didn't. I was enjoying watching little Arlo Gamble there, just holding off the battle from Woodall. But in the meantime, Woodall was holding off the battle there from Barton, wasn't he? So in the mid-pack here, then 4th, 5th and 6th place, all fighting it out, duking it out behind the wheel of these Micromax machines and having a great time doing it and entertaining us in the process. So thanks ever so much for the entertainment, you guys. Great racing from our youngest drivers, learning the craft, learning the line, learning to overtake. As we see Caden Hanley giving it the human DRS, dipping down as well. Seeing the older drivers do that, and he's copying them.
Yeah, exactly. Not that these little drivers need much in the way of DRS, to be honest, but they're using it to their full capability. Look to the inside once again from Lenny Barton. This time he's got his nose alongside, but in the end, again, Woodall just chopping the nose there, turning in super early into the corner. Now arriving on the scene as our championship leader, by the way, Sebastian Crawford straight down the inside of Paddock Bend. Will find his way through on Caden Hanley. Set the fastest lap of the race last time through. Continues to showcase some very strong pace there. The all-black helmet and the orange and white liveried number 8 machine. He's chasing after now Jayan Prakash, who, well, is desperate to claw back some points in the championship. Right now, it'll be 40 points scored for Prakash, 36 for Sebastian Crawford, and the gap between them will shrink to what will be 9 championship points heading into the final later on this afternoon. So all to play for in Micromax.
Yeah, good little drive from Seb Crawford there, getting himself up in 2nd place right now. And he's right on the rear bumper then of Jayan Prakash. Look at this, he's going to stick with him. Prakash now under pressure from Crawford. Crawford matching his line perfectly as they come by the fans there, just peering through the chain link fence. Crawford has a little peer up the inside as well, but chooses not to go for it. Prakash closes the door. Super close racing from these two. And we're noting, I note as well that Seb Crawford is wearing that new style of race suit, the much more sort of like lycra skin suit, different to the style of race suit that everyone else is wearing. I saw him post about on his social media a couple of weeks or a few weeks ago. So maybe that's going to give him, you know, a few tenths of a second per lap.
Well, we'll see. He's definitely got the straight line speed down the inside for Sebastian Crawford, and, well, very easily will find his way through. I did see a lot about that, and it did spark a lot of controversy. Drivers refusing to get into them. Very like sort of like a Spider-Man suit, if you like. Very much like a onesie. Definitely an interesting aesthetic, but one that very clearly is more drag efficient, more weight efficient, and, well, Sebastian Crawford using it to full fruition. How big of a difference that's making over just his raw speed remains to be seen. But he's now in front of Jayan Prakash despite a suboptimal start to this race. He's using his pace to catch back up. Now, the sample at racing number, the GP plate, in fact, of Jayan Prakash will be just on the rear end. The 2 championship rivals, by the way. Sebastian Crawford responding brilliantly to the momentum and the pace that Prakash has been showing, but still just under half of this race to go.
Yeah, and let's remind ourselves that Seb Crawford had 2 4th places yesterday, whereas the driver running in 2nd place on the GP plate, Jayan Prakash, won both of the heats yesterday. So Seb will have woken up this morning thinking 2 4th places isn't good enough. I'm better than that, and I'm going to show everybody. And he's come out here in this morning's superheat, and that's exactly what he's doing. But look at this. You can see that Jayan Prakash, the class that he's got and the skills that he's learnt already, having done as well as he has in karting, look, just he's able to match everything that Crawford's doing right now.
Yeah, exactly that. Staying with him and waiting for the opportunity to pounce. He's in the slipstream, which we know is very strong, and especially in these Micromaxes as well, because their top speed is lower and their raw grunt out of a corner is slightly less. It means that the slipstream will be slightly more consequential. Just look at the MX-5 racing before the Daytona 24, to say the least, right? It's exactly the same format here in Micromax. Low power, the slipstream really does start to take effect. Tucked in the slipstream towards turn number 1, no way through for the GP plate of Jayan Prakash on that occasion, but he knows that ideally he does need to finish in front of Sebastian Crawford because he needs those championship points, if that of course is what's in his mind, which understandably I would imagine probably is. Behind that though, Caden Hanley in a bit of no man's land, and he's being chased down of course, well in fact he's been overtaken by the likes of the 40 of Oliver Woodhull, Arlo Gamble and Lenny Barton have all got involved, so it's all gone wrong actually for Caden Hanley, who started this race on the front row of the grid.
Yeah, he did. And Oliver Woodhull joining us for the first time this season here in the UKC. Just looking at the championship table, we haven't had a round with Oliver Woodhull yet previously. Kart number 14, he's turned up and he's doing really rather well. So at the moment, under pressure though from that man Arlo Gamble, who won the round last time at Rowrah. Top step of the podium was Arlo in his pink race gloves, and he's putting the pressure on our newcomer Oliver Woodhull here. I've not had a chance to catch up with Mr. Woodhull from Sam Pollitt Racing yet this weekend, but maybe I'll stick my head in there in the lunch break and go and say hello to him, because he's putting on quite a show in his first showing in 2026.
He really is giving us some good action. Currently running third position as well, which is by no means by no means a mean feat, let's put it that way. 2 minutes plus the lap still to go. Sebastian Crawford sets the fastest lap of the race, and well, is looking mighty quick, just over 1/10 of a second a lap quicker than Jayan Prakash, who, well, despite maybe losing a little bit of ground through the midsection, is able to claw it all back on the start-finish straight, tucked in the slipstream. 1 minute and 40 plus the lap still to go. We might get 3 more as they cross the line. Sebastian Crawford absolutely cannot feel safe. Look over the shoulder from Jayan Prakash, wondering where on earth everyone else is. It's a straight 1v1 between the top 2 in the championship.
Yeah, it's a 1v1 between these two, and it could go either way. Both great drivers, both shown us that they've really got sort of a great foundation in the world of karting and the skills that they've learnt and the laps that they've put in. So yeah, this could go either way. Will Mr. Crawford just keep him there and just run it like this, and will Mr. Prakash just behind him think, yeah, I'm happy with second, or will he try and entertain the crowd with a little bit of a move in the latter stages? Because we're only a minute and a lap to go in this one, so we're not long left in this, but certainly a lot of action still to play for. Seb Crawford now then, just got to just keep his head and put it in lap by lap. He's learning how to defend, whereas Mr. Prakash is learning how to chase right now.
Yeah, exactly that. And again, all of these lessons almost exponential. And here we have a brilliant display of pack racing. They fly in formation towards turn number 1. Down the inside goes Oliver Woodhull, using his straight line speed there. Very well set up, it must be said, then the Sam Pollitt Racing machine. Here comes Jayan Prakash as well for SPR down the inside of the sweepers. The GP plate will take the lead of the race once more. Sebastian Crawford, for the first time in a few laps, will now be trailing the Sam Pollitt Racing machine. Next time through will be the final lap of the race. They might scrape their way onto 1 more to go. We'll have to wait and see, but nonetheless, it is the tail end of this race, and Jayan Prakash has made a statement and found his way back into the race lead. Yeah,
well done to Jayan Prakash there, taking the lead from Seb Crawford, but lower down the order. Just got confirmation that Kai Suri, kart number 17, is in the pits. So not sure what's wrong with him, maybe a mechanical with his kart, but not running any longer in this race, or no longer running in this race. But look at the battle going on here for third. That's Oliver Woodhull under the pressure from Arlo Gamble right now, and Caden Hanley there, who started on the front row of the grid, now finds himself back in, what, 5th place. This is a great battle. 4 karts, bumper to bumper. Woodhull, Gamble, Hanley and Barton then all fighting out. But look at the battle out front. Crawford still all over the back of Prakash.
It's not over in the fight for the lead. Defensive in towards Paddock Bend for Jayan Prakash, and also defensive there from Oliver Woodhull. Sam Pollitt Racing under a world of pressure on the final lap here of the Micromax Superheat. Sebastian Crawford running out of opportunities here, and the GP plate has been able to bridge out a little bit of an advantage. Jayan Prakash yet to win a final in 2026 in the UKC. Maybe his fortunes will change today. Out through the final corner, and at the very least in the Superheat, Jayan Prakash will keep his form very strong indeed, unless there's a late charge in the slipstream from the number 8. The checker flag will fly, and Jayan Prakash will take victory in Micromax across the line. Arlo Gamble will be able to find his way inside the top 3. Oliver Woodhull, despite a valiant effort in his defence, will have to settle for 4th, which I'm sure he's not overly disappointed with. Jem Prakash, again, W's all around for the Sam Pollock Racing machine. He takes victory ahead of Sebastian Crawford. Oliver Woodall and Arlo Gamble did battle in favour of the DHR machine, who finished third ahead of Woodall in fourth. Caden Hanley and Lenny Barton, Lucas Seabright, and a DNF for Kai Suri, who rounded out in 8th position. That's going to wrap it up for Micromax, of course, in their Super Heat. They'll be back out for the Super Final later on, and one that any one of these 8 drivers could come out on top in. We've had 3 different final winners. Sebastian Crawford won rounds 2 and 3. Lenny Barton won the opening round back at Whilton Mill. It was Arlo Gamble last time out at Rowrah, who is looking still pretty decent so far this weekend. For Sebastian Crawford and Jem Prakash, and the implications that they've got in terms of their championship battle absolutely is all to play for as we head into, well, for them, what will be the final race of the weekend a bit later on today at Micromax. Once again, we call the minis the mighties. We call the Micromax the Magnificents. I think it was Kieran who dubbed them the Magnificent Micros back at Whilton Mill. So that has stuck, and hopefully we'll see some more magnificent racing from them over the rest of today. Thank you for your company, by the way. If you are now just joining us, the penultimate round of the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship season. It's myself, Zach Sweeney, Kev Harris alongside me in the commentary box, and well, that's 5 of the 8 done this morning before our 5 super finals later on this afternoon. And once again, that's the 5th very good race that we've had this morning.
The 5th, yeah, you're dead right, mate. It's been a super morning of racing here. The sun is shining up in Wigan. We had damp racing yesterday where our drivers all got a chance to use their wets, I think, for the first time this season, and some of them came out on top. This morning we've woken up to sunnier skies, a drying surface on the slicks for the first time, and it's lent itself to some really exciting, great racing in the 5 races that we've seen thus far. And long may it continue, Zach. I feel like as well that we haven't done this in a little while. Rowrah was about 4 weeks ago now, maybe it seems.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, of course, after wrapping up the Micromax Super Heat, it's time for the Mighty Minis. Well, we've had 5 fantastic races so far today, and well, we head into the 6th, and that, of course, being the way of Minimax. A championship that is incredibly close, has had 8 different race winners over the course of the season so far, and well, similar to most categories, 3 separate final winners as well, in the form of Austin Oman, who won rounds 2 and 3, Max Abrahart, who won round number 1, and Otis Cleary, who won last time out in Rowrah for round number 4. In the championship, it's Austin Oman that leads the championship. Already a UKC champion in Micromax is Austin Oman back a couple of years ago, but he leads by only 4 points ahead of Maximilian Abrahart, whose fortunes this weekend haven't been the best. Austin Oman, to be fair to him, still not the best from him either. 2 fourth places, but still banking some good points. Abrahart, though, is a P3 and a P20 yesterday, both of which have already been dropped because every other result for the 113 has either been on the podium or as a P4 and a P7 in the opening 2 races back at Kimbolton. So he is having a sensational season, is Max Abrahart, but equally so is Austin Oman. But all eyes potentially to the likes of Logan Rolfe and Otis Cleary especially, who is looking very good, in fact, coming into this weekend. Off the back of P3 back at Rowrah. I'll correct myself, he didn't win the final, but he did finish on the podium, and 2 P1 finishes so far this weekend. Otis Cleary is the one who's establishing himself as one of the favourites in the Minimax field.
Yeah, we'll see what Otis can do in this one, but a reminder, both of his heats yesterday were in the wet and now in the dry, so it might all change. Lining up alongside Eddie Duncan there, kart number 108 that we can see there. Loving a little bit of Logan Rolfe action in the background there. As soon as he knew the camera was on him, he was giving us a big smile and a big wave. So good luck to you, Logan. Always the entertainer. But look, here we are at the sharp end. There's Roger, Otis's dad. He's a great physio, so if you need to get yourself in shape, he's your man. But also as well, he's been putting Otis's kart in shape for quite a few years now, so become a great mechanic as well. And Otis there just sorting out his race helmet and then his race suit, zipping up and getting the Velcro sorted. Bit of a high five with Dad. Bit of a fist bump. Come on, Dad, we've got this, is what he's saying. And you have, pal. Good luck to you. But alongside you, the man in the number 108 kart from Coles Racing, he's no slouch, Eddie Duncan. The karts then, The flag flies green as they roll off the dummy grid, the pre-grid area, and off and away they go, getting some heat in those slicks for the first time this weekend, Zach.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to have to adjust quite quickly. Thankfully, the track at this point effectively is bone dry. Let's run you through the grid then for the mini inters. It's Otis Cleary alongside Eddie Duncan on the front row. Championship leader Austin Oman alongside Riley Blakemore on row 2, with Jackson Hilton alongside Logan Rolfe on the third row of the grid. Jackson Hilton off the back of course, victory at the GP plate at Kart Masters. Starts his race P5. Teddy Murphy and Lewis Herbertson row 4. Behind that, Chloe McGill, Dian Singh Bahal, reigning British champion in Micromax, starts 10th along just in front, with Maximilian Abrahart just behind. Serene Gallagher starts on row 6, with Edison Burrows, Teddy Roberts, Leander Hewitt and Jensen Skeff on row 8. And behind that, we've then got Asha Gupta, Carter Jackson, Ayrton Goldsworthy, Thomas Gulliver, the top 20, and the final driver to join us on the grid, Arthur Roberts in P21, and dead last will be looking to go forward. No threat of not making it to the super final. Everyone will with just 21 karts on the grid, but you still want to elevate yourself as far forwards as possible. Of course, for our championship contenders, all important that they score some all-important championship points as well. Now, of course, Maximilian Abrahart off the back of a P20 yesterday, effectively a non-finish for him. He's starting right towards the back of the pack and has got a lot of ground to make up in the early phase of this race before everyone clears off into the distance. Yeah,
I didn't, I'll be honest, I didn't see yesterday's heats, what happened to him in that one there, but yeah, it's not where he wants to be, is it, at all? Coming into this one right now, second place in the championship overall, so we can see, it's going to be quite interesting actually to see how he makes his way up through the order. Starting down in 11th is Max Abrahart. Wonder how many places he can make up. It's a class driver, so we would expect plenty of overtakes.
Yeah, exactly, and it's crucial that he does that as well, because his lead, his trail in the championship back to Austin Oman is only 4 points, so he really can move forward and has an opportunity heading into the final round to be the one in top form. But Austin Oman starts inside second row of the grid, directly behind the pole sitter of Otis Cleary, and again we'll be looking to establish some decent points in the championship and chase after his 4th final win this season later on this afternoon. All 21 karts roll their way slowly towards the start-finish line, and hopefully we'll be able to get this one underway on the first attempt. Otis Cleary alongside Eddie Duncan, that's row 1. Austin Oman alongside Riley Blakemore as we'll put foot to the floor and go racing in Minimax. Nice start from pole position as a quick jump there from, that's Jackson Hilton trying to get away clean as, oh my goodness me, contact at the opening corner already, but already Eddie Duncan going the long way round of Otis Cleary at the opening moment. There's the 158 as well that's gone round. That's Lewis Herberts for KR Sport has had a spin on the opening lap, so already turmoil in the Minimax, but so far so good for our top 2. Eddie Duncan, though, the one getting the measure all the way around the outside and clear of Otis Cleary at the opening corner.
Yeah, a great drive there from Eddie Duncan in the opening stages. This when the lights went out and they put the hammer down. Well done to him, getting past Otis Cleary, but Cleary maintains second place right now. And then behind Cleary, I think who have we got now? Is it KR Sport? Is that Logan Rolfe there, perhaps? It might well be. We'll see. We'll get official confirmation of the positions when they cross the timing beam next time by. Here we go then. So yeah, it is Duncan from Cleary from Rolfe, and then it's Jackson Hilton who's in 4th, and in 5th place that young man Teddy Murphy from Sam Pollitt Racing. Max Abrahart already up to 6th then from 11th.
Yeah, he's looking very good side by side as well down the sweep as Otis Cleary losing a place to the KR Sport of Logan Rolfe, who's looking so good in the 2026 season. Look to the inside as well, trying desperately to get involved there. Of course, it's the 145 of Jackson Hilton trying to find a way through. I mean, it's brilliant racing in the minis, not at all what Otis Cleary would have wanted.
No.
He got overtaken on the opening lap and now has dropped back to 3rd and under pressure of dropping even further behind the rest of the field.
Yeah, so under pressure was poor Otis Cleary there. He just found himself like kind of, in a moment or two there in a couple of corners. There was all kinds going on for him, so he had to defend. He's trying to attack here. He's having a look up the inside. Look at this, up the inside he goes. Lovely overtake from Otis Cleary and Dan Holland Racing, getting himself past the KR Sport machine that is Logan Rolfe. So well done, Otis. A nice little retake of that position. They back up behind Rolfe now, though. Look at the 145. Jackson Hilton has come out all guns blazing in this one. A brilliant opening gambit from Jackson Hilton in this super heat. Not even yet the super final, but just laying down a marker on the day. Great racing and another exciting one for us to watch, Zach.
Yeah, we've not been disappointed in the slightest. Pulling over to the left-hand side of the circuit into the boot section. Was that?
Who was that? White helmet. Didn't see who that was.
We'll hopefully get confirmation as soon as we can. I think it might be a back marker. We'll see as to if it is one of the front drivers who tumbles down the timing order, but all is good. So I think just the back marker getting out of the way. Side by side, as Austin Oman dips down the inside of Max Abrahart. We're just getting confirmation that's Jensen Skeff that we saw pull over to the inside of the circuit for Ultimate R. So that's him effectively out of this race, but still out on circuit there. You can see him running P21 on the left-hand side of the timing tower. Eddie Duncan leads Otis Cleary, Logan Rolfe directly behind the 105. And the fight actually not over yet. Eddie Duncan, despite a very good start, is still catchable. Otis Cleary, Logan Rolfe both have realised that as we approach 7 minutes to go. Yeah,
they know that they can still get themselves up on our race leader, Eddie Duncan, right now. Eddie benefited, didn't he, from having a brilliant first couple of corners and a great start. Otis Cleary dropped back, but then now he's pulled himself back up to second, so he's managed to keep his head. Look at this, up the inside, Austin Oman, Sam Pollitt Racing, the single-figure kart that is number 6, really fully in the mix, making his way back up through the order, putting the pressure on Jackson Hilton, the 145 Hunter Motorsport car, and that's everything you'd expect from a driver with the calibre of Austin Oman.
Yeah, look for the 113 though, Max Abrahart, the two of them separated by just 4 points in the championship, so direct implications between the two of them. Max Abrahart started this race, by the way, P11, has had to claw his way back into contention, and right now has got a great view of the man that he wants to beat. 6 minutes plus the lap still to go. Austin Oman is the driver with the fastest lap. He's on the rear end of the Kartmasters GP champion of Jackson Hilton in the slipstream. We know how strong it is. Needs to clear him quite quickly to start getting after the top 3, because soon they'll be breaking away. With the straight line speed to the inside goes Austin Oman, will overtake Jackson Hilton with not too much of a challenge. He goes through up into 4th, now has eyes on Otis Cleary and Logan Rolfe, both of whom are desperate to get onto the rear end of Eddie Duncan, but so far it's actually been going quite well for the 108.
Yeah, the 108 of Eddie Duncan has clear air to the battle that's going on behind him right now, and that's Otis Cleary and Logan Rolfe. Otis Cleary doing a great job of maintaining track position and seeing off everything that Logan Rolfe is trying to do right now. But our cameras pick up the battle here then. That is Austin Oman, the number 6, who has got himself ahead of Jackson Hilton, but Jackson Hilton isn't letting him go either. So this sort of battle between the second, third, 4th and 5th place drivers right now is playing out really, really well for us as the neutrals to watch. It's another exciting race as they cross the timing beam once again. And Max Abrahart then now sits on the back of Jackson Hilton. So Abrahart in 6th, Hilton in 5th and Oman in 4th, and they're all chasing your top 3.
Yeah, the 139, by the way, of Jensen Skeff came back into the pit lane and then went back onto the circuit, and right now is just running in between Eddie Duncan and Otis Cleary. Now, he is out there, and blue flags. Oh, there are blue flags, just to make him aware. So he will, to some extent, have to get out of the way. Otis Cleary will be wanting that to happen sooner rather than later, and it does. And again, Skeff will be letting the rest of the field through into the boot section, which of course does make it slightly awkward for everyone else to find through, and you can see the wave of Minimax as they spread across the circuit in avoidance of the 139. That was a slight hindrance though to Otis Cleary in his charge. Here comes Austin Oman to the inside of Logan Rolfe, by the way, in the fight for 3rd. Nicely done, and capitalising brilliantly is our championship leader. But I think Eddie Duncan now is going to be looking quite comfortable in his race lead, especially now as Otis Cleary has to defend from Austin Oman.
That is great driving from Austin Oman of Sam Pollitt Racing there. A lovely, lovely textbook overtake as he has a look up the inside of Cleary and gets it done past Cleary as well. Cleary slots in behind him, has to concede the position to our championship leader, that was Austin Oman from Sam Pollitt Racing. Really strong driving from all these youngsters, but full credit to Austin there for 2 great overtakes in the last few moments. Look at this now then. He is ahead of Cleary, he's ahead of Rolfe. Will he extend a gap? Is he going to move himself up on Eddie Duncan? He might well do. Brilliant stuff from Austin, well done. Look at Logan Rolfe though, having a look up the inside of Otis Cleary. Otis Cleary has to concede a position to Rolfe right now. KR Sport then getting it done on Dan Holland Racing. Super stuff in mini inters. Yeah,
absolutely. Logan Rolfe, the slipstream is just incredible this weekend, isn't it? Keeping everyone in contention. Meanwhile, Eddie Duncan off the back of a brilliant move around the outside at the opening corner. Now will be looking to chase after his 2nd victory this season. He took the win in the pre-final back at Rowrah. He'll be looking to do exactly the same this weekend, maybe even some more at Three Sisters. Look to the inside, late move from Otis Cleary. Desperate dive into the first part of the boot section. Logan Rolfe said absolutely not. The 132, by the way, winning the mini trophy both at Cremona and in Genk in Italy and in Belgium respectively. He is on a mighty charge in 2026 as Logan Rolfe and currently runs this race in P3. Less than 3 minutes to go. Maximilian Abrahart has been able to limit the damage to his championship rival of Austin Oman, and right now running in P5 with eyes actually on maybe even moving forward if Rolfe and Otis Cleary can't sort themselves out in the near future.
This battle between Rolfe and Cleary is so good. Just look at them go. And behind them then is that man Teddy Murphy, number 177 of Sam Dan Pollock Racing is also in the mix there. So good, so good. And we're looking then at the 113. Who are we on there? Can't see who that is, but yeah, really. Oh, it's Max Aberhart. Of course it is. Max Aberhart's 113 that flashes into the picture right now. Really good though from Cleary and Rolf, just doing, you know, just super stuff in terms of driving and getting the overtakes done.
Yep, exactly that. His racecraft has been, incredible. But the gap between Austin Oman and Eddie Duncan has come down. Last time through, Austin Oman was 2 tenths quicker than Eddie Duncan. Now, if he can get himself within maybe 6 tenths to fill the slipstream, that gap, of course, will close exponentially. But it's that tough mountain that he needs to climb to get after the race leader. Look to the inside again from Otis Cleary, half in, sort of to try and force Logan Rolfe into a mistake, and also to deter Max Aberhart from finding a way through. But the 113, no way through for the time being. Again, needs to limit the damage in terms of points lost to Austin Oman, and well, the 2 drivers in front of him will allow him to do exactly that. If he can clear Cleary and also Logan Rolfe, he'll be in a very good position to challenge for the championship lead heading into the super final this afternoon. Across the line with 1.5 minutes left to go, Cleary goes defensive to the inside, and well, really hasn't had the best of runs. I mean, he was overtaken on the opening lap and since has only dropped backwards in this race, maybe getting it slightly wrong in terms of the tyre pressures, or maybe just getting really unlucky with the positioning that he's had in this race. Max Aberhart gives him a bump at the bottom of the hill, and that's going to allow the 113 to have a bit of a look to the inside of Paddock Pen. Yeah,
and Max Aberhart gets the overtake done on Otis Cleary, and that's been coming for a few corners now. Cleary's really been under pressure, and he's had a lot to think about in his race helmet there as young Otis, because he's trying to obviously get himself up on Logan Rolfe and just win that battle, but then behind him he's having to defend Max Aberhart, and there's just so much going on in the race helmet, and the man with the cooler head and the man with the easier job to do was the man that was chasing him, and that was Max Aberhart. So puts the pressure on to Otis and gets by. So now Max Aberhart running in 4th with eyes on Logan Rolfe then, who's sitting in 3rd right now. Of course, Otis will have done both of his heats yesterday on his wet tyres, so it's his first outing this weekend on the slick, so it's a completely different ball game.
Yeah, exactly. He's the highest running DHR kart as well, so maybe they have just got it slightly wrong in terms of the tyre pressures. Smaller chassis as well, so they are probably slightly more prone to changes in tyre pressures as well. Not entirely sure, but it's small tweaks like that in conditions like this that can make the difference. Or it's just a case that Otis Cleary not quite as confident in the dry running as he was in the wet yesterday. 3 seconds left on the clock plus the lap. Eddie Duncan will just not be able to make it, and we'll head our way onto the final lap of this race. Eddie Duncan back to Austin Oman. That gap is stabilised, but absolutely not stable is the battle a bit further back in the pack, side by side, as Teddy Murphy tries to find a way through on the 145 of Jackson Hilton in the fight for 6th.
What a great fight that is, and strong driving from Teddy Murphy. Look, he's not done. He's got the bit between his teeth. He's the 177 now, chasing down the 145 of Jackson Hilton, and behind him then it's Riley Blakemore, which is the 168. And shout out to Chloe McGill just off the back of those 3. But Teddy Murphy then, the 177, is on the charge. Go on, Teddy, let's see what you got. Get yourself an overtake done and just get up a place or 2. As I just catch a moment there where Otis Cleary is banging his steering wheel with his hand. He's frustrated at himself. Is young Otis in this one, but out front, look, the 108 of Eddie Duncan caressing the line. He's like caressing it and crossing it.
He loves it that much to finish first, does Eddie Duncan. Nicely done across the line for Eddie Duncan to take victory for the 2nd time this season. Austin Oman, Logan Rolfe join him inside the top 3. Minimax, again, well, we had 6 races and a 6th very good race. 3 Sisters does not disappoint. We should come in more often. Yeah. It's a brilliant circuit. Not quite as aesthetic as Rowrah, but the racing has been incredible. For Eddie Duncan, he'll be chuffed, of course, with that. That would put him in very good position, actually, especially with Otis Cleary down in P5. He might be able to do enough to take pole for the super final. We'll confirm later, but there he is, over the moon, as he would be. Austin Oman, Logan Rolfe for top 3. Max Aberhart, Otis Cleary, your top 5 from Jackson Hilton, Teddy Murphy, Riley Blakemore, Chloe McGill just inside the top 9 there. Serene Gallagher finishes P11. It's Dean Singh Bahal, by the way, that finished 10th. From Edison Burrows, Lewis Herbertson, Ethan Goldsworthy, Ashi Gupta, Thomas Gulliver, Arthur Roberts and Teddy Roberts, 17th and 18th. Leander Hewitt and Carter Jackson, your top 20. Of course, with Jensen Skeff, the 21st and final driver, who did in the end cross the line and take the checkered flag, albeit 3 laps down. Nice perseverance shown by the Ultimate R driver. And of course, Eddie Duncan will be probably throwing him a fiver or a Freddo later on for holding up the fight for P2 as long as he did. But nonetheless, it was a brilliant display from Eddie Duncan, and it all started from the bravery that we saw around the outside of the opening corner.
Yeah, it was really good, really good. Got a great start, got himself out in the lead, kept his head and took the win. So great stuff. And shout out as well to Eddie Duncan, his on-screen picture of himself with the graphic or the picture himself with his win. 2 fingers up in the air, massive smile. Note to all drivers, at the start of the year when you're having your pre-season photos done, do your one with your arms folded, looking gnarly, just for your pictures. But then if they ask you to do like a celebratory one, make it massive, make it exciting, because the only time that will get seen on screen is if you've won a race, which Eddie just did. And it suits the mood of winning a race.
Absolutely. Don't be nonchalant, kids.
No.
You know, just be as chalant as you can. Chalant is the new nonchalant I saw on TikTok at some point.
Oh my God.
I'm still just about young enough to be chronically online. It's fine. Nonetheless, these drivers are making their way back into pit lane, of course, for the Minimax. That's going to be their superheat done and dusted. They'll be back out, of course, for their super final later on. We've got 2 more races in this morning's action. Next up, it's the 177s. The 177s, one of the most competitive championships that we've got in the UKC paddock. We've had 4 finals. We've had 4 different winners across them. Reg Hayward took round 1, Tom Pryor took round 2, Harrison Crook round 3, and David Mitchell took round 4. The only clean sweep, by the way, done by a driver in the 177s so far this season. Our championship leader, though, of Nathan Schaefer, yet to win a final in 2026. He'll be hoping that his fortunes can change this weekend. And, well, he'll be looking to go forwards from what I believe will be pole position in this race off the back of a P1 and a P2 yesterday. Nathan Schaefer, just pure consistency, sees him just at the top of the standings, but looking at them, the top 6 separated by 22 points. The top 7, not much more than that as well. So, all to play for in the 177 Championship.
Yeah, it's so tight at the top, and that's an interesting stat, like you say, 4 rounds and 4 different winners in the final, which is so good. David Mitchell, the only driver then that got himself a clean sweep at Rowrah last time by. As we take a look at Reg Hayward there, who took the win, didn't he, at round 1. So all of these drivers have got the potential to take race wins, and all of them have got the experience to know, you know, what to do when it goes wrong. So it lends itself, doesn't it, to some really exciting racing and great racing. Nathan Schaefer, interestingly, like you say, he's leading the championship right now, but actually hasn't taken an overall race win once this season, or a final. He won in Heat 1 yesterday, but hasn't taken a win in the final yet this season, and yet consistency is playing out with just enough points to put himself at the top of the leaderboard right now. I think I'm right in saying as well, the last 2 rounds we've had, he always seems to be running off on holiday straight after the Sunday night final. Yeah. I wonder where he's going today.
I know. It was it Turkey?
I feel like he had one. He's had one like to Turkey or something. But then he had one to like the Far East or Asia. I want to say
really?
like Thailand or Singapore or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a man of the world, is Nathan Schaefer, and will be looking to crown himself British champion. He'll start at pole position here alongside Ryan Taylor-Truman on row 1. Harrison Crook alongside Jake Davis on row number 2 of the 177 Superheat grid. Behind that, we've got Taylor Bellini and Cole Edwards on row 3. Josh Gollan alongside Matt McGilvery on row number 4. They'll be looking to go forward. Jack Gillingham and Jason Gardner complete the top 10, with Reg Hayward, our round 1 winner, starting 11th alongside Will Milner on the 6th row of the grid. David Mitchell alongside Sam Cornwell on row 7. Then comes Lucas Glover and Mark Gilly on the 8th row of the grid. And, well, that's all 16 of them for the 177.
So I'm just looking there, and I was waiting for you to name check David Mitchell to see where he is in this one. Best he could do yesterday was a 14th and an 11th. And that was the guy that had the clean sweep at Rowrah.
Yeah, the only driver to do it.
So what's happened to Mitchell this weekend? What went wrong yesterday, David?
Well, I mean, conditions-wise, I mean, it was very wet. Maybe it was that case. I very much doubt he's ran out of talent. I'm sure a driver of his caliber will be very capable of going all the way. But yeah, we'll see what he can do, of course, a little bit further down than he would have been hoping for. Nonetheless, at the front end of the field, it's your championship leader of Nathan Schaefer searching for his first final victory of the season. He took his first victory full stop yesterday in Heat 1. Took a P2 in Heat 2. Lines up alongside Ryan Taylor-Truman on the front row of the grid. Behind that comes Harrison Crook and, of course, Jake Davis. The front 2 rows, they round their way out of the boot section. 10 minutes plus the lap for the final superheat of the day. The penultimate round of the Rotax Match Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. Foot to the floor for Nathan Schaefer. We'll go racing. Nicely done from the championship leader, the pole sitter. Harrison Crook will be looking to push him through down in towards turn number 1 in the TH course, or around the outside tries Taylor Truman. Harrison Crook will follow him through. The two will go side by side for second. Crook will have to concede that position and throw the favour the way of the pole sitter of Nathan Schaefer. Side by side down the hill towards the sweepers. The 404, no errors there for Josh Gollin as he mighties his way through upper place. Side by side as well towards Paddock Bend. Goodness me, the 427, Taylor Bellini being very punchy in the opening phase of this race. So far so good though for Nathan Schaefer up front.
Yeah, it's a good clean start from all of them. The only little battle we're seeing there, the first driver to go onto the grass just a second or two ago was the 441 of Cole Edwards. But as you would expect with these drivers who have been in the game long enough now, they all know just to keep a clean, cool head through the first few corners, because these races have a long way to go. As Harrison Crook has a look up the inside, trying to get a place done early on the TT Motorsport man that is Ryan Taylor Truman, and he does it, moving from third to second. Now all eyes on Nathan Schaefer. But yeah, it was a very measured start from all of them, wasn't it, Zach? There was no kind of like, messing around. It was just like, just get through the first few corners and then we start racing. Yeah,
exactly. Nicely done as well from Harrison Crook. Just, like you say, keeping his composure, not really getting involved in too much. And as a driver, again, that is very well measured. Overall, he, like I say, sits 5 points off the championship lead, 512 to 507 after drop scores have been accounted for. So Harrison Crook would love to win this race and close that gap to just one single championship point heading into the final race of the weekend, the penultimate round of the season as well. Harrison Crook down the inside of turn number 1 will spot the gap. Nicely done there from the TH Corsa, who lost the win back at Whilton Mill by virtue of a 5-second time penalty for a drop nose. He was able still to take a win back at Warden Law, but he'd love to add another to the rostrum. He has been a driver that has been on top form so far this season, and right now leads the pre-final in the 177s.
Yeah, good little stat there. I'd forgotten all about that when back at Whilton Mill, like you say, crossed the line, took the checkered flag, but then that 5-second penalty dropped him down. But he was really cool and measured about that as well, because he knew that he had the talent and the skill to just keep himself in the mix all season long, and consistency is key. That's why he's sitting second in the championship coming into this one. But you mentioned the points at the start of this one as well, Zach. So tight at the top, isn't it? I think only 20 points split in all of them. So any one of these drivers could take it come the end of the season with, well, a round and a half to go, or a round and a race and a bit to go. Yeah,
exactly. Coming into the superheat, there's 242 points still on offer. After that, there'll be 202 points left to go through the final, and then of course through next round when we take to Dunkeswell in just over a month's time, and then after that, of course, to the national trophy at Silverstone, which of course we took to PFI last year, and albeit a suboptimal day in terms of conditions in the fog, we still had some brilliant action, particularly in the 177s. A bit of controversy and drama at the end. It'd be nice to take these guys, of course, to the newly homologated, newly built Silverstone kart circuit as well for the national trophy, the sort of the midpoint of October. So a lot to look forward to, but of course let's get the championship done and dusted first, shall we? 6.5 minutes left to go. Harrison Crook pulling a very healthy gap clear of Nathan Schaefer, who again doesn't always need to win outright. That's been his ethos, I suppose, over the course of this season. Doesn't necessarily need to win outright. He's just there or thereabouts on every single occasion, and today is no exception.
Yeah, consistency is key when it comes to winning a championship, and Nathan Schaefer is the living embodiment of that in 2026. But out front, like you say, Harrison Crook is extending himself on a nice sort of comfortable lead at the moment, 0.6 of a second to the guy sitting in second, which is that man Nathan Schaefer right now. Then it's TT Motorsport's Ryan Taylor Truman, who is in third, and Jake Davis, teammate of TT Motorsport, is alongside him. There's David Mitchell there of Craft Motorsport, so in the mix. Or rather, yeah. Sorry, excuse my senior moment there. My brain loses me for a second. But yeah, good stuff with the 177s here. I do hope, though, they seem to have settled into the order. I do hope that they're kind of, we're going to see a bit more action as we see a little bit of a move trying to get done here in the mid-pack there. So yeah, hopefully we'll see a bit more of a moment. Matt McGilvray on Taylor Bellini there.
Yeah, that's the fight for P5. I remember Taylor Bellini being very punchy back, I think it was at Warden Law, it was.
Yeah.
He took the win in the pre-final, ultimately was disqualified from the final as well, was Taylor Bellini. Look to the inside, there goes Matt McGilvray to the inside of the 427 of Taylor Bellini, finds his way through, nicely done, pretty much as easy as you would like for the Craft Motorsport machine. Still got 5 minutes left to go in this race. Harrison Crook has been able to bridge a gap, now flirting on the edge of a second back to Nathan Schaefer with Ryan Taylor Truman, then comes Jake Davis, and now Matt McGilvray, your top 5. A bit of a mellow 177 race, which we don't often see. Usually these guys are very much swinging at each other. Of course, very experienced drivers, and for for most of them, they'll be back at work tomorrow morning. So they use this as a way of getting a bit of a release and an adrenaline rush, if you will, and letting out some anger out on circuit. For Harrison Crook, that is absolutely no exception. He's now 1.3 seconds clear of the pack, ahead of Nathan Schaefer in P2.
At this point in time, as we watch this one, Zach, I think the only overtake that I might see coming is Jake Davis, 4.74, maybe getting up on his teammate there, Ryan Taylor-Truman, the 4.65. Both TT Motorsport. Is there going to be an overtake there? Not sure. There's even a kart length between those two right now. Kart lengths between all of them then here at Three Sisters right now in the 177s, although Taylor Bellini putting a little bit of pressure in on the kart that's ahead of him, Matt McGilvery from Craft Motorsports. We might get a bit of an overtake there, but at the moment it's a comfortable Harrison Crook who is out in front as it stands right now, the 4:02. Just crossing the start-finish line once again, and you'll see the timing ladder sorting itself out. The gap back 1.5 seconds to Nathan Schaefer.
Yeah, now of course for the 177s, they are, like I say, some of the most experienced drivers in the paddock. The 177 referencing, of course, to the total weight of car and driver, the heavyweight class, if you like. For the drivers, again, senior Rotax and weight in karting, very sensitive. And for the 177s, they don't really want to be going on the cut and cutting out the beverages at the weekend. So they keep themselves at a nice 177 total weight between driver and kart. Probably averaging, I'd want to say, maybe between 80 and 85 kilos as a driver is where roughly you want to be in a 177. If you can get into the 70s, then happy days. It's always good to put on more weight to your kart rather than having to shed it off. Look to the inside, nonetheless, down the inside for the 474, that's Jake Davis on Ryan Taylor-Truman, finds his way through and up into the top 3 with 3 minutes and the lap still to go. A battle brewing then in the fight for third, and also Nathan Schaefer could be vulnerable here as he's dropped off the back tremendously of Harrison Crook and maybe into the clutches of those behind. Kicking up some dust in the background though, that's Matt McGilvery from Craft Motorsport, getting it all sorts of wrong at the bottom of the hill, trying to keep Taylor Bellini behind him. Yeah,
doing everything he can to just hold off that battle from Taylor Bellini. Sees him run off and onto the grass, but as I said, it was Jake Davis who looked like he might get an overtake done on Ryan Taylor-Truman, and he did. So is that the only overtake that we've seen in the open racing part of this superheat this morning, Zach? I think it might be.
Maybe so. Here's another one, though.
Here's
potentially
another one
down the inside for Taylor Bellini. We'll spot the gap, but around the outside, he's going to give it a go as Matt McGilvery, but in the end has to, concede that and relinquish the position back to Taylor Bellini. Nicely done. Yeah, I mean, it's still been an action-packed race, let's not forget. And again, the implications are there. Harrison Crook, Nathan Schaefer, 4 points. Difference in terms of what they'll be scoring. 40 for Crook, 36 for Nathan Schaefer, and only 5 points between the two of them in the championship. So that closes the gap with a final and 1 round left to go. So just 1 championship point in the 177s. Of course, it was Ed Matthews who won the championship last season, with 718 points to his name. He hasn't really been joining us this season, so now the title is open to be won by, well, to be honest, any of the top 7 realistically, but in terms of the form book this weekend, you'd be sort of hedging your bets on Harrison Crook or Nathan Schaefer to be in that conversation. Yeah, I think so. It's going to be a Harrison Crook or Nathan Schaefer top step of the podium maybe, but then of course the drivers that are behind him, Taylor-Truman and David Mitchell, might have something to say about that as we pick up the action here. Just watching those TT Motorsport teammates there going wheel to wheel and side by side. Jake Davis and Ryan Taylor-Truman there then just fighting out behind them. The gap has closed up a little bit, so we might see a bit more action here in the mid-pack as they all battle for 4th, 5th, 6th places right now. Matt McGilvery definitely looks to be on a charge in his Craft Motorsport car, putting a little bit of heat on Taylor Bellini there, all giving it the human DRS, ducking their head behind the helmet here. Every little bit of aero they can get probably is useful at this level. Yeah, absolutely. They're going to make the most of it if they can. I will correct myself, by the way. It's 37 for P2 in the pre-final, 36. So the gap will close to, oh my goodness me, it's going to be huge. 2 points between the two of them. You did do maths at uni, didn't you? I think no, so. I'm doing education. I want to be a maths teacher. I'll get to the maths bit. The maths degree is too hard, so I'm doing the education one first and getting that out of the way. That's the strategy. Just under 50 seconds left of the race. We'll be heading on to the final lap of the race, or the penultimate lap of the race next time by. Harrison Crook, 2.6 clear of Nathan Schaefer. Then comes Jake Davis, Ryan Taylor-Truman, Taylor Bellini, Matt McGilvery, all involved in this long train for 3rd position. Nathan Schaefer, though, just what is now 0.3 of a second clear of Jake Davis. Could be fighting around the outside, tries Taylor Bellini on Taylor-Truman. No way through there, but a fight for second absolutely is there. Jake Davis could be knocking at the door of the championship leader here, and that would demote him to P2 in the championship heading into the final.
See, this is it. It's great stuff from these Rotax 177s, but I'm also really enjoying your love of live maths on air, Zach. That's the thing, see. Challenging yourself to just talk about the championship points and work out the connotations mid-race as Taylor Bellini just waves an arm up in the air. I don't do that kind of mid-race mathematics, Zach, honestly. I haven't got the...
Just got to say it with confidence. Sometimes I don't even know what the sums are. I just say numbers anyway. Nonetheless, there's one more lap left to go.
Yeah. One lap to go then in this one with our Rotax 177s right now. Nathan Schaefer under pressure from Jake Davis. Look at this. Flicks it, goes round the outside. Never going to make it round the outside, is he? I don't think so. No, back to the inside then for that one as they come through that midsection. Taylor Bellini also putting the heat on the middle of there. And Matt McGilvery, who's been on the charge for the whole of this one, at the back of that little chase group.
Yeah, that was a good effort from Jake Davis, but that's all we can really say about it. Nathan Schaefer now having to, well, putt the bus, really. He is a driver that, again, doesn't always have the outright speed to win, and that's been proven by the fact he's not taken a final victory so far this season. Maybe that could change later on this afternoon. We'll have to wait and see, but he's held on for P2. Out of the final corner, though, for Harrison Crook. It's been a dominant drive for the 402. He sees the checker flag first, looks over his shoulder as to wonder where everyone else went. He wins by just over 3.5 seconds from Nathan Schaefer, who just about retains the championship lead heading into the final this afternoon. Jake Davis, Ryan Taylor-Truman and Taylor Bellini, your top 5, but, well, you have to say that was a very strong drive there from the TH Corsa of Harrison Crook, and, well, nice to see him keeping that momentum and that raw pace that we've seen basically at every single round this season.
Yeah, super stuff. Well done to Harrison Crook. That gap says it all, doesn't it? 3.6 seconds. But then the gap between Schaefer and Davis was much closer, just about a 1/10 of a second. So, yeah, well done to the, well, the mildly happy Harrison Crook in that picture there.
Little smile. There he is.
The wry smile.
At least he's got his 2 fingers up. That's all good. And 2 index fingers as well. Harrison Crook, Nathan Schaefer, Jake Davis, your top 3. Ryan Taylor-Truman and Taylor Bellini, your top 5. Matt McGilvery, Cole Edwards and Jason Gardner, your top 8, with David Mitchell and Jack Gillingham completing the top 10 after 15 laps of racing in the 177s. Reg Hayward from Josh Gollin, then comes Will Milner, Mark Gilley, Lucas Glover and Sam Cornwell, the 16th and final driver to well, be classified. He didn't take the checker flag. Lucas Glover did, albeit 2 laps down. Now, that is 7 of 7 superheats done and dusted. Again, maybe a more mellow one to finish off with before our repechage, but still a decent race. And again, not necessarily the side-by-side action, but the implications in terms of the championship. So, 7 superheats, 7 bangers in their own right, and hopefully we'll be able to have the same in the repechage. The last chance qualifier for the Junior Max that will be coming up very shortly, and then, all importantly, the penultimate set of the 5 finals this afternoon.
So great to see, isn't it, as we pick up the action once again in scrutineering, a little bit of sort of behind the scenes here of well, grassroots or top levels kind of national motorsport karting here in the UK with the RMC Rotax Ultimate Karting Championship. So the karts go in, the top 3 plus 4th place will get put through onto the weighing scales and into scrutineering, and 5th downwards, then straight back out. Karts up onto the trolleys, chat with Dad, chat with the mechanic, chat with whoever it is that's looking after you. And off and away back to the awning and get set and ready go for the next one. But that's the last then of our super heat, Zach.
It is indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, the super heat's done and dusted. Stick around though. We've got the last chance qualifier, the repechage for Junior Max, coming up next. Just getting word as well of some dark clouds looming over the skies here at Three Sisters. So it's been dry running for the best part, but as we tick our way closer to 1 o'clock, and that's when the rain was due to arrive, and well, I might probably say it is going to arrive just in time for the Super Finals if it does come. Next up, though, of course, is the repechage, a last chance qualifier for the Junior Max. Usually, we have the seniors as well, depends on entries. Back at Kimbolton, we had a mini repechage as well, where 5 drivers were fighting for the top 4 spots, and of course, grid slots 1 through 32 all done, but 33, 4, 5 and 6 still to be decided. The top 4 in this race will scrape their way through into the last race this afternoon.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens in this one, but our camera pictures there just showing us that it is getting a little bit cloudy and a bit dark. I think that last camera shot, though, up there at the boot Probably just need to adjust the camera a little bit because it's not quite that dark. That's pretty accurate as what we're looking at right there as we see them on the pre-grid right now. So not the bright sunshine that we started the day with earlier on, but still on the dry tyres, on the slicks this morning as we go into this repechage. The only one that we've got, I think, today, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So. Yeah, only the juniors. Like I say, we usually have the seniors, and we did once have the minis at Kimbolton, which was good. It was actually a really good race, despite the fact that it was 5 karts fighting for the top 4 spots. The sole driver, I can't remember off the top of my head who it was, but understandably quite gutted to miss out on that one. But yeah, for the juniors, this will be their last chance qualifier, basically to decide who gets themselves onto the grid for the super final. We'll run our way through the grid in a few moments' time as to who's going to be lining up on this one, but the pressure is on, and again, like we often see in the repechage, we'll probably have P1 and 2 try and run away with it because, you know, whether you're starting P32 or P33 largely is inconsequential. As long as you're on the grid, it's fine. But those behind P3 and P4, those are really the danger zones and the ones that people are really going to be fighting for because, well, it's either go big or go home, quite literally. It
is that go big or go home moment for these guys. It's the Douthwaite there of Guy Cunnington racing the 223 we're looking at right now, hoping that he can get himself in the mix and get himself in the final there then. And then we'll get the full running order of what have we got in this? 5 or 6 of them, I think. That's all, is it? Let's have a look. 4 there. Rows, yeah. 5 it is. So lining up on the front row of these 5, it's 2, whatever that number is there.
2?
6 of them. 2, 2, 2.
Alongside the 236. So again, the drivers desperately trying to keep themselves in contention. 2 of them will be going home, or well, maybe not. They'll be packing up and their day will be done by the end of this race. I believe it is a slightly shorter distance as well, only 8 minutes plus the lap for these drivers. So the pressure is on, and again, for the top 4, they're probably not going to be too interested in battling each other. This is where sort of mentality and racecraft comes to the forefront because, again, fair enough, if you finish P3 rather than P4, you do start a position ahead on the grid, but the risk of that carries, you have to weigh up in your head. And again, whether you finish P3 or P4 in this race, as long as you finish inside the top 4, that is the main thing, especially in a grid this hectic and competitive and a circuit that, again, is this changeable, and the weather that we still don't know is going on. The priority for these drivers is going to be finishing inside the top 4. Of course, for 2 drivers, it's not going to be the case, and, well, particularly for the 2, there we can see on the 3rd row of the grid towards the back, the pressure is on for them because they are the ones that need to make the moves. They are the ones that need to start this race strong and start applying some pressure, whereas for the top 4, they pretty much are quite happy to stay where they are.
Yeah, so as we get pictures there on the screen of 236, which is Eskild Hewitt and Samir Poole, the 222 kart that sits alongside him. Look at what is going on out on the far reaches of the circuit. The rain has started to fall, and the karts are down in that pre-grid area on the tarmac, and they're all on the slick tyres, but they're going to be going out on those even though it has now started raining because it's too late to change them.
It is. Sometimes they do delay the start to give them a chance to change tyres, but given the eagerness of that marshal there with the green flag, I think they are going out. So the last thing you want to see as a driver, for some of them actually probably the first thing they want to see is slicks and rain because it's where they thrive, but for a lot of them you can see it is coming down. There is quite a lot of rain. I don't think it's quite hard rain nonetheless. That's the 177 superheat grid. Of course, we've got the repechage currently out on circuit, and we'll run you through that as soon, of course, as we get it. The rain is coming down. They're on slicks, so all of that rubber that we laid down over the best part of this morning will be coming to bite these drivers in the backside potentially. Eskild Hewitt and Samir Poole line up on the front row with JJ Lowe and Max Douthwaite the front 4. Jack Brown and Clark Naylor are the 2 that need to be making some progress forwards, though, desperately trying to get themselves inside the top 4 and that chance to compete in the super final later on this afternoon at Three Sisters. The rain is coming down, though. It has arrived, and those daunting dark clouds overhead definitely have opened up, and the drivers, well, have got to be very, very careful. This race could go any which way.
This is now going to be quite entertaining, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
They're obviously out on the slicks because that's what they set the car up for, and then in the moments, the seconds before they set off, the heavens have opened here. So now this is an open book. Anyone can take this one. Just 4 of them will make it through to the super final this afternoon. 2 of them won't make it. So we'll have to see what happens in this one. But now there's no guarantee that it will be Eskild Hewitt or Samir Poole who wins this one just because they're lining up on the front row of the grid, because it's just going to be who can just, you know, keep it on the black stuff. And we're going to find out in the next few seconds. We're on the formation lap. Here we go then.
Crucially as well, none of them have got wetsuits on, which is the more heartbreaking thing.
Yeah.
Fritz Lafon will go racing. Outside line should prevail for the 222 on the outside, but late braking for our pole sitter of Hewitt will get it stopped to the opening corner. Again, guessing the conditions, cold tyres, slick tyres on a wettening circuit. So they're all guessing it at the moment. No changes in the order, but side by side in the fight for fourth. So that's the one we're going to have to keep our eye on if they jump themselves over the curb. That's the tactic, but a spin there between the two back. There is the 286 going round. Unfortunately, the all-blue machine, and that could well spell the end of their weekend here at Three Sisters. It also crucially caught up the other driver who now sits in P5, and that allows the top four to break away. But in conditions like these, no gap is too big to close back up.
No, absolutely, and they were just so gingerly making their way through the first few corners, weren't they? Eskild Hewitt there and Samir Paul out in front, but they're just going to have to be so steady and careful. We're not going to see high top speeds in this one. We won't be seeing lap records, that's for sure. It's just going to be about who can make the most of these conditions. This is really quite interesting. So look, Hewitt, Paul and Lowe are your 1, 2, 3. Max Douthwaite then is in fourth currently, Naylor. And then it was that man Brown, wasn't it, who just went spinning that we saw at the end of that last camera shot.
Yeah, unfortunate there for the GMS car of Jack Brown, who had the spin, just way overcooked it down the hill. Of course, you're going with gravity, so you're accelerating towards the inside, and then just, I guess, didn't quite hook the curb as much as he wanted to. The fronts maybe, to be fair, maybe he did clip the curb. The front's anchored on the curb, and then the rear's just slipped around. Very slick surface out there, understandably, as the rain continues to fall. They are all on slick tyres as well, on a dry setup as well, so the kart probably quite stiff, and that's why we're seeing the inside rear lifting up there of Samir Paul. Again, like you say, gingerly making their way through, just very slowly, but for them, they are pretty much on the limit. Interestingly, different lines being taken there from Smith, hugging the inside through the boot there, not getting on the power as early as Hewitt and drifting wide, because again, for Hewitt, because he puts the power down earlier, drifts wide, the acceleration is coming laterally and not necessarily forwards, whereas Samir Paul a little bit later and more careful on the throttle, but it's more productive. It's accelerating him forwards rather than outwards, and that's allowed him to close into the fight for the lead. However, again, they're not going to want to carry too much risk in this race, because right now, both of them are through to the super final. Samir Paul will be hedging on a very high yield move. He's not going to take any risks, I don't think, in winning this race.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. And interesting, I'm just kind of looking at the circuit, because it seems in part to be still fairly dry, but then I'm wondering, you know, because we're sitting at the moment in our commentary box, I can't really see where the rain is falling outside. But look, parts of the circuit seem to be remaining quite dry, a lighter coloured tarmac, whereas other parts look very dark and black already as the rain has started to fall. So it's going to be a real kind of, you know, just suck it and see few laps. Indeed, suck it and see for the whole race for these guys as they work out where they can and where they can't put the hammer down.
Yeah, the difficulty comes, of course, you know, wets on a dry circuit. It's not optimal, but it's bearable, right? You've got a lower contact patch because you've got the tread and not the smooth, slick surface of slick. So wets on a dry circuit you can kind of live with. They'll overheat and they'll shred themselves basically to a slick tyre, like we saw back in 2021 at Istanbul in Formula 1, the inter-slick, if you like. Yeah. However, when you get slicks on a wet circuit, you've basically got no contact patch because the standing water overtakes it up and underneath the 222. They'll be side by side in the fight for the lead, not carrying any risk apparently, but still fighting it out with 4.5 minutes to go. But the difficulty comes as well, not only with contact patch, but also tyre temperature, because you're not putting basically any load into the slick tyres at all, really. You're not going fast enough to generate any temperature. So the tyres themselves are basically for the entire race stone cold, which again doesn't help them generate grip, and that's just the difficulty with slicks on a wet circuit and why they are absolutely treacherous. The top two though giving us a pretty nice battle, despite the fact that they don't necessarily need to be doing that. Samir Paul though clearly adapting to these conditions very, very nicely indeed.
Yeah, they're both doing really, really well out there, and I'm just wondering right now as I'm looking at these pictures, has it stopped raining already? Because it doesn't look like the racing line to me is getting any wetter. If anything, it's staying dry. So we might start to see the speed pick up a little bit the longer this one goes on. I mean, are you seeing rain there, Zach? I'm not, I don't think.
Not there. I did see some drizzles, but the damage, I think, has been done. Again, it doesn't take a lot for a lot to happen when it comes to wet. You know, even though the majority of the circuit can still be dry, even if one corner of the circuit is wet, sometimes it is the case that the teams will gamble on just keeping wets on. Because, like I say, the consequence of wets on a dry circuit, much less than dries on a wet circuit, and we're still seeing that there's just no grip out there. Like I say, especially with the rubber that's been laid down, it hasn't taken a lot of rain for you know, the track to basically just become gripless. Outside line taken there for Hewitt. Earlier apex for the 222, and two very different ideologies coming to blows there towards turn 1.
Yeah, I think Samir Paul looked and thought, yeah, I'll get an overtake done here, but then Hewitt closes the door on him as we get confirmation out on the circuit that it's actually just light drizzle now. Samir Paul has a look up the inside and does get the overtake done. So although these two drivers don't really need to fight for place and just need to stay there, Samir Paul wants a little bit of excitement in this one and makes an overtake well and makes it stick. Rear inside tyre lifting up as he carries quite a bit of speed into that one there, and now trying to get off and away down the road. And Eskild Hewitt is either going to go with him or just consolidate a second place.
Yeah, and the interesting thing as well, when the track starts to dry, which if the rain has stopped, it will slowly start to do. Only 6 cuts crawling around, but the track will dry. Sometimes you'll go into a corner expecting to have to go full lock at the front, and then the kart will bite, and then suddenly you're like, oh, I'm not turning, and then you have loads of grip, and the kart almost pivots on an axis. So that's going to be another thing that the drivers will have to sort of contend with, is guessing the grip. And seeing where it is, and crucially, again, where it isn't. They have to assume there is none, but then they'll start to figure out, okay, yeah, the track's drier there, like we saw there. Samir Paul throwing it down the hill, and keep an eye on the lap times. Last time through, 57.197 for Samir Paul. Let's see if the track's getting quicker, slower, or staying the same. Now, again, wide line being taken there by the 260 of JJ Lowe. But because Three Sisters does the drifting, they've got the painted white lines there for the clipping zone through Paddock Bend. So you have also got to be careful of doing that. There's so many different variables that you have to take around a circuit like this, again, which does so much in terms of different disciplines. It's not just as easy as taking a traditional wet line. No,
absolutely, absolutely. And for these drivers who are running sort of at the lower end of the junior Rotax field, they're still doing a lot of learning. We're not talking about the drivers who are at the top level and, you know, really sort of honed their skills. All of these guys that are out right now, the 6 of them, are still learning their skills. As we see the 260 of JJ Lowe just clipping the curb there. Doesn't really need to nick the line too much through there, because he's kind of in road and on track on his own at the moment as it stands right now. Not under pressure and not really chasing anyone either.
Not at all. 40 seconds left on the clock, plus the lap, of course. And unless there's a spin for Douthwaite, the rest of the race largely processional. And again, I think just a great opportunity for these drivers to get to grips with the challenge. And again, interestingly, that the track probably will be drying up. Now, if the rain continues over the lunch break, or whether it, you know, slowly starts to sort of air dry out there, I'll be interested to see what the first super final mentality is going to be, whether it will be slicks, whether it will be wets. That'll be an interesting talking point when we come back after the break. 7 seconds on the clock, so this is the penultimate lap of the race. Samir Paul from Elskid Hewitt, then comes JJ Lowe and Max Douthwaite, your top 4. Those are the 4 that will be making their way through into the super final later on the afternoon, the penultimate race of the weekend. It will be the Junior Max final. Clark Naylor and Jack Brown, unfortunately, especially for a spin for Jack Brown, collecting Clark Naylor slightly on the opening lap, largely has put them out of contention. They are very close on track, only separated by half a second between 5th and 6th. But unfortunately, that's the best they're probably going to be able to get, as the top 4 will be looking to make up the rear end of the Junior Max field later on today.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what's going to happen. We'll see Paul, Hewitt, Lowe and Douthwaite just finishing off that super final grid for the Junior Rotax a little bit later on today. A little drift from the 222 of Samir Paul there. Starting to get a bit of speed down now as the track has dried, but he's going to take the win in this one here, I'm sure, as we're watching now what is the final lap before the lunch break. And then we come back with all guns blazing for the super finals this afternoon.
Yeah, the track has dried quite quickly, actually.
Dried really quickly.
Yeah, really, really quick. Even though the air temp is only 17 degrees and we've not actually got much sun exposure, the track is, dried pretty quick. I think the rain, it looked heavier than it was. I think I guess the pressure, if you like, of the rain wasn't very high. So maybe didn't coat the circuit as bad. And of course, it was only a short-lived shower. The 222, though, is straight down the inside. Hewitt, oh my goodness me, from a mile back, side by side between the two of them across the line in the repechage. Samir Paul will just be able to hang on there. What an exciting end that was. The differential in terms of guessing where the grip was through the boot. Samir Paul not taking the risk, and Eskild Hewitt definitely doing so. They'll both find their way through into the super final. So too will JJ Lowe, and Max Douthwaite, who comes across the line to take the checkered flag, will also find his way through. And disappointment for 4, Jack Brown, a spin on the opening lap, saw him almost immediately out of contention, along with Clark Naylor, who both will be saying goodbye to at the end of this race. Samir Paul, Eskild Hewitt, JJ Lowe, Max Dalford, your top 4, and Samir Paul, yeah, probably not over the moon with that win, but nonetheless, it's a win that he can hold with, and a win that, well, crucially, keeps him in the fight this weekend.
Yeah, it does, and it was Eskild Hewitt, wasn't it, just making sure that we were awake in the closing stages there, just giving us a little bit of excitement, a little jolt in the arm to check that we were still commentating and still with him, so a little bit of excitement in the closing stages. So well done to all of those 5, and an interesting one that, wasn't it, starting on the wet, or starting in the wet on the slick tyres, but then finishing on a very fast drying surface as the karts make their way into scrutineering, onto the weighing scales and off and away.
Exactly. By the end, by the way, Eskild Hewitt found his way to a 51.0 in terms of lap time, so the track exponentially did get a lot quicker, particularly on that final lap, where I think Samir Paul, again, was comfortable with how he was driving the kart on the previous lap, but Hewitt obviously clearly figured out that the grip had gotten much... well, there was much more grip on the final lap quicker than Samir Paul was able to figure it out. So the track clearly drying. Of course, we're now stopping ourselves for lunch after 8 fantastic races this morning, 7 super heats, and of course the repechage. It's just 5 more finals this afternoon. Will it be slicks? Will it be wets? Of course, join us back in about half an hour to find out. I mean, Kev, what can we expect from later on? I mean, 5 finals. All of the super heats gave us some action and set the stage for what should be a very good penultimate round of the season. Yeah,
exactly that. I think that's what we can expect. A very good penultimate round of the season. All of those super heats this morning gave us excitement. They all had talking points. And so we're going to come back this afternoon on what is a dry circuit, but look, under cloudy skies. And we did have, don't forget, the possibility of rain joining us at 1 o'clock. And we're currently on about, 23 minutes to 1, something like that. So what will we have this afternoon? Well, there's a lot of drivers out there with a lot to prove, with just, the final race before the final round of the season to go. And I'll be leaving you, of course, Zach, because I'm going to head off up now to the sort of the winners' enclosure area, if you will, and I'll be grabbing the first word with them when they get out the karts.
Hope you got a jacket.
I'm going to go and grab a jacket right now from my car.
Effort. Yeah, right. You might need it. Of course, it's been a pleasure as always.
Yeah, great
in the morning.
pleasure. Thanks for your company.
Yeah, thanks for your company as well. Watching along at home, let us know what you're most looking forward to for the finals later on this afternoon. Join us back in about half an hour's time. It'll be the first final of 5, the micros, then the minis, the 177s, the juniors and the seniors for round number 5 of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship.
yesterday night, I could barely sleep. I was just thinking, what would happen today?
Only champions make it this far. Their sacrifice, hard work, worth it.
It's been a struggle this whole year. I mean, the beginning of the year, I worked so hard.
A lot of championships to try to, you know, get here, and it's been a lot. You look at everybody like, oh man, that's cool. Like, where did they get their ticket from? Everybody has to win to be here, and that's super, super special.
Just being here is already a success.
Take time to soak it in. Bahrain. Savor it.
Enjoy it. That's the most important thing to do at the World Finals. All the activities that they make, so many things that come, you know, like drift shows, F1 paddock, and so on.
Find your limits. Push them, but don't exceed them. They can make or break you.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of nerves, really. There's a lot on the line.
Everybody here is used to be in the front row.
Champions all together. Now you must prove why you are #1.
Every kid's dream in karting is to win that event.
When the start goes and you hit it off and you're overtaking somebody, but nothing gets the adrenaline up and pumping like driving a race.
When you see that green flag go, you've got to know you're ready for it.
This is it. 36 remain. One race, one chance, one moment to make history.
Feels proud, man. Bahrain, man, they've been driving for podiums for a long, long time, and it feels great to finally give back and give a podium to Bahrain. Fucking unreal. The one thing I wanted to win my whole life, my whole career. I just went out and done it like that, made it look easy.
I'm over the moon. Last year I came second. It haunted me all year, so I'm happy to be here again and win it this time.
So, matey, we're walking out here for the umpteenth time, many years of pushing go-karts onto the track. I think we started this, I don't know, 20 years ago?
Yeah, probably something like this, yeah.
Someone put a couple of karts out there and said, that looks really cool. And then we thought, okay, put a couple more out and just built and built and built. It takes a good year of setting up what we have now, from the people behind the scenes back at Rotax, and also the chassis partners working together as one for this event.
Nice thing over here is we work all together.
Yeah, everyone helping one another and pushing each other.
Done. Dat doet aan met z'n gemeenschap. Vier het op, dat staat op.
You will not believe what they have to do to line the carts up, and now they're using lasers to get everything perfect in place. So it's a huge effort, a monumental effort.
Something we will be proud of.
I mean, it's in the heart, isn't it? Yeah. Absolute pleasure always.
Pleasure for us because you are here.
I mean, from your perspective, this is still impressive, isn't it, every time you see it?
Funny thing for me is, you know, that how many people are commenting this must be fake.
Yeah.
That's for me the best, you know.
Yeah.
The people who are here, they see that it's real.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Those pictures are going around the globe. I think
immediately.
Everyone is excited, you know. It's hard to keep them off the
track.
Off the track.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's one of the most iconic pictures you're going to get.
Yeah.
To see one of these go-karts that is on the grid at a 400, and then you get the raffle and you pull it out, that's your number of the kart. You walk down and select your go-kart. It's just such a spectacular situation. For the people coming here for the first time and seeing this is just out of this world.
So parity is very, very good with the Rotax engine, and I would say the Rotax engine specifically, you pull them out of the box and they are all pretty much dead even.
Usually as an Australian, when you travel overseas, you're not going to get the same equipment as the Europeans just because they're a bit more known. Whereas Rotax, I don't feel that way. So you know when you arrive, it's just down to the driver and getting the kart set up right. You don't have to worry about if you've got a really good engine or not.
We want to have this competition as fair as possible to all the drivers. We checked top 3 and some random drivers. So everything that it's possible that they change or try to modify it, we will check.
The biggest payoff putting all the efforts to the topic parity is the closest racing you can ever see.
You've got to be pinpoint perfect everywhere. I think that's what's really cool about the event. You've got to be perfect and you've really got to nail it to be good up the front. To me, everyone's wearing the same helmet out there. There's no difference at all.
It really feels like it's just all on the driver for this race, and that's what's so special about it.
They all know that they are at the same level and they all have the same opportunity to win the grand finals.
From the start to the end, the closest grid, and it's not decided within the first 1/3 of a race, it will be decided in the last. And this makes us happy as Rotax that we have done our job in terms of parity.
The penultimate round of the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship brings us just outside of Wigan and to the Three Sisters Kart Circuit. Welcome back for those that have been joining us for the day, or well, welcome to the round if you are now just joining us for our 5 super finals this afternoon. It's myself, Zach Sweeney, to talk you through all of the racing action this afternoon with Kev Harris, of course, down by Parc Fermé for our post-race interviews. Our first of our 5 super finals, of course, are the Micro Max. And after the super heat that we saw earlier on today, Sebastian Crawford, Jay and Prakash going toe-to-toe at the top of the championship. They enter the final race of the weekend, just 7 points apart in the championship, ahead, of course, of the final round. Round number 6 when we take to Dunkeswell down in Devon. Just looking outside, and of course, we've had some very changeable conditions for the best part of today. It was started wet, it dried up, and then just before the junior repechage, the heavens opened, and it was a very slicks with a very wet circuit out on circuit. So of course for these drivers, they're going to be grateful that the circuit has dried up, and we can see there they are all on slicks, which they haven't had to use too much over this weekend, so they are going to be fairly fresh, contrast to a usual dry running weekend where the tyres probably are feeling a little bit worse for wear at this stage of the weekend. However, rain still on the horizon, so that sort of sense of uncertainty very much still there as the drivers are out there, of course, on the grid, waiting for the green flag to send them round for their formation lap, and around for what will be one sighting lap to get the tyres up to temperature to feel where the grip is. Again, the rubber would have been cleaned off the racing line slightly off of the back of the rain shower that we had just an hour ago, and continue to have. In fact, actually, I think there is still a little bit of drizzle. It is Jay and Prakash, though, the Kartmasters champion, that will start on pole position alongside his championship rival of Sebastian Crawford on row 1. Caden Hanley and Arlo Gamble keep each other company on the second row of the grid, down and towards turn number 1. Of course, that is the front half of the field as they roll their way around. Lenny Barton alongside Oliver Woodall, who gave us some good feisty action earlier on in the pre-final. Behind that, Lucas Seabright and Kai Suri, who well, definitely have had better super heats, start 7th and 8th alongside each other on row 4. Kai Suri looking to go forwards and hopefully not going to be falling victim to similar misfortune as he has done this weekend. There you can see, though, the rain is out there. All of the drivers, all 8 of them, out on slicks. No one gambling on the wet tyres, so they'll be hoping that the rain stays very, very light over what will be 12 minutes plus the lap of racing for the Micromax drivers. Thank you for your company, by the way, joining us on the Alpha Live and the UKC YouTube channels. Let us know where you're watching from. I've seen a number of you in the YouTube chat, so let us know who you're supporting and what race you're most looking forward to ahead, of course, of the first of our 5 super finals this afternoon, the penultimate round of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. It's the 2 championship rivals, Jay and Prakash, Sebastian Crawford, who keep each other company on the front row. It's the white, the orange and the blue Sam Pollock Racing Machine alongside the orange and white Origin Motorsport of Sebastian Crawford. They'll roll their way up to the line. 12 minutes plus the lap. Changeable conditions, all drivers on slicks. Who's got their tyre pressures right? Who's going to be able to adapt in the magnificent micros fit to the floor? And we go racing for the first final of the day, desperately trying to get some temperature into the tyres. Of course, it's the pole sitter of Jay and Prakash. Straight down the inside comes the 47 of Lenny Barton, finds the gap. There's contact already, and the 73 of Lucas Seabright has already made contact with some of the other drivers towards the back of the field, still desperately finding some grip and temperature. There is the GP of Jay and Prakash. There's a bit of bowling being played. Arlo Gamble straight into the rear there of what was the 47 of Lenny Barton. Lenny Barton, as a result, has been able to go through to the race lead. Jay and Prakash drops down to 3rd. It's, well, that'll be Sebastian Crawford that finds his way up in a 2nd position, but a spin there for the 17 as well. Kai Suri's out of the race, and that front left wheel hanging off. His weekend done and dusted. But Arlo Gamble way too late on the brakes. Absolutely no grip out there on these slick tyres in the Micromax. And still 11 minutes of racing to go in the first final of the day. Of course, the mini drivers making their way to the dummy grid in the next few moments will be probably quickly swapping themselves over to some wet tyres. There's the 40 of Oliver Woodall. You can see that nose cone looks slightly bent upwards. I don't know if it's bent in enough for a drop down, but it definitely doesn't look 100%. Just under 11 minutes left to go, by the way. Lenny Barton is the one leading this race. He has taken a final victory. That was back at Whilton Mill. Has since taken 3 race victories across heats and a super heat as well, back at Warden Law as Lenny Barton. But we'll be looking to go for his second final victory if he's able to by the end of this race. Sebastian Crawford, by the way, and J.M. Prakash, a direct battle between the two of them in the championship. After drop scores have been applied, just 7 points, 5.72 to 5.65. Crawford leads Prakash. Prakash got the measure of Crawford in the superheat earlier on today. Now Crawford at the moment has got the measure over the GP plate of Prakash. Now getting involved is Caden Hanley. And just over his shoulder is Oliver Woodall, again with that very bent nose cone at the front, bent upwards quite aggressively. So on the slick tyres with the damp-ish, greasy circuit, I mean, it's not really heavy enough. I mean, it is definitely coming down now, but it's not like heavy rain. There's a lot of it, but it's not heavy. So it's not laying a super thick layer of standing water on the circuit. There's no puddles, really. It's just laying sort of a thin sheet, dropping the track temperature down tremendously. That's obviously not going to help the drivers get temperature into those slick tyres. They're not putting the load through them to get them up to temperature. And, of course, that, well, the very thin layer of standing water that will be there just minimises that contact patch, minimises the amount of grip that they've got, and so we start to see some really funky lines start to take place. One like that from J.M. Prakash, who's hugging the inside through the opening radius boot section that leads you onto the start-finish straight. We saw it in the repechage of the Junior Maxes, one of the drivers sort of putting the foot out, foot down earlier, the kart then drifting wide, so accelerating earlier, but ultimately not necessarily accelerating forwards, more so laterally. And a similar case there, Crawford getting on the power, letting the kart run out wide, whereas Prakash more focused on keeping it tight and tidy to the inside to focus on driving the kart forwards and actually get the power down rather than spinning up the rear wheels. We have seen already a couple of mistakes and a couple of spins, most notably, of course, from Arlo Gamble, Kai Suri as well, who unfortunately will have to wait for another podium in the UKC, hopefully maybe in a few weeks' time, just over a month's time when we take down to Devon for Dunkeswell. A brilliant circuit we had. And we have on the calendar, and we had some brilliant racing there last year. I think it was round 3 of the championship. 8 minutes plus the lap still to go, by the way, and Lenny Barton leads 2.1 seconds clear of Sebastian Crawford, J.M. Prakash, and that's the battle that we're watching here. Of course, this is the closest battle on the circuit, and also probably one of the most consequential across all of the categories for the championship. They are incredibly tight. Lenny Barton, though, by the way, as well, only... well, coming into this, about 25 points off the championship lead. The two rivals, though, will go side by side. J.M. Prakash will spot the gap down the hill through the S's. Sebastian Crawford will have to tuck in behind him. So this is a crucial moment for both of these drivers, but don't count out Lenny Barton in the championship battle either when we head to Dunk as well, because he's going to claw back some crucial championship points. Like I say, it's 25 heading into this race. It'll close to probably less than 20 by the end of it if things stay as they are. Of course, still about 8 laps left to go with this one, so don't hold your breath. But it's looking good so far for Lenny Barton. Also closing in is the likes of Caden Hanley and Oliver Woodall, who again are working together quite nicely, even in these awkward conditions where the rain is spitting down, but down the inside straight away. Oliver Woodall sees the top two, the second and third drivers start to battle, and now tries to seize control of the situation, finds his way through on Caden Hanley. You can see the rain starting to come down. Tremendous job, by the way, from these Micromax drivers to keep it on the circuit, despite the changing grip levels. Every single lap, it will probably get less and less. They've got to be careful of those painted white lines out there on circuit. And again, as we mentioned, Three Sisters, they do a lot of track day and drift events. So all of that rubber from the cars being laid down. Even, what you would normally say to be the safe outsides of the the safer outside of the circuit, down the inside goes Arlo Gamble. Nice move to the inside of the boot there. The up and under there is from Caden Hanley. The rain getting heavier. We're getting told from our camera operators around the circuit, side by side between the two of them. Arlo Gamble desperately trying to point forwards, giving them a little bit of a nudge right hand down to say, let's work together and go forwards. Arlo Gamble racing with his heart on his sleeve, really, after getting it all sorts of wrong on the opening lap. Gets the up, not quite the under through the final part of the S's. Bit of a plateau before you dip back downhill through the next part. Arlo Gamble straight down the inside will find his way back into fourth with 5 minutes and 48 seconds left to go in this race. Look over the shoulder. Oliver Woodall, is he going to be interested in battling? Because Arlo Gamble can see Sebastian Crawford and J.M. Prakash for the podium directly in front of him. And again, like I was mentioning with Three Sisters, so many sort of variables out there that make it so tricky, well, even trickier in this scenario of slicks on a wet circuit. But again, the level of talent, even in the youngest drivers in the paddock at Micromax level, is astonishing. They're all on slick tyres, dealing with it, adapting to it, finding different lines, finding where that grip is. The rain coming down, none of them have got wetsuits on either, so they're going to be drenched. Their hands are going to be probably quite cold, I'd imagine, after the wind and the rain has had their say. And yet they're troopering on. A valiant effort from each and every single one of them. Rain is falling, as you can see. Getting it wrong, though, is Oliver Whittle on over the curb. We have seen that a couple of times, just as you carry the speed downhill through the S's. Carry a bit too much speed through the right, you just run yourself wide. Now look at that from Arlo Gamble, by the way. Really leaning to the outside of the kart. Now that's naturally where the weight shifts. So by leaning to the outside, you press the outside tyres in ever so slightly. I mean, even at the Micromax level where they weigh basically nothing, they're trying to load up those outside tyres as much as possible because those are the ones that do the majority of their heavy lifting. And then they're putting in a lot of lock. Now usually in karting we talk about neutral steer, where they're trying to keep the steering wheel as straight as possible. In the wet, though, they're going to sort of point the car at the apex, try and get themselves onto the curb, and all else fails, they'll just throw a lot of lock on just to get the tyres, the front tyres working, generate some sort of temperature in them, and just hope that at some point the front of the kart sticks. And then, of course, it's just a case of using the brake to pivot the kart, rotate it round the corner, closing in now, getting it wrong in the background. Caden Hanley just able to hang on to that off the back of the S's. Sebastian Crawford under a lot of pressure now from Arlo Gamble. The battle for the championship, this is going to play nicely into the hands of Lenny Barton, who gains points provisionally as it stands on both Prakash and Crawford. But if Gamble can take some points away from Crawford, that's only going to help Prakash and Barton's championship hopes. Again, the youngest drivers in the paddock, and yet one of the best championship campaigns that we've seen. Looking to join the likes of Benedictus Masiokas, who won it last year, Austin Oman the year before that, Edward Haynes the year before that in Micromax. You can see the rain really coming down. Now for some drivers, they're going to be hating this. For others, they're going to be absolutely loving it. Sometimes the best racing that you can get is in this condition because everything becomes longer. Every braking zone becomes a bit longer. The margin opens wider, which means you can send a couple of moves. And in rain like this as well, there's not going to be too much differential between being on the inside of the circuit or the outside of the circuit. It's all just no grip. So the racing that you can get in conditions like this sometimes actually is slightly better than if it was completely bone dry. Now, speaking to a couple of team members during the break, and again, some of them would just rather it do one thing or the other. This change of condition just makes it such a big headache for mechanics and drivers to decide what's best to do. You either want it to be torrential rain or bone dry. That in between where it's sort of raining, sort of not, the track half dry, half wet, it is just such a headache. And in the early part of the afternoon, well, we have definitely got a lot of rain. So at least going forwards, we are going to know that it will be firmly wet compound tyres. But for Micromax, they've had to suffer with the slicks. Less than 2 minutes left to go. Plus the lap, of course. Lenny Barton looking incredibly strong, searching for his second final victory of the season. We've had 7 different race winners across heats, super heats, and of course the finals, but only 3 different final winners. Sebastian Crawford, Lenny Barton, and Arlo Gamble have been the 3. James Prakash, despite leaving this round potentially at the moment, leading the championship, especially if Arlo Gamble finds a way through on Sebastian Crawford, yet to win a UKC final in 2026, which is unbelievable, similar to Nathan Chafer in the 177s. Just sheer consistency. Here's Arlo Gamble on a slightly tighter line. The lock came earlier, the grip came earlier. So he took an earlier apex and that helped him going in, but didn't quite help him coming out. Sebastian Crawford opted to turn a bit later and then get a little bit straighter earlier so that he could be a bit tidier on the exit, get that power down. Well managed there, Arlo Gamble, though, gives him a bit of a tap wide, and in these conditions that can be treacherous. Sebastian Crawford knows the pressure is on. He muscles his way back past. Arlo Gamble wise not to take that position because, well, that would be a very clear advantage by contact. James Prakash will be loving this, and well, we'll be hoping that Arlo Gamble finds his way through and onto the podium. Sebastian Crawford has only finished off with the podium in a final on 2 occasions, and well, we might be adding another one to that tally. Down the inside, Arlo Gamble will muscle his way back through. Here comes Sebastian Crawford with a bit of a counter-attack, but the Origin kart can't find it now. What can Arlo Gamble do with 2 laps remaining? He looks to be the quickest on circuit. Definitely, well, he's got the fastest lap of the race. Sebastian Crawford with a tidier exit off the final corner and a snap of oversteer there from the DHR kart. This battle is not over just yet. In the slipstream, has Sebastian Crawford got the legs? Defensive goes Arlo Gamble. He finds his way back into 3rd place. Down the inside, late on the brakes from Sebastian Crawford. Sends Arlo Gamble way in deep there, but he's managed to make it stick. Gets the early apex, gets the rotation, and then just sort of sorts it out later on in the corner. Well defended there from Arlo Gamble, who definitely was under pressure. I think he is just going to run out of time in this race to do anything more with his pace, though. 3.5 seconds up to Jayan Prakash. And a further 6.5 seconds up to Lenny Barton, who has just been unbelievably consistent. The track has gotten dramatically slower as well. But last time through, Lenny Barton was 2 tenths quicker than Jayan Prakash and nearly a second quicker than anyone else on the circuit. Last lap, next time through. And just look at that. Not fun conditions in the slightest. But our youngest drivers have done brilliantly. Final lap of the race, 1.1 kilometers of Three Sisters to negotiate for Lenny Barton. And it'll be a near flawless showing from the 47, who takes some crucial steps towards the championship. 1 round left to go in UKC when we take to Dunkeswell. Hopefully the weather will be slightly better when we get there, but who knows? At least he knows that, well, slicks on a wet track, absolutely no problem for the 47 of Lenny Barton, who effectively has had a glorified test session. Now, of course, he's had the pressure and the stress of having to drive in these conditions, but look at how he's just getting up and close to those curbs, using them to hook the kart, staying away from as much of the standing water as he possibly can. The control that he's got at the wheel of that 47, he has given everyone else a demonstration of what it takes to win and adapt to these conditions. A changeable weekend, but out through the final corner, Lenny Barton will see the checkered flag first. He will take victory for the 2nd time in 2026. And Lenny Barton will take the Micromax final. What a drive from the 47, who takes crucial steps closer to the championship. Jayan Prakash will join him on the podium. Arlo Gamble will complete it. And Jayan Prakash will take the lead in the championship as well, heading into the final round. P2 ahead of Sebastian Crawford's P4. It's all to play for amongst our top 3. Arlo Gamble still could be an outside shot of the championship as well, bagging, again, what could prove to be a vital P3 finish. But after 14 hard, grueling laps of racing in changeable conditions, it's Lenny Barton that rises to the occasion. He takes victory from Jayan Prakash and Arlo Gamble, who we'll speak to in a few moments' time. I hope Kev did manage to find that rain jacket from his car after the lunch break. Sebastian Crawford, Caden Hanley, the top 5. Oliver Whittle from Lucas Seabright and Kai Suri, who we saw out of the race on the opening lap. His front left wheel, I think, detaching and maybe contact with another driver. Not been the return to UK karting that Kai Suri would have wanted, but his mentality is strong. And he takes every single lesson and will be looking to, well, do the right the wrongs when we take to Dunk as well. He's got good people around him, his mum, Vitika, and of course Sam Pullett Racing as an outfit, so I'm sure he'll be looking to fight back stronger, but nothing can be taken away at all from Lenny Barton at the top there, who takes his 2nd final victory of the season. He won at Whilton Mill, he now wins here at Three Sisters, and it's all to play for in the Micromax Championship. The rain absolutely is coming down. And of course, as Packdown has already started, a lot of the team's awnings will already be half disassembled by now, so they're going to be soaked. One of the Sam Pullett Racing mechanics there, wheeling the kart back of Kai Suri. Again, he'll be wishing that he had a jacket or a hoodie or something on, and will be loving the fact that when he gets back to some cover. Talking with the marshal there as they walk their way around. Of course, big shout out, of course, to all of the marshals, medical crew and staff at UKC for their efforts this weekend. Couldn't go racing without them, and they do fantastically well to ensure the racing gets done as effectively, efficiently and as safely, most importantly, as possible. A tough end, and well, there you can see the pickup. Someone's got to clean that, and I don't envy the person that does. They'll wheel their way into Parc Ferme. Of course, the Minimax drivers getting ready, all understandably on wet compound tyres. Off the back of that one, just waiting, of course, for the drivers to make their way to Parc Ferme, and then, of course, Kev can have a chat with them after what was, again, a difficult race. Not necessarily overly action-packed. I mean, Arlo Gamble having the contact on the rear end of Lenny Barton on the opening lap, spinning round and fighting his way back to a podium. What a story that was for him. But other than that, it was just a case of who can stay on the tarmac, who can stay on the circuit and adapt best. Not even necessarily in terms of raw speed, but just pure consistency. Any small mistake in slicks on a wet circuit gets exaggerated tenfold. And the margins become much tighter in terms of what you can afford in the way of a mistake. Of course, a good first final of the day. 4 more still to go. The minis, the 177s, and of course our juniors and seniors, the final 2 of the weekend. Thank you for your company joining us, of course, for the penultimate round of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship here at Three Sisters, just outside of Wigan, on what has been a very British day, to put it bluntly. Off the back of the heatwave, we finally got some rain, and well, for the second time this season, we've had some very changeable conditions. Last time out at Rowrah, of course, up in the Lake District, a little bit of rain caught a couple of people out, but overall, for the best part this season, we've had some pretty dry running, but this is definitely the wettest that it's been. And for the Micromax drivers as well, a huge lesson there in slicks on a wet circuit. Probably one of the best lessons you can have in car control is going out on a wet circuit on slicks, because it means that when you do put the wets on, you feel like you've got infinite amounts of grip relative to what you had on slicks. And just the way that you learn how to trail brake and use the load of the car and of your weight. Yeah, slicks on a wet circuit, one of the best lessons you can have as a driver, and one of the reasons why British drivers do so well over in Europe when the rains does start to fall and when they are stuck on slicks on a wet circuit, because, well, most of us are very much used to doing it. Of course, off the back of the Micromax final, though, after 14 laps, slicks on a wet circuit, Kev is down with our podium finishes.
Running in 4th for a lot of that, Arlo, but then you got the overtake done with a couple of laps to go. You must be really pleased.
Yeah, I'm really pleased. I spun on the first lap and then I had to make myself up, really.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's not over till it's over. And like I say, you were running in 4th, and I think Seb Crawford's going to be quite disappointed in himself, but you must be pleased that you managed that overtake.
Yeah, I'm pleased.
And what about the weekend as a whole then, coming into this one, obviously off the back of Rowrah where you took the win? Did you think you were going to get yourself a win or get a podium again this weekend?
So, I was hoping, yeah, but I think I could, like, possible, but most of it I don't think I couldn't, because at the start of the weekend we weren't getting like the setup right and everything.
Well, you got the setup right in the final, and that's where it matters, so well done, Arlo. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
The team, Time Engines, and my mum and dad.
Well, well done. Go on.
And my granddad watching.
Brilliant. What's Granddad's name?
Peter.
Look down the barrel of that lens there and say thanks, Grandad. Come on.
Thanks, Grandad.
There you go. How about that? Lovely, great stuff. Thanks to Grandad Peter. You go and slide off. I've got our first place man here because Jan Prakash, who came home in 2nd, isn't around. Let's have a quick little chat with Lenny Barton. So, Lenny, put your feet there, mate. So, Lenny, great to see you, pal. Huge congratulations, taking the win in some wet conditions there. What was it like out there racing in that one?
Yeah, really hard to get the cart round the corners. Just had to put a load of lock in. And, yeah, just gapping away. Really happy with the results.
Yeah, you should be really happy. Obviously, you started and it was dry, so everyone had slick tyres on. But then you got out there and it started to rain. So what are you thinking then when that starts to happen?
I'm like, oh no, oh no.
I think everyone thought, oh no, but the good thing is you kept your head and you managed to manage the kart on the wrong tyres for the conditions. So I imagine it's probably quite tricky running a kart in the wet on slick tyres, is it?
Yeah, really tricky just to even, like, get round a few corners, but yeah.
But you got out in front, you maintained a lead. The gap back to Jan in 2nd was 7 seconds, so in the end it was quite a remarkable victory, so well done. Who's made it possible? Who would you like to thank?
My manager, Cal, the whole team of Strawberry, and my mum and dad.
Brilliant. And what's mum and dad's name?
Katie and Dave.
Great stuff. Thanks to Katie and Dave, and well done to Lenny. Lenny, we'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on. Huge congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Zach, back to you.
Thanks very much, Kevin. Always good to catch up with the drivers, even at such a young age. They're all very media competent, let's put it that way. Yeah, nice to get their thoughts and feelings after a race. They're on probably one of the first steps of their journey all the way to the top of motorsport, and the UKC, of course, a brilliant sort of stepping stone into the the world beyond that. We've got previous champions, the like of Nathan Ty and Jacob Ashcroft, off doing brilliant things in F4, and Ginettas alike. And yeah, of course, a lot of the UKC alumni have done very, very well and gone very, very far in the world of motorsport. Those Micromax drivers will be looking to do exactly the same. Of course, off the back of the Micromax final, that's the first of 5 done and dusted. Next time, it's time for the Minimax. The Minimax drivers are out there on their formation lap for their super final of this weekend. Off the back of the super heat that we had earlier on, Austin Oman and Max Abrahart separated by just 4 points in the championship, but it's Otis Cleary alongside Eddie Duncan on the front row of the grid. Otis Cleary will be looking for a slightly better start than he had earlier on today. Jackson Hilton alongside championship leader Austin Oman line up on row number 2 of the Mini Inter final grid. Of course, behind that we'll have the likes of Riley Blakemore alongside Logan Rolfe. Logan Rolfe is a driver to absolutely look out for KR Sport. He'll be looking to go forwards after a very punchy race earlier on today. Teddy Murphy alongside Chloe McGill, who bagged another top 10 finish earlier on today. Dean Singh Pahal alongside Lewis Herbertson inside the top 10. Then comes Maximilian Abrahart, that P20 in one of the heats yesterday, really coming back to bite him. Serene Gallagher will be alongside him on row number 6. Edison Burrows, Teddy Roberts alongside each other on row 7 with Ayrton Goldsworthy and Leander Hewitt in P16. Then comes Archie Gupta, Jensen Skeff, Carter Jackson and Thomas Gulliver in P20. And a very lonely row 11 for Arthur Roberts for the 12-minute plus the lap Mini Inter final. Definitely wet tyres, and the Mini Inters will at the very least have the confidence of the grip, of course, of those wet compound tyres that they've got. Otis Cleary, this is more the conditions that he was able to thrive in yesterday, where he took a double heat victory. It was only P3 in the super heat earlier on today, whereas Eddie Duncan was the one to go all the way to the top and take the win after a very good move on the opening lap. Now, you can't win the race on the opening lap, but he did himself a number of favours. And once again, starting on the outside front row of the grid, he'll be looking to replicate exactly that. Everyone bunching up as the rain continues to come down here at Three Sisters. 11 rows, 21 karts making their way, and championship implications on the line. Difficult conditions, foot to the floor. Otis Cleary gets us underway for the Minimax final, and a great start for the front row. Side by side between the two of them, though. Eddie Duncan has got the speed on the straights. They're nearly 4 wide and towards the opening corner to the number 6 of Austin Oman. The championship leader goes off at the opening corner. Eddie Duncan goes with him. Calamity in Minimax. It's the 145 of Jackson Hilton who's able to capitalise from third on the grid straight to the race lead. Guessing the conditions, guessing where to brake at the opening corner, the spray kicking up in your face as well. It was never going to be easy. Otis Cleary battling to stay inside the top 3 there, side by side with the 168 of Riley Blakemore, who gets the up and under. Can't quite complete the switchback. Now is under pressure from the 132 of Logan Rolfe. As chaotic as you'd like in Minimax, and crucially for Austin Oman, it's a big knock in the championship. What happened to Maximilian Abrahart as well? He was starting this race in P11. He's got it all to play for. We've got 2 spinners in the background as well. The opening lap here, the heavens have opened. Logan Rolfe down the inside, getting followed through there by the 113 of Maximilian Abrahart on a day where his championship rival went straight on at T1, avoiding the spinning Eddie Duncan. Got caught up in that. But let's see what Austin Oman can do in terms of coming forward. It's still Jackson Hilton off the back of the win at Kartmasters. Down the inside, Otis Cleary will try and hug the inside of Paddock Bend, but the momentum swings the way of Teddy Murphy on the outside of the corner. The momentum switches back, though, the way of Otis Cleary. He gets the double up and under. Will find his way back through into second. Now needs to start using some of that wet weather pace. Down the inside goes Dean Singh Pahal, the reigning British Micromax champion. And some conditions that very clearly Dean is thriving in. We've yet to see him really take that huge step forward in the Minimax field, but today might be the day. Such a talented young driver as Dean. Came ever close to tipping Benedictus Masiokis in the Micromax field last year as well. Just missed out on it at PFI. But now in the Mini Inters, a year of learning for him, and well, this opportunity has been a huge, huge learning curve. Less than 10 minutes plus the lap to go in the Mini Inters. It's Jackson Hilton from Otis Cleary. Dean Singh Pahal, the one with the fastest lap of the race. Lovely camera shot there into Paddock Bend. The long right-hander that leads you into the next set of swiggles. This left-hander, and then the back straight run towards the boot. In the slipstream, the 168, that being Riley Blakemore. Dean Singh Pahal, though, knocking on the door of his DHR teammate of Otis Cleary. The pair of them trying to chase after Jackson Hilton, the Kart Masters champion in Minimax. 9 minutes plus the lap still remaining across the line. It's Hilton, Cleary, Pahal. Then comes Murphy and Abrahart, your top 5. Logan Rolfe from Riley Blakemore, Lewis Herbertson, Eddie Duncan, despite a spin, has recovered already to P9. And Chloe McGill on the fringes of the top 10. Austin Oman has recovered back to P14, by the way, after avoiding this spun Eddie Duncan on the outside of turn 1. Eddie Duncan just trying to send it deep on the brakes, got it sort of wrong. Locked the rears a little bit, went spinning round. I mean, they were nearly 4 wide into the opening corner. Something at some point was probably going to go wrong. The 145, though, Jackson Hilton looks over his shoulder, sees Otis Cleary, who took 2 wins in the wet yesterday. But the rain barreling down here at Three Sisters, through the boot section once more, hugging that inside all the way around. Don't let the car drift out too wide. You've got to keep it tight and tidy on that run to get the power down on the start-finish straight. Jackson Hilton now feeling the pressure, looks over his right-hand shoulder. Doesn't quite see Otis Cleary until he appears on his right-hand side, late on the brakes between the two of them. But no way through at the moment. 3 karts all involved in the lead fight. Now for Otis Cleary, an outside shot of the championship is possible, but on a day where, of course, Austin Oman went straight on, where Max Abrahart isn't necessarily at his best, but limiting the damage, his consistency could prove vital when we head to Dunkeswell. Jackson Hilton drifting slightly wide through Paddock Bend, but that's not a massive problem, as long as you can get it bit and back round, so you can set yourself up nicely for the left-hander that leads you onto this run towards the boot section. The spray being kicked up there by Jackson Hilton. Of course, Otis Cleary will be feeling cold, definitely at his fingers and definitely in his feet as well. The gloves are very thin, the boots are even thinner. You're very much exposed to the elements, and thankfully they've all got wetsuits on. I actually don't think Otis Cleary has. No, he hasn't. He's just in his overalls. I hope they are waterproof. Probably not. And also the visibility as well of the spray. Now, it's not dreadful, but it doesn't take a lot for you to get caught out. Jackson Hilton, nice little bit of opposite lock at the bottom of the hill. Unfortunately, that's not the way to unlock the lap time. Look to the inside from Otis Cleary. He's going to send it late on the brakes. Points himself on the race to the apex. The up and under is there, though. Jackson Hilton gets back alongside. Here comes Dean Singh Pahal, chucking the move to the inside. Now it's a DHR 1 and 2. What a move that was there from the 123 of Dean Singh Pahal. Capitalising on his teammate, opening the door for him. Straight back down the inside, though, for Jackson Hilton to take back P2. 6.5 minutes left in this race. Otis Cleary with a decisive move. The momentum was lost from Jackson Hilton. That slight bit of opposite lock at the bottom of the hill just meant that his exit was hampered. And Otis Cleary, that was enough for him to spot the gap and just throw the move to the inside late on the brakes. The rain's still coming down. Max Abrahart, he's got Teddy Murphy and Logan Rolfe for company in the fight for P4. They're a long way off the top 3. There's a mistake as well for Maximilian Abrahart. That's going to allow Teddy Murphy to draw back alongside. Max Abrahart's going to go the long way around. There's contact between the two of them. That's going to invite Logan Rolfe to get involved. The inside doesn't open up for the KR Sport Machine. Also there as well, the 168 of Riley Blakemore. So well defended there from Max Abrahart. Not backing out of that move when Teddy Murphy threw the kart to the inside. Also as well as kicking off at the front. Is that Dean Singh Pahal and Jackson Hilton side by side? It is. Drag race between them. Here comes Logan Rolfe as well. Gets the measure, gets the tighter line on their run towards turn number 1. Dean Singh Pahal looks for the gap. Jackson Hilton squeezes him to the inside to turn number 1. But the DHR car is alongside and is through. The battle that has ebbed and it's flowed. Dean Singh Pahal takes control of this battle. Jackson Hilton launching a counter-attack though. Desperate to say, hang on to this P2. Meanwhile, Otis Cleary trying to, excuse the pun, clear off into the distance. Here comes Jackson Hilton back underneath, back to the inside, close to contact between the two of them. Dean Singh Pahal muscled to the exit of the circuit there, and Jackson Hilton will take P2 back off him. What a battle this is in Minimax. And again, these wet conditions, they open up the margins. They allow different lines to be taken. They make braking zones longer. They make it trickier on power. And as a result, the racing that we get is nothing short of spectacular. Now, this is a race where you've got to keep your calm, your cool, your composure. You've really got to calm the nerves and not get yourself psyched out by what's going on. It's very easy to let the nerves take over, to let the adrenaline take over. But smooth is best in these conditions. Dean Singh Pahal still on the back end of Jackson Hilton, though, who has managed to pick up a bit of pace. Meanwhile, though, of course, Otis Cleary running away with it slightly. Yet to take, by the way, a final victory in 2026. Down the inside, between the 168, that's Riley Blakemore fighting away. There's contact there, 3 wide through the left. That's going to open the door for the 158 of Lewis Herbertson to find a way past. Teddy Murphy as well, trying to go with him. Very tricky conditions, and again, the margins, while yes, braking zones are longer, but the margins for error are so much slimmer. One small mistake is exaggerated so much more. If you get a snap of oversteer in the dry, you can kind of sort of power your way out of it. In the wet, though, you're just washing out wide. They're 3 wide towards turn 1. Here comes Austin Oman down the inside, trying to recover some points in the championship. Can't quite manage it. He's just outside of the top 10 now, is the number 6. He can see 4 people in front of him, and that's 4 more point-scoring opportunities for the number 6. Teddy Murphy looks for a gap. Austin Oman as well tries to thread the needle down the hill. Very sketchy part of the circuit. Serene Gallagher just giving him the space there as Austin Oman sets the fastest lap of the race and determined as ever to recover from going straight on at the opening corner. He's fought from the back of the pack back into the top 10 now. And again, it's not the optimal scenario by any means in terms of the championship, but you're not necessarily defined by your absolute highs, more so how you can recover from your absolute lows, and this is one of those occasions for Austin Oman, who has not let this race in any way be his hamasha. Side by side, the 108. Eddie Duncan on the inside of Teddy Murphy. Austin Oman is going to go through with him. Bit of contact. The Sam Pollock Racing Machine will have to concede because Teddy Murphy throws it back up the inside of Eddie Duncan, and Austin Oman, as smooth as you'd like, up and in between the pair of them. What a move from the championship leader. Eddie Duncan gives Teddy Murphy a good little tap down at the bottom of the hill, but Austin Oman went underneath one, set it up to then switch back on the other. Austin Oman read that brilliantly. Eddie Duncan barges Teddy Murphy out of the way there at Paddock Bend. Austin Oman back into P8. His main championship rival, Maximilian Eberhardt, up there in 4th. Both of them took one of their drop scores in the pre-final. In fact, so far for Max Eberhardt, all 3 of his scores this weekend have not counted to his championship. Getting word that the rain has stopped, though. The standing water still there, the spray still there, the fight for P2 still on. Otis Cleary off in the distance, 2.4 seconds clear of this battle that we're seeing here between Jackson Hilton and Dean Singh Pahal. A race to remember, and hopefully we'll have more of them to come in the final 3 races of the weekend through Paddock Bend, keeping it tight to the apex. You sort of want to brush an early one, bridge it wide, pivot the kart round and get a late apex to open up the left-hander on the run now towards the boot section. 1 minute plus the lap remaining. So next time through, this will be the... It's going to be close, actually. I mean, this might now be the 3rd to final lap. Across the line, Otis Cleary with 55 seconds left to go. It's going to be very close, actually. Because even if he crosses the line with 1 second left to go, that then becomes the penultimate lap. So we'll see. I mean, he's got the gap if he wants to just back up a little bit. Only a couple of tenths of a second to try and get another lap. Of course, he's going to be completely unaware of the time situation. And his main job is just to drive, keep it on the tarmac. Logan Rolfe has been able to work his way up to P5 just in front of Lewis Herbertson. Austin Oman has got Eddie Duncan, the man he had to avoid spinning on the opening lap. Logan Rolfe down the inside of Maximilian Eberhardt, though. Eberhardt will give him the space. One of the drivers going slowly just in front of them as well. Is that Dean Singh Pahal? It is. Dean Singh Pahal has had a problem. He's just spun, he's recovered. This is now a fight for the podium. Maximilian Eberhardt, side by side with Logan Rolfe. The Chaos Sport Machine will throw one to the inside. He's got his teammate of Herbertson involved in the battle as well. The clock will tick to 0. Will we get one more? This is now the penultimate lap. Otis Cleary just makes it 2 to go. So Dean Singh Bahal opening the door now for someone else to maybe stand on the podium. Lewis Herbertson side by side with his teammate. Down the inside, Austin Oman will follow him through. Oh, the racecraft of Austin Oman is unbelievable. Zero hesitation in such tricky conditions. He's up now into P6, he's eyeing up P5, maybe a podium as possible. Logan Rolfe gets the switchback, 2 by 2 towards Paddock Bend. Logan Rolfe, Austin Oman, oh my goodness me, another sensational move, but the switchback is there for the 158. So Austin Oman, desperate dive to the inside of Paddock Bend, the fight not over yet. Logan Rolfe was eyeing up a move on Austin Oman, who said absolutely not and launched a move of his own to the inside of Lewis Herbertson. Dean Singh Bahal has been able to recover, get back into his groove and stay on the podium. Final lap of the race, Otis Cleary 3.8 seconds clear of Jackson Hilton, who now looks very, very safe indeed. The 168 there's Riley Blakemore squeezed to the inside from Logan Rolfe. Eddie Duncan gets pushed wide and, well, going through there, what a move from the 168 of Riley Blakemore to get 2 in 1. Nicely done. Past both Rolfe and Duncan in one move. Austin Oman, he's got Lewis Herbertson just in front of him. That's probably going to be his glass ceiling in this race, but recovering some crucial championship points after being spun on the opening lap, taking the other layout, if you like. He's recovered brilliantly, kept his head, used his pace, contact to the rear end there as Lewis Herbertson drives into the back of the number 6. He'll lose some ground in the championship, but he keeps himself in contention. Checker flag will fly, and for the first time in 2026, Otis Cleary takes the top step of a final. What a race for the 105. Here at Three Sisters, he's the one to tame the conditions. Jackson Hilton and Dean Singh Bahal will join him on the podium. A wet and wild Mini-Max final here in the Ultimate Karting Championship. You can see just what it means to Otis Cleary, who this weekend has set the standard in the wet weather and takes his 3rd win of the season, his 1st in a final, and his 5th consecutive finish inside the top 3, his 8th consecutive finish inside the top 5. Could Otis Cleary be a dark horse in this championship? Let's run you through the results. After 15 hard-fought laps of racing, Otis Cleary, Jackson Hilton, Dean Singh Bahal take a bow as the podium. Of course, there was the late mistake from Bahal, but he managed to get his composure back and stay in the fight for the podium. Max Abrahart, Austin Oman, 4th and 5th. Not the day that the championship contenders would have wanted in the slightest, but both limiting the damage in their own ways. Lewis Herbertson, Riley Blakemore, Eddie Duncan, Logan Rolfe, and Teddy Murphy, your top 10. And that battle could have gone any which way. Chloe McGill, Serene Gallagher, your top 12 from Arthur Roberts. Teddy Roberts, 13 and 14. Those two inseparable today. Thomas Gulliver, Jensen Skeff from Leander Hewitt, Edison Burrows, Eton Goldsworthy, and Archie Gupta, your top 20. With Carter Jackson, the lone driver outside of the top 20 in P21. All 21 drivers that started, all 21 drivers finished that race. And that is an impressive stat in of its own right. The rain has stopped, but the standing water is still there. 3 finals left to go across the 177s, the juniors and the seniors. Ladies and gentlemen, let us know what you thought of that in the live chat. That was an incredible battle. I cannot wait to hear from our top 3 down, of course, with Kev, Otis Cleary, Jackson Hilton, Singh Bahal, the raw emotion, the adrenaline that would have been soaring high. And again, a very, very tricky race for a number of reasons. The conditions, of course, one of them, albeit a pretty major part, but only one factor in, so many different things. Championship implications, the battles that we saw, the racecraft that was on display. I mean, Austin Oman, to, of course, have the quick reactions to avoid the crash on the opening lap, albeit putting him in a very poor position, was able to keep his head and drive his way up back into the top 5. But nonetheless, Kev is down after the back of the Mini-Max final. Let's have a word with our podium finishers.
Well, Dean, how about this, mate? You're covered in the splatter of a wet race there, mud all over you. What did you just say to me?
I binned it on the in-lap.
Well, you binned it on the in-lap off onto the grass, getting covered in mud. But well done, mate. From 9th on the grid at the start to the podium. Quite a race for you. You must be pleased how you pulled that one out in the final.
It's been a long time since I've been back on the podium, since early this year. I mean, it was a hard race. Well, no, it had quite an easy race, to be fair. The start was a bit... I was getting pushed from behind, but anyway, yeah. I got through the pack,
basically in one corner. Tried to overtake Jackson, but I don't really think he wanted to concede, but don't matter.
Well, I was going to say well done, because you've stepped up from micros to mini inters, and you know, in the mini inter it's been quite tricky, and you've proved that you can do it. You're on the podium.
Yes, it's nice being back to the front, to be fair. It's just boring when you're at the back.
Well, I don't think you're going to be at the back for long, my friend. Who's made it all possible? Who's looking after you as always?
Oh, Dan Holland Racing, Daryl, Russ, JP, everyone, my dad, it was great.
Well, that's a big list of people to thank there, and I'm sure they'll all be really proud of you watching along right now. So well done to you. Are you going to have time to warm up before podiums? You're completely soaked.
Before that, I'm probably going to get told off by my driver coach, Louis.
Maybe or maybe not, but who knows? You're on the podium. I'm sure we'll be happy. Well done, Dean Singh Pahali, the third place. Let's welcome in Jackson Hilton. In you come, Jackson. Put your feet just there, buddy. Hey, congratulations. A podium result for you there. Started third on the grid. You brought it home in second. You're looking much cleaner than Dean is right now. But talk to me about your race. How did it go from your side of the steering wheel?
Yeah, it was good. I mean, it was a fight to the end. It was really fun. Obviously, at the start, I had a pretty good start. Otis was a lot faster, so he overtook, and then really, I just tried to follow Otis and got a bit of a gap.
Yeah, you did. But that man, Otis, he's proved that he's good in the wet, isn't he? In the heats yesterday, they were wet, and he won both of them, and he's done it again in the final. So maybe a little bit too much to catch today.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he's a good driver, and it was a hard competition, but we did bring home a P2, so...
And as we look at the championship, that's done your hopes no harm at all, has it, really?
No, not bad.
And we're going to see you for the final round, round 6, hopefully at Dunkeswell.
Yeah, we'll be there.
All right, who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
My mum, my dad, Matthew Wiggins Driver Academy, Kai and Reese from Hunter Motorsport and Veneto, and Hasnain Khan for the notes for this weekend.
Oh, well done, Hasnain. Love that. Great stuff, Jackson. Huge congratulations. See you for podiums a bit later on, buddy.
Yeah, see you.
There he goes. As we welcome in our winner then, Otis Cleary. Just put your feet on the spot there, champ. Mate, well done. Eyes to me. Now, listen, this is great. Am I right in saying this is your first overall weekend win, certainly this year, but in UKC?
Yes.
Well, huge congratulations, sir. You're on the top step of the podium at the end of the weekend. And I think it came down to being good in the wet this weekend, didn't it?
Yes, I'm very lucky it rained, but my rain skills are pretty good.
Well, they were. You proved that in the heats. You won both of the heats in the wet. This morning in the super heat, you had a battle on, didn't you? So you knew you were going to fight today.
Yeah, I knew we had a chance. Starting in first, it was a messy start, and I managed to come through.
And when you did come through, well, you stayed there for the duration because the gap back to Jackson was, well, over 4 seconds. So you must have felt quite comfortable out in front.
Yeah, I mean, don't look behind and just go.
It's great advice. Don't look behind and just go. But in a wet race like that, it must be quite hard just to keep your head and sort of, you know, keep it on the track and just keep doing it lap after lap.
I think I've had a lot of practice in the winter, and I've been building that skill that I haven't really used much. Yeah. And really, I just know what I'm doing.
Well, you did today, so well done to you. Who would you like to thank who's made it all possible?
DHR, Daryl, Russ, Time Engines, my mum, my dad, especially my sister watching at home, and all my sponsors.
Well, sister watching at home, what's her name? Look down the camera and just give her a shout out.
Yeah.
So, what?
Dahlia.
Right, thanks, Dahlia. And big thanks to your dad on the spanners. He's going to be really pleased with that one, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's our first win. He's happier than me.
Of course he is. Go give him a high five. We'll see you for podiums later on. Well done, buddy.
Right, thank you.
Well, always nice to hear from our podium finishers off the back of the Minimax final. A wet and wild one indeed. You can see the skies have cleared up ever so slightly, but the track still will be very, very wet. 3 finals left to go, of course, across the 177s, the juniors and the seniors. It is all to play for here at Three Sisters. Thank you again for your company. It's myself, Zach Sweeney, in the commentary box. Kev Harris, we just heard from down at Parc Fermé to get the gossip from the drivers off the back of their races. Now, of course, as we move on through the day, will the track be dry in time for the Senior Max final a bit later on? What are the tyres situation is going to be right now? I think that is firmly only a universal decision, and that, of course, is going to be wet weather tyres indeed. Next up, though, of course, it's time for the Rotax 177s. The green flag waves for the 177s. Now, Nathan Schaefer leads by just 10 points after drop scores have been accounted for over Harrison Crick. Ryler Taylor-Truman, Tyler Bellini and David Mitchell all within 24 championship points with a final and a round left to go in the Rotax 177s. It's the top 2 in the championship, top 3, top 4 even in the championship, starting 1, 2, 3 and 4. Schaefer, Crook, Taylor-Truman and Taylor Bellini. 1, 2, 3 and 4 for the 177 final. Now that is going to be a spicy one as they run their way towards turn number 1. Cole Edwards alongside Matt McGilvery, who was making some moves earlier on today. Behind that comes Josh Gollin and Jake Davis, keeping each other company on the 4th row of the grid. Behind that, we'll have Jack Gillingham, Jason Gardner, your top 10, with David Mitchell alongside Reg Hayward, 2 race winners so far this season, keeping each other company on the 6th row of the grid. Will Milner from Lucas Glover on row 7, then comes Sam Cornwell and Mark Gilly, P15 and P16, rounding out the 177 grid. Now, on total points, now, of course, in the UKC, you are able to drop your 3 worst results across the heats, pre-finals, finals. Of course, ideally, you'd want to drop the heats because they are the lower consequential point scoring opportunities, only 36 points for a win, as opposed to 45 for a win in finals. But nonetheless, after all of that's been considered, Nathan Schaefer, Harrison Crick, on total points, are tied at 603. Now, after drop scores, Nathan Schaefer effectively drops less points than Harrison Crick, who also has to drop a DSQ over the course of his season. But between them, after drop scores have been accounted for, just 10 points between them and just 24 between the top 4. Now, that was Sam Cornwell we just saw there, parked in pit lane, the 406, won't be taking to the start of this race. 14 minutes plus the lap for the 177s, all the way through to the end of the day then with the senior Rotax a bit later on. But it's Nathan Schaefer that will lead Harrison Crick. Direct championship implications between the two of them now at the business end of the season. The green flag flies. We go racing as Nathan Schaefer leads them towards turn number 1. Harrison Crick not the best of starts on the outside of the front row. 3 widers trying to thread the needle through the middle there. Who was that? Ryan Taylor-Truman, Matt McGilvery potentially in the 462 as well, getting a rocket ship of a start. But so far so good for Nathan Schaefer. Harrison Crick there in the TH quarter, able to hang on despite the very chaotic opening corner for the 177s. 1 and 2 status quo, but settling in now into the conditions. Having to adapt a very different track profile than what we saw in the pre-final for the 177s. There's the 404 of Josh Gollin getting involved as well on the outside, getting muscled wide there by the 412 of Jason Gardner. Now an opening lap effectively in the books already. And like I say, it was Matt McGilvery, the 462, that just threw the kart to the inside. Thread the needle, was late on the brakes. Maybe sometimes that is accidental. Sometimes you just catch yourself out with how late you're braking. You kind of just sort of deal with it. Regardless, Taylor Bellini goes to the inside, getting followed through, or at least the thought there from Ryan Taylor-Truman. As 4 karts nose to tail in these wet conditions. The rain has stopped, so the track will be drying. The track will be getting quicker as the dry line starts to form around the circuit. Of course, 15 karts clearing it out of the way. If the rain stays away, we might be able to just about get ourselves back onto slicks, but it's been a day of changeable conditions. We've seen it all here at Three Sisters. The racing has been unbelievable. And we've got 12.5 minutes left to go of the anti-penultimate race, the 3rd to final race of the day. There's Matt McGilvery, the 462, worked his way up to P3, splash there in the face of Ryan Taylor-Truman, and then consequentially to Cole Edwards, just over his shoulder and a spin. Oh my goodness me, Nathan Schaefer's gone round on the start-finish straight. Championship leader Nathan Schaefer stuck on the start-finish straight. He's dropped it. Harrison Crick will take the lead of the race. And Nathan Schaefer, who has been waiting so long for his first final victory of 2026, it's blown up in smoke for him. And it's all gone wrong in the final. Can he recover? Can he get back into this race? But Harrison Crick has been served up on a silver platter as he searches for his 2nd final victory of the season. And of course, crucially, the championship lead as well. Oh, a spin there for the 420. Oh, he's collected someone else with him as well. Will Milner getting it all sorts of wrong. And as soon as the kart goes, it's made its mind up. There is nothing you can do to catch it. Another lap in the books though. And Nathan Schaefer tumbling down the order. Let's take another look at it. And we just see the aftermath. Hand up in the air for Nathan Schaefer and having to sit there and watch the entire field go past is the rear right. I think, it was an issue with the rear right. Did it come loose potentially? Because that definitely didn't look to be there. Now, I might just need to go to Specsavers, but it definitely didn't look like there was a rear right attached to that car. So, very clearly, something not going well for Nathan Schaefer. And heartbreak for him. Heartbreak not only for this race in isolation, but the championship charge that he's had. Now, he has got drop scores, so effectively he would get a P6 back. So that effectively is what he finishes in this race. So 29 points he scores in this race, but Harrison Crick at the moment will be scoring the full helping of 45. And that's a 16-point differential, which means that Harrison Crick would lead the championship by 6 points heading into the final round. It is still absolutely on for Nathan Schaefer. He's by no means out of it, but it is just heartbreaking to see it go in such a way where you've got, you know, of course you're in control of your car, and you make sure your wheels are done up properly, and you look after it. But ultimately, you know, these guys have got a checklist, they've got a routine, they extensively look after their carts, they are run at such a high level. Once you're in the car, there's nothing you can do. And to be a passenger in that incident, you have to feel for Nathan Schaefer. And obviously Harrison Crick, I'm sure, will feel sorry for him to an extent, but, you know, that those condolences will probably only go so far, as Harrison Crick will search now for his second on-track, or his third on-track victory, his second actual classified victory, but that's pending whether or not Taylor Bellini can stay with him and start charging after him. Last time through, Harrison Crick was 3/10 clear of the field, 51.5 to the next quickest, which was a 51.8 set by Taylor Bellini. So the battle is a bit further back, particularly in the battle for the podium. Matt McGilvery for Craft Motorsport being chased after by the TT 465 of Ryan Taylor-Truman. Nice posture in the kart there for the 462 of Matt McGilvery, just keeping it nice and tidy, sat up straight, not letting himself be thrown around by the kart, just keeping himself tidy and focused forward with still just over half of this race remaining. Already it's proven massively consequential. Look at that as they jump over the curves, trying to hook it to get the kart rotated. Can't rely on grip alone. You can't really rely on grip at all in conditions like this, especially through those sweeping sections. The change of direction, you want to make it as, well, the path of least resistance. You want to do as little with the steering wheel as possible. So just by launching over the curb there, they do take that path of least resistance. They minimize the opportunity of washing wide and making each part of the S as a corner in of itself. 8 minutes plus the lap still to go. And already this race has had a season's worth of drama in it. Let us know what you're thinking in the YouTube chat, watching along at home, by the way. This is an incredible weekend. We've seen some fantastic racing thus far, and we're going to see that continue. Matt McGilvery defending from the TT Motorsport, Ryan Taylor-Truman. The 465 with the painted helmet, chasing after the all-white helmet, Craft Motorsport, the orange, black and blue of Matt McGilvery. And also getting into the fray here is Jason Gardner, who could have an opportunity here at taking a podium. Now, I am just going to check if he has taken one so far this season. I don't think he has. No, he's joined us just for this round. His best result was a P7, so searching for a podium here is the Lando Norris car. Now we tick over half distance of this race. And still more absolutely can happen. Harrison Crick and Taylor Bellini, the gap between them has actually reached a bit of a stalemate. Taylor Bellini has been able to manage the gap around 1.4 seconds, so any small mistake now for Harrison Crick will be, well, hugely devastating, because he cannot get complacent. Yes, he's not under any direct pressure, but he's under the pressure in the sense that one small mistake will bring Taylor Bellini right onto the rear end of the 402. Now, of course, on a day where your championship rival is out of the race because his rear right fell off, obviously you're going to want to win, but maybe you're going to go into that championship consolidation mode. Defensive there goes the Craft Motorsport machine. Around the outside goes the 465. Taylor Truman, what a move. Nicely done. Around the outside of the opening corner. But the counter-attack is there. The Craft Motorsport has got the run towards the second set of S's, but chopping his nose off there and launching it over the curb. Ryan Taylor Truman gets himself onto the podium. Five and a half minutes left to go. A wet, wild weekend. The up and the under is there. Look at that that's Jake Davis on the back of the 412 of Jason Gardner. What a move that was from Taylor Truman, though. The grip on the outside, of course, absolutely is there, especially in these wet conditions. Now, even though Three Sisters is a bit of an anomaly in that sense because of the drifting that takes place around this circuit, through T1 on this layout, not a lot of rubber gets laid down, so you really can lean on that grip, and he absolutely did. Down the hill once again, and the aggression as well to thwart the counter-attack was there from Taylor Truman. Like he pointed the car with intention at the apex. It was a case of, yeah, I'm turning now. Yes, it's probably about 12 meters before I'm actually supposed to, but I'm just pointing the kart now to deter you from going for a move, just to really throw the kart in on entry. He sorted it out down the hill, which is really impressive as well, because obviously Matt McGilvery's aim was to do the exact same thing, but Taylor Truman just didn't give him the opportunity to do that by forcing himself to get in front of the Craft Motorsport machine. But the fight is not over. There's still 4.5 minutes left to go, plus the lap, of course. Taylor Bellini versus Harrison Crook. Now, that is a gap that is slowly coming down. About half a tenth of a second a lap. Down the inside as well goes, that's Jake Davis on Jason Gardner. Pretty textbook move. Nicely done. And through he goes, up into 5th place in the orange and black TT Motorsport machine. We've now got, of course, just under 4 minutes left to go. Probably could be at 5 laps up and under there from the 464 of Gillingham. Forces the Lando Norris car of Gardner up 2 wheels onto the grass. He's going to feel a little bit hard done by that one, but a nice switch back from the 464 to demote the 412 yet another place. He'll end the lap in P7 after starting it in 5th. The gap between the top two has grown once again. The 402 from the 427 has gone from about 1.3 to 1.5 seconds now. So barely anything, and barely distinguishable in terms of raw pace. Or a bit of a pickup there from the 412. Maybe a bit of an advantage by contact. The 464 not happy with it, but the 412 will go through, just about able to keep it on the road. Now he's going to get Freight Train down the inside. 3 cars follow through, all the way back to Reg Hayward. So an aggressive move there from Gardner has come back to bite him. He picked up the car in front of him, forced them wide. Then the car that he was fighting with, of course, of Davis and Gillingham, was like, absolutely not, mate. What are you talking about? Open up the steering, forced him wide, and then in doing so, Gardner, of course, then dropped down a couple more places beyond that. Taylor Truman, Matt McGilvery, the fight for 3rd, still there. Jake Davis still with him as well. 2.5 minutes plus a lap remaining. We're not seeing the track improve too much. The lap times, we're actually not seeing anyone really set any personal bests. If anything, it's getting worse. Now, that's not to say that it is getting worse. It could just be a case that the tyres are falling off, or the pressures are a bit higher, or whatever it is. I think the track is a fairly stable state at the moment. Now, it will be drying. Whether that translates into raw lap time, we'll have to wait and see. Last time through for Harrison Crook and Taylor Bellini was a 51.8 and a 52.1 respectively. Josh Gollin skating the cut wide through Paddock Bend. Back through the left and towards the boot section. .7 seconds now is the gap at the front. We're following this battle here. Josh Gollin, he's got Jason Gardner just behind him. And again, tricky conditions to adapt to. The track conditions likely changing maybe lap in, lap out. You can't, especially in conditions like this where it is drying, you can't be too safe on your references. Because again, the grip changes, the lines change. Again, your reference point of the kart in front. You know, sometimes you're going to have to put a little bit more pressure on us to avoid going straight into the back of them. Oh my word, spotting the gap there. Josh Gollin. Very nicely done indeed from the 404. Threaded the needle as the 437 delayed his turn in to prioritise a later apex. That opened the inside for Josh Gollan just to snake his way through. 46 seconds left on the clock. This will be the penultimate lap of the race, potentially. Again, we'll see as to when Harrison Crook crosses the line. Down the inside goes Gardner on Reg Hayward, our round 1 winner back at Whilton Mill. After Harrison Crook's penalty demoting him 5 seconds and promoting Reg Hayward onto the podium place. Quick wipe of the helmet there. No windscreen wipers on the visors. Now you try and do it with the back of your hand rather than the front. That's where the grip on the kart is. Sorry, the grip on the glove is. You don't really want to be wiping your visor with that, just in case it loosens your grip on the actual wheel itself. Back of your hand, it does get wet, it does get cold, but you kind of need to see, it does help. And if you have your visor even slightly open as well, your face gets absolutely covered. Clock strikes 0. This is the penultimate lap of the race. We've now just gone on to lap and a half left to go. Harrison Crook leads Taylor Bellini by 1.3 seconds. That gap has ebbed and it is flowed, but has stayed stable around 1.3 to 1.5 seconds. This has been a race that has fallen nicely into the lap of Harrison Crook. His championship rival losing his rear right wheel. Say that 5 times fast. Goodness me. There he is, the TH course. We've not really had to talk about him or see him too much. Definitely been speaking about him. Haven't seen him too much, really, because he's just been controlling the race, controlling the gap. Clinical as ever. Out through the final corner, we'll start the final tour of Three Sisters. We'll look over to his left. We'll see the last lap board shown. We'll see that Taylor Bellini is still gunning for an opportunity to win this race. The pressure is not off. Even though it's the final lap, you can't get complacent. A small mistake could still be disastrous. Of course, he was denied the victory back at Whilton Mill. He recovered back at Warden Law to take his first win of the 2026 season in the final. And on a weekend which could be a turning point in the championship. His main rival, looking quick in pace, was leading the opening couple of laps of this race before his kart failed him. Harrison Crook was the one to step up, to make the difference, to keep his composure, to keep his cool, and to rise above it all here at Three Sisters. Out through the final corner, the checker flag will fly. Harrison Crook takes victory in the 177s. What a drive, finishing just 1.1 seconds clear of Taylor Bellini. At no point in that race could he feel safe. Taylor Bellini, Ryan Taylor-Truman, one of the best moves of the weekend as well, to find his way onto the podium just in front of Matt McGilvery. For Taylor Bellini, that will be his third appearance on the podium in the final this season. Harrison Crook, though, takes his second victory, his third on the road in 2026. Taylor Bellini, Ryan Taylor-Truman, your podium. Matt McGilvery from Jake Davis. Then comes Jack Gillingham, Cole Edwards, Josh Gollan, Jason Gardner and Reg Hayward, your top 10 after 18 laps of racing. David Mitchell, Will Milner, who suffered some problems early on in the race of spin, coming out of the final, going into the boot, sees him only 12th. Lucas Glover, Mark Gilley, Nathan Schaefer, who unfortunately a victim, a passenger of his rear right coming loose. Samuel Cornwell as well, didn't take to the start and will be classified as P16 and won't be getting any points from this race. The 177s, though, what a battle that was, and the implications crucially in the championship that has. By my maths and with the drop scores, again, we'll head over to Alpha Race Hub for the championship results and everything to confirm after the weekend. But by my maths, I think Harrison Crook, after drop scores, will be leading heading into the final round by just 6 points ahead of Nathan Schaefer. Now, of course, Ryan Taylor-Truman as well will gain some crucial ground in the championship. So too will Taylor Bellini. I think absolutely it is all to play for, particularly between the top 4 in the championship. Be good to have a word with the top 3 after that race as well, down with Kev. I'm sure Harrison Crook will be quite excited and, well, probably still understand there's a job to do in about a month's time at Dunkeswell, but can at least ride the high of a win today. Taylor Bellini, Ryan Taylor-Truman as well on the podium. Ryan Taylor-Truman, I believe, again, that will be his, again, a third appearance to the podium in 2026. Same too for Taylor Bellini. He took P3 at Whilton Mill. He got disastrously unlucky at Kimbolton. He took the win in both heats and the pre-final, ultimately finishing P23 in the final. and then took a win in the pre-final back at Warden Law, but was disqualified from the final. He then got his way back to the podium, back at Rowrah. So again, his third visit to the UKC podium. And not the run of form that David Mitchell would have wanted after taking the first clean sweep of the season back at Rowrah, winning both heats, the pre-final and the final. Well, he has only finished inside the top 10 on one occasion this weekend, and that was earlier on today. He finished P11 in that one, and for the most part will knock his championship hopes out of the door. But still, all to play for. I think 157 points still on offer through the two heats, the pre-final and the final, when we take to Dunkeswell. So plenty to play for. And I'm sure a lot of intrigue there as well. After the 177s, though, let's head down to Kevin, have a chat with our podium.
So Ryan, great result for you there, making a podium at the end of the day, and with Nathan Schaefer going out at that one, that's done your championship hopes some good as well.
Yeah, it's been a right weekend. It's challenging.
Just a couple of technical problems, I think, with Kev down in Parc Fermé. We'll head back to him, of course, as soon as we can. He was just catching up with Ryan Taylor-Truman for TT Motorsport there. Will be good to get his thoughts. But, yeah, we'll head back to Kev as soon as we can. Of course, for Taylor Bellini and Harrison Crook as well, be nice as well to hear from them and what it means, particularly in the championship. Now, I know some drivers think about it a little bit more than others, so it'd be good to hear from them. Let's head back down to Kev and have a chat with our podium.
So Ryan, there we go, another podium for you at the end of round 5 here in the championship, but I sense maybe you wanted a bit more.
Yeah, it was a decent weekend. Like, I seem to be from the halfway point of the series. It's just Mr. Consistent at the minute. Like, I had a bit of a shock in the first couple of rounds, but points make prizes, so let's see how it goes. Going into one of my home tracks now, so yeah, positive.
Yeah, and also, not good for Nathan Schaefer, but he was leading the championship coming to this weekend, and it didn't play out for him in the final, so that's helped yourself and Harrison.
Yeah, it just shows anything can happen, can't it? Like, Nathan's been really quick all weekend, but something just happened. I'm not really sure what happened, but saw him on the sidelines. But yeah, it's a shame.
Harrison, though, strong as always for TH course, and just a little bit too much in the final there.
Yeah, well, he's always quick, so let's just see what the last round brings.
Who would you like to thank who's made it all possible?
All the TT Motorsport, my dad, Archie Baker, for mechanicking. Yeah, decent weekend. AAM Race Engines for a good package.
Great stuff. Well, well done. Huge congratulations. We'll see you for the final. Let's see if we can get Taylor Bellini up next. I think he's in there, the man that brought it home in second. I'm going to go and try and find Taylor, and we'll see what he's got to say. Bringing it home in second, and again, another strong drive from another strong driver. Taylor, another podium for you, but still couldn't quite get up to Harrison on that one.
Couldn't quite get it that time. We nearly missed the gate by 10 seconds, so unfortunately we couldn't put a bit of air in the tyre, so we went out same as pressures yesterday, which we knew didn't work because in qualifying was rapid and tried a different setup, didn't work. But I was still happy with second. I didn't think I'd be able to keep up with Harrison with the setup we had. Yeah. So I'm really happy with it.
Yeah, exactly. That's not the kind of like start to the race you need, that kind of pressure, is it really?
Before he went out there. So I can have a bit of a breather now.
And also the first weekend that anyone's had the wet tyres on, and you were fully in it today and fully in it yesterday.
Yeah. I was looking forward to the wet, and I think we've done all right. And I'm glad it weren't dry for the final because we've been tugging this weekend in the dry. So before that one, we changed everything you could think of, and it seemed to work, and I'm happy with second.
Yeah, and it's good looking at the last round now. Commiserations to Nathan. Obviously, he was leading the championship, but he went out in that one, so you boys have all bumped up a little bit.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, Nathan. He's been driving really well all weekend, and I'm quite good friends with him, so I feel quite bad for him, but he's always got the last round to catch some points up. Everyone's had a bit of hard luck, and unfortunately, his turn was this round.
All right, well done. Huge congratulations. We'll see you for podiums a bit later on. I'm going to quickly grab a word with Harrison. I know the carts have gone out, but I think we're still with us. Harrison, we'll grab a quick word with you, mate, because I can hear that our next race is going. But just a quick word with our winner, Harrison, before we hand back to Zach, who's going to look after the next one. Well done, mate. Tough conditions this weekend, but you got the better of the boys and probably leading the championship after that.
Yeah, it was a tough weekend. We struggled in Heat 1 yesterday. Being turned around at one of the race starts. But then after that, we kept our head down and we've done what we needed to do for the rest of it. So it's been good.
And the first time been on the wet tyres this season, but it obviously all worked out for you. You enjoyed it?
Yeah, I quite like the wet round here. So it done me quite good when it did rain for that final, so didn't mind it.
All right, mate, listen, well done. We'll see you for the podiums a bit later on. We're back and racing, so I've got to throw back to Zach. So huge congratulations.
Thank you.
The penultimate race of the day, and it's the Junior Max final. Ellis Bell alongside championship leader Charlie Wolf at the front row with Kean Bernard and Thomas Jackson directly behind them, all to play for over the course of the next 14 minutes plus a lap. And the championship still to be decided. Slow roll up to the start-finish line. Ellis Bell controlling the field, but the one in form this weekend. Foot to the floor and we go racing in Junior Max. Kean Bernard trying to push the race leader through. Charlie Wolf has not got the best of starts on the outside front row of the grid, but will try and go through, and oh my goodness me, turmoil at the opening corner. Nearly 10 karts off at the opening corner alone. One of them has taken off to the escape road and is going to go up and over the crest here at Three Sisters. Not the start that you want in the slightest. Potentially was our championship leader as well, Charlie Wolfett, potentially involved. We'll see as to where everyone is at the end of the opening lap, but look at this, off of the race start. The green flag still flying, changeable conditions, and for the first time today, Junior Max, of course, will be on the wet compounded tyres. So a setup adaptation, a driving adaptation as well to contend with the 295, fighting away. Out through the final corner, side by side between the two of them. What a move that is there. That's the 282. That's Louis Radcliffe trying to find his way up another position. But at the end of the opening lap, by the way, it's Ellis Bell from Connor Large, who started this race in P15. And he's up 13 places on the opening lap alone. Lightning McQueening his way through that opening lap carnage. Finds himself in second position. Ellis Bell in control of this race. Kean Bernard in third from Karthik Kameta, who's up from 17th on the grid. Then comes Louis Radcliffe, Leighton Kelly, Finley Smith, Charlie Wolfett ends the opening lap down in P8. Let's see if he can carry his way forward. Oh my goodness me. Leighton Kelly straight into the rear end of Louis Radcliffe there. Two more karts involved. I think that's down at the back end of the field. That's two of our repechage runners, I think it was. I think it was the 222. Potentially we saw Samir Paul, who won our repechage, having some problems. Well, that's the opening lap done and dusted. Charlie Wolf at the number 6. Championship leader, of course, needs to, well, just outscore Blake Southern, really. But Kean Bernard is an outside shot in this championship, and right now is running P3, less than 2 seconds off the race lead, trying to thread the needle through the middle, and 3 wide in towards the opening corner, the 297, sending it the long way round. This is the battle for just outside of the top 10. That's Leo Basterfield, Aidan Hammond, and Jake Gruffity all doing battle for P12. Also now going side by side, a bit further forward. I mean, pick your battles here. Connor Large trying to keep Kean Bernard at bay. Ellis Bell clear of them all, about 1.6 seconds in front. Kean Bernard trying to find a way through. Connor Large, though, of course, a driver that we don't often see this far forward. His best result so far this season has been a P4. His best result in a final has been P28, or P22 even, last time out at Rowrah. This is by far the highest he's been all season, and he wants to keep that P2. However, Kean Bernard, if he continues to battle with him, he invites the likes of Karthik Kameta, Louis Radcliffe, Charlie Wolfett all to get back in. He might be better off cutting his losses, sitting in third, and staying with Kean Bernard to drive away from the chasing pack. But you have to say, his job so far in this race, his awareness, absolutely incredible. Very perspicacious, seeing things that other people maybe didn't on that opening lap, reading the situation very nicely. Charlie Wolfett now desperate to find his way back into contention after starting on the outside front row. Didn't get the best of starts, dropped back a couple of kart lengths, then tried to launch it around the outside, got tagged up. Then as incidents naturally tend to gravitate outwards, just stuck on the outside there and collected. He's got 2 karts in front of him though, that being the 295 of Kameta and the 282 of Louis Radcliffe. Here comes Kean Bernard straight to the inside of Connor Large, spots the gap at T1. Connor Large doesn't really put up too much of a battle, tries to tuck directly behind the Sam Pollitt racing machine. And now Kean Bernard has his sights set forward on Ellis Bell, who has yet to take a final victory. Was on the podium back at Warden Law, was Ellis Bell. And so far is looking to do a clean sweep. Took all 3 victory in all 3 of his races so far. Connor Large back up the inside of Kean Bernard. Thought about it, just managed to get maybe a picometer alongside the 240, but to no avail. Charlie Wolfett back into 6th, trying to chase after Matthew Kometa for 4th. He's actually, he's back into 5th now. He's looking for 4th. Tight line through the final corner for Charlie Wolfett. Keeps it tidy, gets the acceleration. That short run, the shortest distance possible to the start-finish straight. He's tucked up in the slipstream. Kometa goes defensive. Here comes Wolfett, goes even deeper to the inside. That's the championship leader, by the way. The 295 goes in deep and will fend off the championship leader of Charlie Wolfett, who has only won 1 of the last 6 races. Before that, it was a 10-race winning streak. Kicks up some very dirty puddles there on the exit of the opening sector. You've got Louis Ratcliffe over his shoulder. He wants to find a way through on Kometa as well, stress-free as possible. Gets the inside line, but then it becomes the outside through the next long left and straight underneath the pair of them. Louis Ratcliffe reading that very well indeed. Charlie Wolfett still side by side with Kometa, who goes back to the inside of the boot. But Charlie Wolfett will break later, get to the apex first and take control of that situation. After all of that, though, it's a net no change in position, and Louis Ratcliffe was able to find his way through. The pair of them washing wide through that left-hander, tunnel-visioned on each other. In the end, that was their Harmarsha. 8.5 minutes plus the laps still to go. Charlie Wolfett, again, the number 6 gold chain Charlie, the championship leader, ahead of Blake Southern, who at the moment is running, well, absolutely no contest at the moment to Charlie Wolfett. He's down in P24. So this is more focused on whether or not Kean Bernard and Ellis Bell can get themselves into contention heading into the final race of the season. Coming into the final, Kean Bernard sat on 5.14 to Charlie Wolfett's 5.67, which was, well, that is a 53-point deficit. Kean Bernard in second will be scoring 40 points. So that'll be a nice gain for him. Ellis Bell as well came into this one on 5.09, so that is a 58-point deficit to Charlie Wolfett. And again, winning the race, that's the full helping of 45. It'll definitely help him close the gap, keeping him in fighting contention. There's the 260 down and out of this race. That's JJ Lowe, who we saw progress through the repechage, but unfortunately will not finish the super final. 7.5 minutes remaining in this race, and not really much happening in by way of overtakes. The rain has stopped. The track is drying, but by no means is dry, and definitely won't be slicks by the time we get to the seniors in a couple of minutes' time. That's 4 wide. Oh my goodness me, into Paddock Bend. It's getting all sorts of messy there. A bit further down the field, that's the 217 of Jacob Jack. So that there was the fight for, well, this is the fight for P17 behind Luca Holmes-Ballock, who understandably, as he usually does, is just sticking it on the white line and keeping as many people behind him as possible. Riley Murray trying to get involved there for Sam Pullet Racing. So this is absolutely kicking off. It has to be said. Look to the inside from the 215, that's Blair Smith. Into turn 1, gets it stopped. Easy as you'd like, really. What a battle this is, honestly, and again, only for P19. There are points available this far down the order, but of course it's not usually what you'd expect people to be fighting tooth and nail for. Luke Holmes-Ballock, I think, has been able to clear the battle. It's the likes of Leo Bastfield, Max Douthwaite and Blake Southern involved in this fight as well. 6 minutes plus the lap still remaining. And quite clearly, battles up and down the field. The 217 getting caught out though, that's Jacob Jack running wide through the first section of the boot. That allows the Craft Motorsport machine to clear off. And now puts him under a little bit of pressure from the 219, who looks to go to the outside through turn 1. Picks up the curb there. That is a very steep curb. And again, you're not really attacking it at the nicest angle of attack. Charlie Wolfett, though, with Louis Ratcliffe, using each other, I think, to try and close up onto the back of Conor Large, and it has worked. Conor Large allowing Kean Bernard through. Again, he's been gifted a very good opportunity here. I say gifted, he's worked for a very good opportunity here by parting the seas at the opening corner. But now he's being chased down by 2 drivers who definitely have got the racecraft to go forwards. They're not focused on P4 and P5. For Charlie Wolfett especially, he wants a podium to limit the damage in the championship. The gap isn't unclosable by any means as well. In fact, quite likely it'll close. The rear right bumper, though, of Charlie Wolfett, I don't know, maybe just a little bit of flex. Didn't look completely attached, but clearly fine. Kim Bernard, the one with the fastest lap, though, sets a lap time just under a tenth quicker than Ellis Bell last time through, hovering around the 51.7s. Ellis Bell quickly beats that, goes to a 51.5. Kim Bernard comes across the line, goes to a 51.8. Side by side as they cross the line, though. There's the 234. That's Finney Smith making a move on Karthik Kumeta for P6. The Chaos Sport Car goes through. Again, gets the run out of the boot, straightens it up, keeps it tight, and, well, finds his way through up in a 6th place before the start-finish line. Like I say, Louis Ratcliffe and Charlie Wolfett both now within 0.7 of a second of each other. And closing in onto the back of Conor Large. Under investigation, though, is Max Dalthwaite. I think he was maybe the one the stewards maybe deemed responsible for the incident that we saw in that battle for P20. So the stewards getting an eye at him. Last thing you want to hear on a weekend like this is that you've been called to the stewards room, but again, it's tricky conditions. Also under investigation of the 273 of Ian Campbell. 3 minutes, 20 seconds plus the lap still to go. Look to the inside from the 218. That's Jensen Chalk on the back of Barnaby Grubb in the fight for 9th. The 272 able to hold firm inside the top 10. Barnaby Grubb has boasted a number of top 10 finishes over the course of the season. His best result so far in a final is P10, so he's searching for his best result of the season, actually in 9th. And into the tail end of this race, just a few minutes remaining. Ellis Bell, Kean Bernard, Conor Large are top 3, but very much spaced apart. There is the battle, though, for the final place on the podium. The 211 of Conor Large, closely followed by Louis Ratcliffe, who has been reeling in, hunting that gap. Very eager to get the power down on the exit of the boot section as well. Conor Large feeling the pressure with the track conditions changing. And where adaptability shines forwards, Conor Large was able to part the seas, was able to find himself in a position that he doesn't often find himself in. How hard will he battle this? How hard can he battle this? Or will Louis Ratcliffe find a way through with little contest? Conor Large will defend it. Of course he will. He wants the podium. The pressure is on. Louis Ratcliffe also there. Charlie Wolfett desperate to minimise the damage in the championship, to score as many points as he possibly can, to give himself the most comfortable margin possible with Blake Southend outside of the top 20. Or just inside the top 20, actually. He's running P19. It's a great opportunity now for Charlie Wolfett to extend the gap, but also he's got to be mindful of Kean Bernard and Ellis Bell, both of whom are outscoring him so far in this race. Coming back onto the circuit is the 235. Nathaniel Gray, oh no, coming into the pit lane, I should say, is the 235 of Nathaniel Grace. That's going to be the end of his day. Oh, goodness me, you could hear that from the camera point. The 262 scraping there at the bottom. Also the 282 of Louis Ratcliffe scraping there as he went up and over the curb at the bottom of the hill. That's allowed Charlie Wolfett to get onto his rear bumper. Now, if these two start battling, that's exactly what Conor Large wants. However, I think Ratcliffe and Wolfett are smarter than that. And I think Wolfett's plan here, at least maybe for the next lap, because we are heading on to the third to final lap now. Ellis Bell ticks them over. So 3 to go now at the line. Charlie Wolfett might get a little bit desperate. Conor Large, though, he's got 3 laps to defend. Round the outside, Louis Ratcliffe late on the brakes. He's going to thread the needle. Conor Large is going to push him wide. Here comes Charlie Wolfett. Will find his way through on one of them. Now he's going to try and tee up the move on the other. Here comes the championship leader, Conor Large, making himself as wide as possible. At the bottom of the hill, Louis Ratcliffe, it was ambitious, but it didn't quite pay off on the outside of turn number 1. Conor Large there, tunnel visioned, opened up the steering to force him wide, and very nearly lost the place to Charlie Wolfett as a result. He's been thrown the lifeline, and this means so much more to Conor Large than arguably it does to both Louis Ratcliffe and to Charlie Wolfett. This will be his first podium of the season, his best result by a mile. And Conor Large has got a lot less to lose than Charlie Wolfett does. Penultimate lap of the race now. Conor Large from Charlie Wolfett, then comes Louis Ratcliffe in P5. 3 carts, only one of them can stand on the podium. Charlie Wolfett tries to go for the up and the under, takes a super late apex now. And does the move line itself up. Connor Large, he sees the championship leader alongside him. And the fairy tale might well be over. At the bottom of the hill, Charlie Wolfett will find his way through, and here comes Louis Ratcliffe. Connor Large, desperate to keep himself in contention, will nearly put Ratcliffe on the grass there. Through paddock bend, the 282 will find his way through. Bit of contact between the two of them. And Louis Ratcliffe gets force wide there. Connor Large not backing down in the fight for fourth, to the fury there of Ratcliffe. But it does allow Charlie Wolfett to crucially cement himself in third position, to finish just behind Ellis Bell and Cian Bernard. He's got to keep it tidy for one more lap at Three Sisters for Junior Max. There is your race leader, Ellis Bell, who hasn't taken final victory. Oh my goodness me, keep it tidy on the final lap. You've done so well over the last 16. Don't throw it away on the 17th. A driver that has done so well on a weekend that has been so tough. Changeable conditions, adaptability, championship implications. The pressure has been on. The penultimate round of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. And for the first time this season, Ellis Bell will find himself on the top step of the podium in the final. And look at what it means to him. What a drive. Domination defined from Ellis Bell. Cian Bernard joins him on the podium. Some crucial points for the 240 in his championship hunt. And Charlie Wolfett, despite getting stuck on the outside of the opening corner, getting caught up in the turmoil, fought his way back. And a champion's drive to finish in P3. A driver that went toe-to-toe with Jacob Ashcroft back in Mini Inter. And a driver that we've been waiting to see get back onto top form. He's taken 10 victories in a row this season. He's taken 11 over the course of the season as a whole. And he adds another podium to the trophy cabinet. But nothing can be taken away from Ellis Bell, who will be over the moon with the results over the course of the last 18 laps. Ellis Bell, Cian Bernard, Charlie Wolfett, your podium in Junior Max, with Connor Large and Louis Ratcliffe just outside of that in P5. It could have gone any which way, but Connor Large, still a valiant, Herculean effort to finish fourth after all of that, was not backing down for anyone. Finley Smith, Karthik Kameta, a similar driver who was able to climb their way forwards and inside the top 10 from Leighton Kelly, Sebastian Clark and Jensen Chalk, your top 10. Behind that comes Jake Graffiti, Barnaby Grubb, almost his best result of the season in P12. Jensen Hookey, Peter Lee from Nico Holmes-Ballock and Leo Basterfield. Blake Southland, P2 in the championship, no more you would imagine after finishing 17th in that race. Aidan Hammond and Blair Smith, not once but twice apparently, P19 and P20 it seems. Behind that we'll have the likes of Thomas Jackson, Harry Ratcliffe, Max Douthwaite, Jack Robinson, Joseph Berkery, Ian Campbell, Eskild Hewitt, Riley Murray down in P28, Jacob Jack and Samir Paul, the repechage winner, finishing 30th. Then comes Arden Clark, Nathaniel Gray, JJ Lowe and Braith Murdoch, the 34th and final finisher in Junior Max. In fact, the final person to be classified, the bottom three, Nathaniel Gray, JJ Lowe and Braith Murdoch, we all lost. It was Arden Clark, the last one, across the line in P31. Not to what he would have wanted, but again, a tough weekend nonetheless. The track still drying. The rain has held off since its downpour earlier on for the Micromaxes, who were stuck on slicks. But for Senior Max, I think it is still just about going to be wet compound tyres with the track drying throughout. The track has been getting slightly better all throughout the afternoon. Thank you for your company as well as we've completed our fourth and penultimate final of the day. We've ticked off the micros, the minis, the 177s, now the juniors. Of course, that only leaves the seniors. If you've joined us since the beginning, thank you for your company. And now we're going to hear once again from Kev, who's with our Junior Max podium.
Well, Charlie, just having a chat to you off camera there, mate. That's exactly what you needed to do. And what a final. Dropping down the order, then pulled it back up to third.
Yeah, I mean, it's good championship points. We're still leading the championship, so we just got to keep chipping away. Got one more round left, so just top threes will do, and that, I think we've won the championship if we keep doing that.
Yeah, I think you have. Talk me through that one, because I'm standing here looking through the fence, watching what's going on. I look at live time, I'm like, where is he? And you drop down the order. So what happened in the early stages?
Yeah, so turn one, I was on the outside. It's not really the best round here. And then there was like an incident on the inside, and I just couldn't really avoid it. But again, we done what we had to do. Good championship points.
Really good. Made your way up through the field as the race went on. And I've got to say, it was a bold overtake up this end, coming downhill through the right, left, right, and you got on the brakes to make it stick. You must have quite enjoyed that one.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably one of my favourite tracks to drive. It's just so good. But yeah, it's a hard move coming into the valley, but we got it done and needed to do what we had to do.
Well, I saw it, and I hope the people at home watching the live stream did, so well done. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible? My
mum and dad, all my family, DHR, Mike, Russ, Dan, Daryl, just everyone behind the scenes working tirelessly hard this week and every day, really.
Gold chain, Charlie. Huge congratulations. See you for podiums later.
Thank you.
Let's welcome in Kian Bernard up onto the spot here. So, Kian, well done, mate. A really strong drive there. Happy with that one?
Yeah, it was a good race. Just unfortunately, I made a small mistake at the start, so I dropped down to third. But then, even when I got into second, just wasn't quick enough to get into the lead. But yeah, overall, I'm happy. It was a good, consistent weekend. So yeah, I got a lot of points for the championship.
Yeah, you've closed the gap to Charlie. I mean, he was a little way back, but then he's put himself on the podium, so he got more points than perhaps he should have. But you've closed the gap to him. And I suppose on a weekend like this, when it's wet and, you know, anything could happen, they're all just good points, aren't they?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like weekends like this, when it's getting towards the end of the championship, that's like the type of results you need. So yeah, I'm quite happy with how the weekend went.
The journey continues for Kian Bernard. Who would you like to thank who's made it all possible?
My driver coach, Ali, my brother for mechanicking for me, Lewis for managing the juniors, HRS for the engines, and the whole of SBR.
Give your brother the name check he deserves, because he's been with you from the start, and he's going to be always with you, isn't he?
Yeah, Tristan, what a guy.
What a guy, top man. Well done, Tristan. Thanks, Kian. Let's welcome in Ellis. Come on in, Ellis. Here we go, mate. Listen, I don't want to say too much, but I did a social media interview with you just before this morning, so I might be your lucky charm, pal.
You should interview me every time.
Exactly, man. But listen, well done. Winning by quite some margin in the end there in that final. You got off and away down the road, and Kian, the gap back was, well, I can't even see it, what was it? Nearly 4 seconds, 3.7 seconds.
Yeah, no, it was a really good race. Felt quite controlled at the front. I managed to get away at the start, and then I was just keeping a cool head.
It didn't quite all go your way in the superheat this morning. That was a tough fight this morning, but you did enough and put yourself in a good position for this afternoon.
Yeah, it was definitely different. A lot of people were running different things. It was wet to dry and different things. But I managed to stay in front, used my head, won the race, and then won the final.
And enjoyed the wet tyres, clearly, this afternoon.
Yeah, loved it.
Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
Omar, everyone at Omar, Ben Hingley, Matty Hingley, my dad. Yeah.
And now you're going to get up to the fence and go and watch Matty and see how he does?
Hopefully he can do it the same as I did.
We'll see. Lovely. Thanks, Alice. We'll see you for podiums a bit later on. Zach, back to you. Senior Rotax then, last one of the day.
Indeed so. We've done 4 finals and 1 more left to go. Well, as Ellis Bell quite rightly alluded to there, Matty Hingley, of course, in top form off the back of 11 races in a row, 13 over the course of the season so far. We've completed 19. He's won 13 of them. How astonishing for the number 5 in top stead, maybe to go all the way and take the championship. But the battle could still be on. Macaulay Bishop is always going to be one that will go down swinging. Let's find out as we head to Senior Max. Karts on circuit then for the final time today. Senior Max has reached its boiling point. The penultimate round of the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. And it comes down, of course, to this. Matty Hingley leads Macaulay Bishop by 32 points after drop scores accounted for in the championship. And, of course, his consistency at the top. The last 11 races have all been won by Matty Hingley, and his 13 over the course of the 19 race season thus far. Can he go for 12 out of 20? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Or even it would be 14 out of 20 so far if he's able to come out on top today. And well, he's got the best seat in the house alongside Finley Buck on the front row of the grid. Harry Freeman alongside Macaulay Bishop on row 2, with Jack Lilly alongside Matteo Palazzo, who was calm, cool and collected earlier on, start 6th, just ahead of Will Archer and James Kell on row 4. Joshua Graham and Louis Weaver complete the top 10, with Pearson Bullock Carter and Louis Merica just on the 6th row of the grid. Deacon Russell, who unfortunately had to come into pit lane at the Superheat, starts 13th alongside Jamie Burt. Charlie King and Reese Bailey, again, who suffered some problems earlier on, starts 16th in this race. Behind that, Charles Green, Freddie Worlock and Ollie Goodyear, the 19th driver to take to the start of this one. We have got more drivers behind that. We've got the likes, of course, of Jack West, George Holm, Morgan Hudson-Brown, Marcus King, Rain Carews, Jonas Jasanauskas, Jacob Lee, Archie Hogan, Ollie Miller, Ethan Critchley, Taylor England, Caitlin Seabrick in our final UKC race ever before going to train to be a paramedic, starts 31st. Sam Kelbrick and Charlie Holm alongside each other at P32 and P33. Matty Hingley, though, 14 minutes plus the lap. Can he go? 12 consecutive race victories. Finley Buck, who's looking very, very quick this weekend, will be looking to deny him alongside him on the front row of the grid. Macaulay Bishop as well will not be liking to see his championship rival sail off into the distance. Foot to the floor for the final time today, and we go racing in Senior Max. Great start between the top two. Matty Hingley, though, holds firm on the inside. Finley Buck will try and throw one to the outside. Oh my goodness me, they've gone off at the opening corner once again. One of the Chaos Sports has gone off. That's Harry Freeman, straight off at turn 1. And even more, oh goodness me, down through the valley. Almost everyone involved on the opening lap. Yellow flags flying, of course. Caught up in the turmoil. The 360 Matteo Palazzo's been able to negotiate his way into second place. And there's the 339 out of the cut. That's Louis Merica, who started inside the top 10. Now down and out of this race. Once again, a frenzy of a start for Senior Max. Macaulay Bishop took the risk on the outside. I think it did just about pay off for him. We'll see as to where he racks up on the opening lap. There he is, just running, I think, just outside of the top 5 potentially. But at the end of the first lap of the race, it's Will Archer that ascends to the top from Matteo Palazzo. Joshua Graham makes it a Chaos Sport 1 and 3. James Kell, Louis Weaver from Pearson Bullock Carter and Macaulay Bishop. Then comes Ollie Goodyear, Jack West, Finley Buck from the front row down to P10 on the opening lap alone. And there's your top 2, Matteo Palazzo. Of course, with Chaos Sport last year, did such a brilliant job in the wet back at Lark Hall. Was denied then. Would not like himself to be denied now. He's on the back end of Will Archer in this race. What happened to Matty Hingley? I think he was involved on the opening lap. Where is he dropped to? He's dropped down to P26. 11 races in a row that he's won, and it's unlikely that he'll win at P12. Of course, I think we've just got a replay of that start. I mean, it's going to be hard to pick it apart, but it was just, I think, one person getting it wrong on the inside. Everyone rolling towards the opening corner. It wasn't a mistake from the front 2 rows. I think it came from behind. So keep an eye out for that. In towards turn 1, Macaulay Bishop chops to the inside, was late on the brakes. And then on the inside, I think it was the inside 3rd row of the grid that then tapped into the rear end of someone. Matty Hingley was able to avoid taking to the sort of the outer loop layout, if you like. But Harry Freeman, most undoubtedly, the one getting the worst end of that one. Jack West under a lot of pressure here. Taps Finley Buck round. Oh, goodness me. Straight into the back of Finley Buck, who rejoins. Oh, my goodness me. Nearly into the path of someone else there. Jack West, he's going to have to hold his hands up on that one. Caught red-handed straight into the rear end of Finley Buck. Again, a wet start to this one. Changeable conditions. Conditions, again, that even though they've got the wet tyres on, might be completely different than what they've had all weekend long. The 3-4-3 into the pit lane. That being Reese Bailey. Again, heartbreak for the Craft Motorsport driver, who, despite his pure pace, hasn't got the luck to show for it. Unfortunately, Matty Hingley back into the top 21. Will be looking to go forwards. Definitely an opportunity to do so. Thankfully, he didn't lose much time. He just lost ground overall. He had to go off the road at turn 1 and then was able to rejoin. Shouldn't have any damage to his car. And there you can see the number 5 just slowly but surely picking his way back through the pack and looking to minimize the damage. Now for Macaulay Bishop, this is a lifeline, a Hail Mary if you like. He needs to score some good points here. 10.5 minutes plus the lap to go. There's to the Guy Cunnington Racing Machines. The 326 got it a bit wrong. That's Marcus King. Now trying to go the long way around is the 314 of Green. Couldn't quite manage it there. Plenty of race still to go in this, by the way. Will Archer still leads Matteo Palazzo back to the front. There they are. Then comes James Curl and Louis Weaver. trying to look for James Kell on the championship standing. Of course, a driver that has capitalised very, very nicely. There is P9 in the championship. His best result so far this season has been a P5. The best result so far in a final, again, a P5. And already he's doing better than that. It would be his first podium of the season in 2026. He's able to hang on to it, but he's got Louis Weaver, Joshua Graham, and the chasing Macaulay Bishop behind him as well. That all will be looking to do that. And just as I say that, at the end of the timing for that last lap, Louis Weaver's been able to tip past him. He has taken a podium on 2 occasions this season, neither of them in the final though. His best result in the final was a P8. That happened last time out at Rowrah. So again, it's the best result of the championship of the season for Louis Weaver if he's able to hang on to it all the way to the end. Macaulay Bishop side by side with the 352 of James Kell will find his way through and up to 4th, denying Kell his best result in a final. Macaulay Bishop so relaxed behind the wheel, very limp. You know, you sort of see everyone else quite strict, quite upright. Macaulay Bishop just sort of lets himself hang at the wheel. Seems to work. He's a reigning world champion. Probably won everything there is to win in the world of karting. And arrives on every single weekend, setting an expectation. Of course, back at Kartmasters was handed a 5-second time penalty that knocked him out of contention for the win. Ultimately, Freddie Lloyd was able to go and do that anyway on circuit, but Macaulay Bishop would have liked to at least try to get himself onto the podium. A driver that definitely lets his emotions be known. Is always fired up, says it how it is, and sometimes not everyone necessarily agrees with that, but very emotive and undoubtedly one of, if not the quickest senior max driver in the world. Nonetheless, in this race, it's Will Archer that's been the one to set the standard. Matteo Palazzo, though, is the one putting the pressure on him. His old team directly in front of him, Louis Weaver as well, closing the gap onto the back of these top 2. Clearly gotten something right in terms of the tyre pressures. It's always a little bit of a gamble in unknown conditions. Down the inside, though, here comes Matteo Palazzo, straight to the inside of turn number 1. What a move there from Matteo Palazzo, who, similar to what we saw in the pre-final, looks over his shoulder, sees the threat, and then takes control. Was happy to sit behind Will Archer while they were under no threat, and then as soon as one arrives, he then goes for the move. He gets it wrong at the bottom of the hill, though. Here comes Will Archer back down the inside of Paddock Bend. Matteo Palazzo is going to try and muscle his way to the outside, hasn't quite got the grip or the agility for that. And now, onto the scene, Louis Weaver, 3 karts, half of this race remaining to decide who comes out on top in Senior Max. We've had 3 different final winners. None of them are Will Archer, Matteo Palazzo or Louis Weaver. We'd have our 4th different winner in the final in 5 races. We've had Matty Hingley take round 3 and 4, Freddie Lloyd round 2, and Harry Freeman round 1. Look to the inside. Here comes Louis Weaver, a point from Matteo Palazzo, but Weaver just sort of says, nah, absolutely not, mate. I'm quicker, I'm coming through. He's got an opportunity to win this race, and he is absolutely going to take it. Just under 7 minutes to go. Will Archer about a kart length clear of Louis Weaver. Matteo Palazzo now is going to have the racecraft and the composure to stay with him. He knows that this race won't necessarily be won on pure pace, especially in a lead 3 this tight. It's going to be won by who can ever be the cleverest and pick their moments best. And Matteo Palazzo would like that to be him. He's going to hope that Louis Weaver and Will Archer collect each other, and he can then capitalise as a result. Still all in contention. We know the slipstream is quite strong now. The consequence of that mitigated slightly in the wet conditions, but still, you'll be feeling it. Will Archer look over his shoulder. Macaulay Bishop is the one to set the new fastest lap of the race, a 50.8 for the reigning world champion. He's got about 2 seconds to close up to the rear end of Matteo Palazzo, and that isn't impossible with the time left in this race and the battle that could still come. Will Archer is not going to give this up. He wants to chase his first win of the season. So too does Louis Weaver. So too does Matteo Palazzo. And that is the saving grace that Macaulay Bishop needs on a day where Matty Hingley was thrown off at the opening corner. He's still been able to recover to the top 15. It would still be a drop round, though, for Matty Hingley. So he would effectively get a P5 back. In fact, no, he'd get a P2 and a pre-final back. That's his sort of next best result that he'd get bumped back into contention for him. So he'd still score 37 points. And that's what Macaulay Bishop effectively needs to match to have any net gain on Matty Hingley. So a win in this race would close the gap heading into the final race, final round of the season at Dunkeswell. And there you can see him, that all-white helmet. He did have it painted for a while, but I think because it's wet, he's gone back to his normal, just all-white lid. Less than 5 minutes to go. Louis Weaver responds to Macaulay Bishop's pace with the fastest lap of his own. Matteo Palazzo not quite got the pace of the top two, or, well, any of the top four, really. He's there in third, hanging on, waiting for a battle that's not yet happened. It's T1, braking as late as you possibly can. It is quite a wide radius corner, but you've got to keep it tidy, because you've got to keep it to the right to open up the left here down the valley. There's Charlie Wolfett dubbed it. Which, well, fair enough. Well dubbed. You've got hills either side of you. About as valley as it gets, really. Harrison Whitcomb, by the way, has gained some good places. He started P20, the Champions of the Future Academy champion for Argenti. Disastrously unlucky in the in the super final. The super heat. And now in the super final has been able to find his way up a few places into P16. Finney Buck has been able to recover as well, back to P18 after being spun round earlier on in the day by Jack West. But Matty Hingley, the best of them all, actually, you have to say. He's got the fastest lap of the race now. He's running P13. A top 10 in this race would still, I mean, it would just be damage limitation and just give him, you know, an extra result that he might have in his pocket that he might need to use. Every little helps in the championship this tight. Biggest gainer, though, Archie Hogan from 28th up 14, now into 14th position. And just as I sing Harrison Whitcomb's praises, he's dropped down the timing order, which is brilliant. Now, I don't believe in the commentator's curse, but absolutely do I believe in the commentator's coincidence. I think maybe he's got a transponder issue because he's beaming up and down the timing order. And that has been confirmed, so yeah, he's got a bit of a transponder problem. So I panicked for a moment there that, again, like I say, I haven't cursed him because I don't believe in that. I just believe in bad driving or a bit of both. Neither of those things are my problem. But yeah, he's got a transponder problem. I think on circuit is running P16 at the moment is Harrison Whitcomb. Just in front of Jack West in that respective battle. We are following the lead fight though. Less than 3 minutes remaining in this race. Will Archer, the one that responds with the fastest lap though. The track clearly getting slightly quicker as it begins to dry up. The final race of the weekend, the penultimate round of the season. And we've got 3, maybe 4 drivers who are still in contention. Macaulay Bishop's progress has stalled slightly as he's able to maintain the gap but not close it. Will Archer, a similar story. Louis Weaver is there. And as the track dries as well, you've got to be guessing the grip. Look at that. You can actually hear the tyres scrubbing into paddock bend because the dry line is beginning to form. So they are generating quite a bit of load. And these wet tyres with lower surface patches. Jack West goes down the inside of paddock bend, trying to follow him through as the 314 on the 325. Nicely done. Easy as you'd like there from Jack West. European champion in Senior Max is Jack West. In fact, no. It was Sean Butcher that won the championship last year. Jack West, of course, is the reigning vice champion of Senior Max behind Cian Geraghty from last year. If memory serves me correctly, it probably doesn't. Maybe I'm a goldfish, who knows. Less than 2 minutes plus the lap to go. And straight on there from the 331. Braking far too late for the opening corner, that being Finley Buck getting it wrong. Again, a season of what ifs, a race of what ifs, a weekend of what ifs, if you like. Just throw them all out there. But yeah, disastrously unlucky in this one again, stuck on the outside of the opening corner. Getting involved in an incident again that he didn't necessarily cause, but one that he was absolutely involved in. Matty Hingley up and underneath the 315 of Pearson Bullock Carter to find his way back into the top 10, but gets chopped there. The third to final lap of the race, but Matty Hingley keeps his foot in. Will draw back alongside, will recover some ground, and again, it's not going to be a race that he'll be overly happy with in terms of the result, but it is one that he can absolutely be proud of. Again, as a champion, as much as you are defined by your highs, you are defined just as much by how you can bounce back from your lows. How can you deal with those speed bumps, with the mountains that you then have to climb when you've been dealt a very poor hand and your race has been thrown away at the opening lap? How can you respond? And it's exactly like that from Matty Hingley. Jack Lilly versus James Kell fighting for 6th place. Jack Lilly's just taken the fast lap of the race, so the track very quickly getting much quicker. Inside line though taken for Jack Lilly. That tight line working very nicely for him indeed. The 352 tries to respond, but muscled wide there by Lilly, heading on to the penultimate lap of the race. Who's saying, oh, you know, can use my pace a little bit. He's got 4 seconds to close, so it's going to be tough to do in 2 laps, but stranger things have happened. And as the track gets grippier, again, you're going to search for the grip in different places, and that could be what Louis Weaver needs to do here. Will Archer is the one to be the sort of the guinea pig, if you like, into each corner. Louis Weaver can assess what he's doing and maybe try something different to close the gap. He's in a good position here. The race is still open for any of the top 3. Realistically, though, it is going the way of Will Archer. He's just got to keep it on the road. 1 lap left to go to crown our 4th winner in 5 races in the UKC in Senior Max. There's the 113, or the 313 even of Freddie Whirlock trying to get underneath James Kell. Again, falling victim to his same mistake where he's just running wide, getting on the power too early and washing off the exit of the boot. And it's cost him 2 places in 2 laps as a result. Final lap of the race, though, here at Three Sisters. Will Archer, Louis Weaver, Matteo Palazzo, all within a second of each other. The track is drying. Is there anything anyone has left to throw? The 361, the Chaos Sport Machine, up in front. There's Jack Lilly, who's found some ascension of pace, but there's the fight for the lead. Into the boot section for the final time. Will Archer. A race of uncertainty, a weekend of change and adaptability. He is the one to rise to the top for the first time in 2026. He will stand on the top step of the podium in Senior Max. What a drive from Will Archer. Louis Weaver takes his first podium of the season and a final as well. Matteo Palazzo back to the podium also. What a drive from each of those 3. Dealt with the challenge that was the start and brought it home amongst each other. Each of them had the opportunity to win, but none of them will be disappointed with how that went. Louis Weaver, Matteo Palazzo, what a drive. Will Archer even more so. Under so much pressure, and well, as much as he looks calm and composed in that picture, I'm sure he'll be gleaming ear to ear in his helmet. Will Archer, Louis Weaver, Matteo Palazzo, your top 3 at the final race of the penultimate round of the UKC. Macaulay Bishop, Joshua Graham, your top 5 from Jack Lilly. Then comes Freddie Whirlock, James Kell, Matty Hingley back inside the top 9 after being forced off on the opening lap and ending it dead last. What a drive from the championship leader. Ollie Goodyear completes the race in P10. Behind that, Pearson Bullock Carter, Harrison Whitcomb went from 16th to 12th in the last couple of laps despite a transponder issue, so nicely done there for the Argenti driver. Morgan Hudson-Brown, Jack West, George Holm at the top 15. Then comes Charles Green, Harry Freeman, who was stuck stranded on the opening lap. Again, a great recovery to P17, you have to say. Finley Buck, Archie Hogan, and Deacon Russell, the top 20. With Charlie King, Ollie Miller, Ethan Critchley, Marcus King, and Taylor England, the top 25. Then comes Sam Kelbrick, Jacob Lee, Ryan Kerus, Jonas Jasanauskas, and Charlie Holm, your top 30. Then comes Caitlin Seabrick in her final UKC race. Louis America, Jamie Burt, and Reece Bailey, all feeling the heartbreak and the cruelty of motorsport this weekend. What a drive that was, though, and in the rain, I think has it come back for a little bit, or is it spitting maybe a little bit? Who knows? Yeah, spitting out there on circuit. Held off for the best part of the final couple of races, but we did still get to have our changeable finals. Of course, the micros were stuck on slicks in what was a downpour of conditions, and since then it's been a drying circuit, the grip improving with every single lap that gets turned. And in the end, Will Archer was the one to come out on top in Senior Max, to climb his way up 6 places from 7th on the grid. Same to Louis Weaver, started P10, climbed up 8 to take his best result of the season, and same too for Matteo Palazzo, of course, swapping over to Guy Cunnington Racing and getting himself yet another podium in his UKC career. Macaulay Bishop doing all that he realistically could do as well, P4 for him. Again, some good championship points, but of course with Matty Hingley taking the drop round, this one will still net be leading the championship heading into the final round of the season. And for the final time today, let's head down to Kev and have a word with our podium.
Matteo, great to see you there on the podium. Congratulations on that one. But you just said to me off camera, quite a tough race.
Yeah, changing conditions made it really difficult, but just kind of held through, stayed with the top 2 and came away with a P3, decent result.
Yeah, really good result, and a result for Guy Cunnington Racing. You need to get yourself a new race suit. You're doing well with that team, aren't you?
Yeah, no, it's really well. Great team. What they've done for me in the past few weeks has been great. I had no complaints at all, just Guy and the team have done really well, so a big thank you to them.
Yeah, they're doing really great things for a lot of drivers, and I know how much they've helped you out and vice versa. It's a mutual thing. But coming into the weekend, were you feeling good about this one? It's Three Sisters a circuit. It's close to where you're from, but it's Three Sisters a circuit you usually enjoy?
Yeah, it's a good track, good layout, but last time I raced here was about 2 years ago, so Yeah, a lot to learn for the weekend, but we pulled through.
And in the closing stages of that, when I'm watching the live timing, I can see Macaulay Bishop coming in hot behind you there, but he was still a second and a half off at the end. But did you sense much going on behind you?
Yeah, I saw him behind me, but the gap wasn't closing too much, so I wasn't really worried about that. I was just focused on what was in front. But yeah, it's a really good race.
And there was a moment, though, where you were ahead of Louis Weaver. You were running in second for a bit of it. So maybe a slight disappointment or not, or still happy with the podium?
It's a good result, but I always want to come out the win, so hopefully carry the momentum into Dunkeswell.
Yeah, exactly. Great momentum. Huge congratulations. Who's here supporting you as always? Who would you like to thank?
My family, my mum and dad, grandpa, little brother as well. Guy, the team, just everyone, the mechanic, Matt. Huge thank you to a lot of them. They've done great this weekend.
Super stuff. Well done, Matteo, and well done to Grandad as well, because I know he's always there. He's a big fan of yours, and he give him a name check, give him a shout out.
Yeah, he's the one that makes it all happen. So, Eric Platt, so thank you very much.
There you go, great stuff, well done. We'll see if the podium's a bit later on. Let's welcome in Louis Weaver then, the man in second from GMS. Come on up to the spot, Louis. Congratulations, mate. Second place in the end there, so just getting the better of Matteo, going from third to second.
Yeah, it was a good race. There was a bit of a gap at the start, closed them down. Yeah, got into second and just couldn't quite catch up for the lead, but it's still a good result for us. It's good.
Yeah, really good result for the team as well. Coming into the weekend, did you think you had the pace? Were you confident about this one?
Yeah, I thought we could do something this weekend. We'd come here for a test day a couple of weeks ago and it was quick. The rain put a bit of a mix into it. I think we got the tyre pressure sorted out quite quickly, so it paid off. It's all good.
It seems the rain can be quite a leveller for all of them. You got, like you say, you got to get the tyre pressures right.
Yeah, it's a good leveller. Doesn't all come down to how much engines you got. Then it comes down to driving. So yeah, it was a good result. I think I drove well. So yeah, good.
Yeah, I'd say you did. It was a good one to watch from a neutral's point of view. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
I'd like to thank GMS Motorsport for the engines. My dad for the mechanicking, helping us all weekend. My sister for coming along and supporting me. But yeah, especially to GMS, they do everything for me. And CKR go-kart, only other car on the grid that's different to an OTK, so it was all good.
Yeah, really good. And fair to say, Dad's hands look well greased in there. He's been looking after you for a few years, I reckon.
Yeah, this has been a bit of a long time coming for us. I think the leader got a penalty, so I think we've ended up winning it. So I think it's a good result now. I think he's happy, so I'm happy.
Well, you know more than me if that's the case. We'll find out. But well done to you. We'll see if the podium's a bit later on.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, welcome in the man that crossed the line or took the checker flag at the end, Will Archer. Will, great to see you, mate. Last time I interviewed you, I think was at Rowrah last time for a social media interview, and we said you were quick, and you've come here this weekend and proved that you are. Top step of the podium.
Yeah, I know. It feels amazing. And then I had a nose, but yeah, we'll take the positives. I had the speed, and going into the last round, hopefully I can do it again and just not get a nose.
So you know you've had the nose cone penalty now?
Yep.
Oh, man, gutted for you. So that's going to drop you down 5 seconds. So, yeah, just down. It's going to drop down the order a bit. But took the checkered flag. So, like you say, a few positives to take there.
Yeah, no, 100%. I'll keep my head up high for Silverstone.
Great stuff. Who's been looking after you, as always, this weekend? Who would you like to thank?
Martin Morris, been on the tools. Amazing. Chaos Sport and Chaos Sport Racing Engines.
And you did really well, though. Aside from the nose cone there, you did, your lead, you got out in front, and, you stayed there out for the whole of the race. So, positives to take from it.
Yeah, no, it's my first time to start leading the race. So, yeah, to hold the lead felt really good, and a lot of learned lesson there.
Listen, well, Will, huge congratulations. Well done to you. See you for the last one at Dunks.
Thank you very much.
So there we have now then Macaulay Bishop. Let's get Macaulay Bishop up here. So Macaulay, promoted up to third, it seems. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, I didn't really get the greatest of starts. Everyone sort of just crashed into each other into the first corner, so I was compromised a little bit. But the whole race, I was just trying to make my way back up the field. Got into fourth, and then just sort of stayed there, really. Everyone just bunched out a little bit. In the middle of the race, I was really good, and then just tyre pressures wasn't quite where we needed them to be at the end of the race, so we just dropped off a little bit.
Yeah, it was good to watch you come through the pack like that, and in the finish, the gap between yourself and Matteo was only just over a second or so, so you'd obviously done really well.
Yeah, I mean, I was coming at him 3 4 attempts a lap in the middle, and then just when the track dried out too much, we had a bit too much air pressure in the tyres, and then they just started overheating and stuff. So it's a bit unfortunate. I said to my dad before that we should do it, but no, it's all right. We couldn't really take the gamble, and third is still a good championship point. So
good championship points, and sadly for Matty Hingley, he dropped down the order on that one. So it's the first race he hasn't won in ages, but that's helped you for the championship.
Well, yeah. I mean, normally it's me that gets taken out, so better there's someone else, not me.
It's the luck of the draw. Well done, mate. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
All of the HR, Ross, my dad, and mum and brother for supporting me.
Well done. Huge congratulations, Macaulay Bishop. That's it then from Three Sisters for the end of round 5. Next time you join us, it will be round 6, the final round of the season, when we head down to the southwest and Dunkeswell, just in Devon there. So just confirmation then as well before we wrap things up. First place then would have gone to Louis Weaver, then Matteo Palazzo, and then Macaulay Bishop after Will Archer got that nose cone penalty. So thanks to you for watching wherever you are in the world right now. Thanks to Kieran and all the Alpha Live team for bringing the pictures. Zach Macaulay in the commentary box, and myself, Kev Harris, down here doing this bit. We'll see you next time then. Like I said, Dunkeswell, final round, and it's the final weekend in September. Until then, from all of us here, see ya.